Part 3, Section 9 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 9. Nor could she understand Swann's continuing to live in his house on the Quai d'Orléans, which, though she dared not tell him so, she considered unworthy of him. It was true that she claimed to be fond of antiques, and used to assume a rapturous and knowing air when she confessed how she loved to spend the whole day rummaging in second-hand shops, hunting for bric-à-brac and things of the right date. Although it was a point of honor to which she obstinately clung, as though obeying some old family custom, that she should never answer any questions, never give any account of what she did during the daytime, she spoke to Swann once about a friend to whose house she had been invited, and had found that everything in it was of the period. Swann could not get her to tell him what period it was. Only after thinking the matter over she replied that it was medieval, by which she meant that the walls were paneled. Some time later she spoke to him again of her friend, and added, in the hesitating but confident tone in which one refers to a person whom one has met somewhere at dinner the night before, of whom one had never heard until then, but whom one's host seemed to regard as some one so celebrated and important that one hopes that one's listener will know quite well who is meant, and will be duly impressed. "Her dining room is 18th century." Incidentally, she had thought it hideous, all bare, as though the houses were still unfinished. Women looked frightful in it, and it would never become the fashion. She mentioned it again, a third time, when she showed Swann a card with the name and address of the man who had designed the dining room, and whom she wanted to send for when she had enough money to see whether he could not do one for her too, not one like that, of course, but one of the sort she used to dream of, one which, unfortunately, her little house would not be large enough to contain, with tall sideboards, Renaissance furniture, and fireplaces like the chateau at Blois. It was on this occasion that she let out to Swann what she really thought of his abode on the Quai d'Orléans, he having ventured the criticism that her friend had indulged not in the Louis XVI style, for, he went on, although that was not, of course, done, still it might be made charming, but in the sham antique. "You wouldn't have her live, like you, among a lot of broken-down chairs and threadbare carpets!" she exclaimed, the innate respectability of the middle-class housewife rising impulsively to the surface through the acquired dilettantism of the light woman. People who enjoyed picking up things, who admired poetry, despised sordid calculations of profit and loss, and nourished ideals of honor and love, she placed in a class by themselves, superior to the rest of humanity. There was no need actually to have those tastes, provided one talked enough about them. When a man had told her at dinner that he loved to wander about and get his hands all covered with dust in the old furniture shops, that he would never be really appreciated in this commercial age, since he was not concerned about the things that interested it, and that he belonged to another generation altogether, she would come home saying, "Why, he's an adorable creature! So sensitive! I had no idea!" And she would conceive for him a strong and sudden friendship. But on the other hand, men who, like Swann, had these tastes but did not speak of them, left her cold. She was obliged, of course, to admit that Swann was most generous with his money, but she would add, pouting, "It's not the same thing, you see, with him." And, as a matter of fact, what appealed to her imagination was not the practice of disinterestedness, but its vocabulary. Feeling that often he could not give her, in reality, the pleasures of which she dreamed, he tried at least to ensure that she should be happy in his company, tried not to contradict those vulgar ideas, that bad taste which he displayed on every possible occasion, which all the same he loved, as he could not help loving everything that came from her, which even fascinated him, for were they not so many more of those characteristic features, by virtue of which the essential qualities of the woman emerged and were made visible? And so, when she was in a happy mood because she was going to see the Reine Topaz, or when her eyes grew serious, troubled, petulant, if she was afraid of missing the flower show, or merely of not being in time for tea, with muffins and toast, at the Rue Royale tea rooms, where she believed that regular attendance was indispensable, and set the seal upon a woman's certificate of smartness, Swann, enraptured, as all of us are at times, by the natural behavior of a child, or by the likeness of a portrait, which appears to be on the point of speaking, would feel so distinctly the soul of his mistress rising to fill the outlines of her face, that he could not refrain from going across and welcoming it with his lips. "Oh, then, so little Odette wants us to take her to the flower show, does she? She wants to be admired, does she? Very well, we will take her there. We can but obey her wishes." As Swann's sight was beginning to fail, he had to resign himself to a pair of spectacles which he wore at home when working, while to face the world he adopted a single eye glass as being less disfiguring. The first time that she saw it in his eye, she could not contain herself for joy. "I really do think, for a man, that is to say, it is tremendously smart. How nice you look with it! Every inch a gentleman. All you want now is a title," she concluded, with a tinge of regret in her voice. He liked Odette to say these things, just as, if he had been in love with a Breton girl, he would have enjoyed seeing her in her coif, and hearing her say that she believed in ghosts. Always until then, as is common among men whose taste for the fine arts develops independently of their sensuality, a grotesque disparity had existed between the satisfactions which he would accord to either taste simultaneously, yielding to the seduction of works of art which grew more and more subtle as the women in whose company he enjoyed them grew more illiterate and common. He would take a little servant girl to a screen box in a theatre where there was some decadent piece which he had wished to see performed, or to an exhibition of impressionist painting, with the conviction, moreover, that an educated society woman would have understood them no better, but would not have managed to keep quiet about them so prettily. But now that he was in love with Odette, all this was changed. To share her sympathies, to strive to be one with her in spirit, was a task so attractive that he tried to find satisfaction in the things that she liked, and did find a pleasure not only in copying her habits, but in adopting her opinions, which was all the deeper because, as those habits and opinions sprang from no roots in her intelligence, they suggested to him nothing except that love, for the sake of which he had preferred them to his own. If he went again to Serge Panine, if he looked out for opportunities of going to watch Olivier Métra conducting, it was for the pleasure of being initiated into every one of the ideas in Odette's mind, of feeling that he had an equal share in all her tastes. This charm of drawing him closer to her, which her favorite plays and pictures and places possessed, struck him as being more mysterious than the intrinsic charm of more beautiful things and places, which appealed to him by their beauty, but without recalling her. Besides, having allowed the intellectual beliefs of his youth to grow faint, until his skepticism, as a finished man of the world, had gradually penetrated them unawares, he held, or at least he had held for so long that he had fallen into the habit of saying, that the objects which we admire have no absolute value in themselves, that the whole thing is a matter of dates and castes, and consists in a series of fashions, the most vulgar of which are worth just as much as those which are regarded as the most refined. And as he had decided that the importance which Odette attached to receiving cards to a private view was not in itself any more ridiculous than the pleasure which he himself had at one time felt in going to luncheon with the Prince of Wales, so he did not think that the admiration which she professed for Monte Carlo or for the Rigi was any more unreasonable than his own liking for Holland, which she imagined as ugly, and for Versailles, which bored her to tears. And so he denied himself the pleasure of visiting those places, consoling himself with the reflection that it was for her sake that he wished to feel, to like nothing that was not equally felt and liked by her. Like everything else that formed part of Odette's environment, and was no more, in a sense, than the means whereby he might see and talk to her more often, he enjoyed the society of the Verdurands. With them, since, at the heart of all their entertainments, dinners, musical evenings, games, suppers in fancy dress, excursions to the country, theatre parties, even the infrequent big evenings when they entertained bores, there were the presence of Odette, the sight of Odette, conversation with Odette, an inestimable boon which the Verdurands, by inviting him to their house, bestowed on Swann. He was happier in the little nucleus than anywhere else, and tried to find some genuine merit in each of its members, imagining that his tastes would lead him to frequent their society for the rest of his life. Never daring to whisper to himself, lest he should doubt the truth of the suggestion, that he would always be in love with Odette, at least when he tried to suppose that he would always go to the Verdurands, a proposition which a priori raised fewer fundamental objections on the part of his intelligence, he saw himself for the future continuing to meet Odette every evening. That did not perhaps come quite to the same thing as his being permanently in love with her, but for the moment while he was in love with her, to feel that he would not, one day, cease to see her was all that he could ask. "What a charming atmosphere!" he said to himself. "How entirely genuine life is to these people! They are far more intelligent, far more artistic, surely, than the people one knows. Madame Verdurin, in spite of a few trifling exaggerations, which are rather absurd, has a sincere love of painting and music. What a passion for works of art! What anxiety to give pleasure to artists! Her ideas about some of the people one knows are not quite right, but then their ideas about artistic circles are altogether wrong. Possibly I make no great intellectual demands upon conversation, but I am perfectly happy talking to Cottard, although he does trot out those idiotic puns. And as for the painter, if he is rather unpleasantly affected when he tries to be paradoxical, still he has one of the finest brains that I have ever come across. Besides, what is most important, one feels quite free there. One does what one likes without constraint or fuss. What a flow of humor there is every day in that drawing room! Certainly, with a few rare exceptions, I never want to go anywhere else again. It will become more and more of a habit, and I shall spend the rest of my life among them. And as the qualities which he supposed to be an intrinsic part of the Verdurin character were no more really than their superficial reflection of the pleasure which had been enjoyed in their society by his love for Odette, those qualities became more serious, more profound, more vital, as that pleasure increased. Since Madame Verdurin gave Swann now and then what alone could constitute his happiness, since, on an evening when he felt anxious because Odette had talked rather more to one of the party than to another, and in a spasm of irritation would not take the initiative by asking her whether she was coming home, Madame Verdurin brought peace and joy to his troubled spirit by the spontaneous exclamation, "Odette, you'll see Monsieur Swann home, won't you?" Since when the summer holidays came, and after he had asked himself uneasily whether Odette might not leave Paris without him, whether he would still be able to see her every day, Madame Verdurin was going to invite them both to spend the summer with her in the country. Swann, unconsciously allowing gratitude and self-interest to filter into his intelligence and to influence his ideas, went so far as to proclaim that Madame Verdurin was a great and noble soul. Should any of his old fellow pupils in the Louvre School of Painting speak to him of some rare or eminent artist, "I'd 100 times rather," he would reply, "have the Verdurins." And, with a solemnity of diction which was new in him, "They are magnanimous creatures, and magnanimity is, after all, the one thing that matters, the one thing that gives us distinction here on earth. Look you, there are only two classes of men, the magnanimous and the rest, and I have reached an age when one has to take sides, to decide once and for all whom one is going to like and dislike, to stick to the people one likes, and, to make up for the time one has wasted with the others, never to leave them again as long as one lives. Very well," he went on, with the slight emotion which a man feels when, even without being fully aware of what he is doing, he says something, not because it is true, but because he enjoys saying it, and listens to his own voice uttering the words as though they came from some one else. "The die is now cast. I have elected to love none but magnanimous souls, and to live only in an atmosphere of magnanimity. You ask me whether Madame Verdurin is really intelligent. I can assure you that she has given me proofs of a nobility of heart, of a loftiness of soul, to which no one could possibly attain. How could they? Without a corresponding loftiness of mind. Without question she has a profound understanding of art. But it is not, perhaps, in that she is most admirable. Every little action, ingeniously, exquisitely kind, which she has performed for my sake, every friendly attention, simple little things, quite domestic, and yet quite sublime, reveal a more profound comprehension of existence than all your text books of philosophy. He might have reminded himself all the same that there were various old friends of his family who were just as simple as the Verdurands, companions of his early days who were just as fond of art, that he knew other great-hearted creatures, and that, nevertheless, since he had cast his vote in favor of simplicity, the arts, and magnanimity, he had entirely ceased to see them. But these people did not know Odette, and if they had known her, would never have thought of introducing her to him. And so there was probably not in the whole of the Verdurin circle a single one of the faithful who loved them, or believed that he loved them, as dearly as did Swann. And yet, when M. Verdurin said that he was not satisfied with Swann, he had not only expressed his own sentiments, he had unwittingly discovered his wife's. Doubtless Swann had too particular an affection for Odette, as to which he had failed to take Madame Verdurin daily into his confidence. Doubtless the very discretion with which he availed himself of the Verdurins' hospitality, refraining often from coming to dine with them for a reason which they never suspected, and in place of which they saw only an anxiety on his part not to have to decline an invitation to the house of some bore or other. Doubtless also, and despite all the precautions which he had taken to keep it from them, the gradual discovery which they were making of his brilliant position in society. Doubtless all these things contributed to their general annoyance with Swann. But the real, the fundamental reason was quite different. What had happened was that they had at once discovered in him a locked door, a reserved, impenetrable chamber in which he still professed silently to himself that the Princesse de Sergent was not grotesque, and the Cottard's jokes were not amusing. In a word, and for all that he never once abandoned his friendly attitude towards them all, or revolted from their dogmas, they had discovered an impossibility of imposing those dogmas upon him, of entirely converting him to their faith, the like of which they had never come across in any one before. They would have forgiven his going to the houses of bores, to whom, as it happened, in his heart of hearts, he infinitely preferred the Verdurins and all their little nucleus, had he consented to set a good example by openly renouncing those bores in the presence of the faithful. But that was an abjuration which, as they well knew, they were powerless to extort. What a difference was there in a newcomer whom Odette had asked them to invite, although she herself had met him only a few times, and on whom they were building great hopes, the Comte de Fourcheville. It turned out that he was nothing more nor less than the brother-in-law of Sagnette, a discovery which filled all the faithful with amazement. The manners of the old paleographer were so humble that they had always supposed him to be of a class inferior socially to their own, and had never expected to learn that he came of a rich and relatively aristocratic family. Of course, Fourcheville was enormously the swell, which Swann was not, or had quite ceased to be. Of course, he would never dream of placing, as Swann now placed, the Verdurin circle above any other. But he lacked that natural refinement which prevented Swann from associating himself with the criticisms, too obviously false to be worth his notice, that Madame Verdurin leveled at people whom he knew. As for the vulgar and affected tirades in which the painter sometimes indulged, the bagman's pleasantries which Cottard used to hazard, whereas Swann, who liked both men sincerely, could easily find excuses for these without having either the courage or the hypocrisy to applaud them. Fourcheville, on the other hand, was on an intellectual level which permitted him to be stupefied, amazed by the invective, without in the least understanding what it all was about, and to be frankly delighted by the wit. And the very first dinner at the Verdurins', at which Fourcheville was present, threw a glaring light upon all the differences between them, made his qualities start into prominence, and precipitated the disgrace of Swann. End of Part 3, Section 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 10 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 10. There was at this dinner, besides the usual party, a professor from the Sorbonne, one Brichot, who had met M. and Madame Verdurin at a watering place somewhere, and if his duties at the university and his other works of scholarship had not left him with very little time to spare, would gladly have come to them more often. For he had that curiosity, that superstitious outlook on life, which, combined with a certain amount of skepticism with regard to the object of their studies, earn for men of intelligence, whatever their profession, for doctors who do not believe in medicine, for schoolmasters who do not believe in Latin exercises, the reputation of having broad, brilliant, and indeed superior minds. He affected, when at Madame Verdurin's, to choose his illustrations from among the most topical subjects of the day, when he spoke of philosophy or history, principally because he regarded those sciences as no more, really, than a preparation for life itself, and imagined that he was seeing put into practice by the little clan what hitherto he had known only from books, and also, perhaps, because having had drilled into him as a boy, and having unconsciously preserved a feeling of reverence for certain subjects, he thought that he was casting aside the scholar's gown when he ventured to treat those subjects with a conversational license, which seemed so to him only because the folds of the gown still clung. Early in the course of the dinner, when M. de Forceville, seated on the right of Madame Verdurin, who in the newcomer's honor had taken great pains with her toilette, observed to her, "Quite original, that white dress." The doctor, who had never taken his eyes off him, so curious was he to learn the nature and attributes of what he called a deux, and was on the lookout for an opportunity of attracting his attention, so as to come into closer contact with him, caught in its flight the adjective blanche, and, his eyes still glued to his plate, snapped out, "Blanche? Blanche of Castile?" Then, without moving his head, shot a furtive glance to right and left of him, doubtful, but happy on the whole. While Swann, by the painful and futile effort which he made to smile, testified that he thought the pun absurd, Forcheville had shown at once that he could appreciate its subtlety, and that he was a man of the world by keeping within its proper limits a mirth the spontaneity of which had charmed Madame Verdurin. "What are you to say of a scientist like that?" she asked Forcheville. "You can't talk seriously to him for 2 minutes on end. Is that the sort of thing you tell them at your hospital?" she went on, turning to the doctor. "They must have some pretty lively times there, if that's the case. I can see that I shall have to get taken in as a patient." I think I heard the doctor speak of that wicked old humbug, Blanche of Castile, if I may so express myself. Am I not right, madame?" Brichot appealed to Madame Verdurin, who, swooning with merriment, her eyes tightly closed, had buried her face in her two hands, from between which, now and then, escaped a muffled scream. "Good gracious, madame, I would not dream of shocking the reverent minded, if there are any such around this table, sub rosa. I recognize, moreover, that our ineffable and Athenian, oh, how infinitely Athenian, republic is capable of honoring in the person of that obscurantist old Chi Capet, the first of our chiefs of police. Yes, indeed, my dear host, yes, indeed," he repeated in his ringing voice, which sounded a separate note for each syllable in reply to a protest by M. Verdurin. The Chronicle of Saint Denis, in the authenticity of its information, is beyond question, leaves us no room for doubt on that point. No one could be more fitly chosen as patron by a secularizing proletariat than that mother of a saint, who let him see some pretty fishy saints besides, as Suger says, and that other great Saint Bernards of the sort, for with her it was a case of taking just what you pleased. "Who is that gentleman?" Forcheville asked Madame Verdurin. "He seems to speak with great authority." "What? Do you mean to say you don't know the famous Brichot? Why, he's celebrated all over Europe." "Oh, that's Brichot, is it?" exclaimed Forcheville, who had not quite caught the name. "You must tell me all about him," he went on, fastening a pair of goggle eyes on the celebrity. "It's always interesting to meet well-known people at dinner. But I say, you ask us to very select parties here. No dull evenings in this house, I'm sure." "Well, you know what it is really," said Madame Verdurin modestly. "They feel safe here. They can talk about whatever they like, and the conversation goes off like fireworks. Now Brichot this evening is nothing. I've seen him, don't you know, when he's been with me, simply dazzling, you'd want to go on your knees to him. Well, with any one else he's not the same man. He's not in the least witty. You have to drag the words out of him. He's even boring." "That's strange," remarked Faucheville, with fitting astonishment. A sort of wit like Brichot's would have been regarded as out and out stupidity by the people among whom Swann had spent his early life, for all that it is quite compatible with real intelligence. And the intelligence of the Professor's vigorous and well nourished brain might easily have been envied by many of the people in society who seemed witty enough to Swann. But these last had so thoroughly inculcated into him their likes and dislikes, at least in everything that pertained to their ordinary social existence, including that annex to social existence which belongs, strictly speaking, to the domain of intelligence, namely conversation, that Swann could not see anything in Brichot's pleasantries. To him they were merely pedantic, vulgar, and disgustingly coarse. He was shocked, too, being accustomed to good manners, by the rude, almost barrack room tone which the student in arms adopted, no matter to whom he was speaking. Finally, perhaps, he had lost all patience that evening as he watched Madame Verdurin welcoming with such unnecessary warmth this Forcheville fellow, whom it had been Odette's unaccountable idea to bring to the house. Feeling a little awkward, with Swann there also, she had asked him on her arrival, "What do you think of my guest?" And he, suddenly realizing for the first time that Forcheville, whom he had known for years, could actually attract a woman, and was quite a good specimen of a man, had retorted, "Beastly." He had, certainly, no idea of being jealous of Odette, but did not feel quite so happy as usual, and when Brichot, having begun to tell them the story of Blanche of Castile's mother, who, according to him, had been with Henry Plantagenet for years before they were married, tried to prompt Swann to beg him to continue the story by interjecting, "Isn't that so, Monsieur Swann?" in the martial accents which one uses in order to get down to the level of an unintelligent rustic, or to put the fear of God into a trooper. Swann cut his story short to the intense fury of their hostess by begging to be excused for taking so little interest in Blanche of Castile, as he had something that he wished to ask the painter. He, it appeared, had been that afternoon to an exhibition of the work of another artist, also a friend of Madame Verdurin, who had recently died, and Swann wished to find out from him, for he valued his discrimination, whether there had really been anything more in this later work than the virtuosity which had struck people so forcibly in his earlier exhibitions. From that point of view it was extraordinary, but it did not seem to me to be a form of art which you could call elevated," said Swann, with a smile. "Elevated to the height of an institute," interrupted Cottard, raising his arms with mock solemnity. The whole table burst out laughing. "What did I tell you?" said Madame Verdurin to Forcheville. "It's simply impossible to be serious with him. When you least expect it, out he comes with a joke." But she observed that Swann, and Swann alone, had not unbent. For one thing, he was none too well pleased with Cottard for having secured a laugh at his expense in front of Forcheville. But the painter, instead of replying in a way that might have interested Swann, as he would probably have done had they been alone together, preferred to win the easy admiration of the rest by exercising his wit upon the talent of their dead friend. "I went up to one of them," he began, "just to see how it was done. I stuck my nose into it. Yes, I don't think. Impossible to say whether it was done with glue, with soap, with sealing wax, with sunshine, with leaven, with excrem—" "And one makes 12," shouted the doctor wittily, but just too late, for no one saw the point of his interruption. "It looks as though it were done with nothing at all," resumed the painter. "No more chance of discovering the trick than there is in the Night Watch or the Regents, and it's even bigger work than either Rembrandt or Hals ever did. It's all there, and yet, no, I'll take my oath it isn't." Then, just as singers who have reached the highest note in their compass proceed to hum the rest of the air in falsetto, he had to be satisfied with murmuring, smiling the while, as if, after all, there had been something irresistibly amusing in the sheer beauty of the painting. "It smells all right. It makes your head go round, it catches your breath, you feel ticklish all over, and not the faintest clue to how it's done. The man's a sorcerer, the thing's a conjuring trick, it's a miracle, bursting outright into laughter. "It's dishonest." Then stopping, solemnly raising his head, pitching his voice on a double bass note which he struggled to bring into harmony, he concluded, "And it's so loyal." Except at the moment when he had called it bigger than the night watch, a blasphemy which had called forth an instant protest from Madame Verdurin, who regarded the night watch as the supreme masterpiece of the universe, conjointly with the ninth and the Samothrace, and at the word excrement, which had made Forcheville throw a sweeping glance round the table to see whether it was all right, before he allowed his lips to curve in a prudish and conciliatory smile, all the party, save Swann, had kept their fascinated and adoring eyes fixed upon the painter. "I do so love him when he goes up in the air like that!" cried Madame Verdurin, the moment that he had finished, enraptured that the table talk should have proved so entertaining on the very night that Forcheville was dining with them for the first time. "Hello, you!" She turned to her husband. "What's the matter with you, sitting there gaping like a great animal? You know, though, don't you," she apologized for him to the painter, "that he can talk quite well when he chooses. Anybody would think it was the first time he had ever listened to you. If you had only seen him while you were speaking, he was just drinking it all in. And to morrow he will tell us everything you said without missing a word." "No, really, I'm not joking," protested the painter, enchanted by the success of his speech. "You all look as if you thought I was pulling your legs, that it was just a trick. I'll take you to see the show, and then you can say whether I've been exaggerating. I'll bet you anything you like, you'll come away more up in the air than I am." "But we don't suppose for a moment that you're exaggerating. We only want you to go on with your dinner, and my husband too. Give Monsieur Biche some more sole. Can't you see his has got cold? We're not in any hurry. You're dashing round as if the house was on fire. Wait a little. Don't serve the salad just yet." Madame Cotard, who was a shy woman and spoke but seldom, was not lacking, for all that, in self-assurance when a happy inspiration put the right word in her mouth. She felt that it would be well received. The thought gave her confidence, and what she was doing was done with the object not so much of shining herself as of helping her husband on in his career. And so she did not allow the word "salad," which Madame Verdurin had just uttered, to pass unchallenged. "It's not a Japanese salad, is it?" she whispered, turning towards Odette. And then, in her joy and confusion at the combination of neatness and daring which there had been in making so discreet and yet so unmistakable an allusion to the new and brilliantly successful play by Dumas, she broke down in a charming girlish laugh, not very loud, but so irresistible that it was some time before she could control it. "Who is that lady? She seems devilish clever," said Forcheville. "No, it is not. But we will have one for you if you will all come to dinner on Friday." "You will think me dreadfully provincial, sir," said Madame Cotard to Swann. "But do you know, I haven't been yet to this famous Francillon that everybody's talking about. The doctor has been. I remember now, he told me what a very great pleasure it had been to him to spend the evening with you there, and I must confess I don't see much sense in spending money on seats for him to take me, when he's seen the play already. Of course, an evening at the Théâtre Français is never wasted, really; the acting's so good there always. But we have some very nice friends." Madame Cotard would hardly ever utter a proper name, but restricted herself to some friends of ours, or one of my friends, as being more distinguished, speaking in an affected tone, and with all the importance of a person who need give names only when she chooses, "who often have a box, and are kind enough to take us to all the new pieces that are worth going to. And so I'm certain to see this Francillon sooner or later, and then I shall know what to think. But I do feel such a fool about it, I must confess, for whenever I pay a call anywhere, I find everybody talking it's only natural about that wretched Japanese salad. Really and truly, one's beginning to get just a little tired of hearing about it," she went on, seeing that Swann seemed less interested than she had hoped in so burning a topic. "I must admit, though, that it's sometimes quite amusing, the way they joke about it. I've got a friend now who is most original, though she's really a beautiful woman, most popular in society, goes everywhere, and she tells me that she got her cook to make one of these Japanese salads, putting in everything that young Monsieur Dumas says you're to put in the play. Then she asked just a few friends to come and taste it. I was not among the favored few, I'm sorry to say. But she told us all about it on her next day. It seems it was quite horrible. She made us all laugh till we cried. I don't know. Perhaps it was the way she told it," Madame Cotard added doubtfully, seeing that Swann still looked grave. And imagining that it was perhaps because he had not been amused by Francillon, "Well, I dare say I shall be disappointed with it, after all. I don't suppose it's as good as the piece Madame de Crécy worships, Serge Panine. There's a play, if you like, so deep, makes you think. But just fancy giving a receipt for a salad on the stage of the Théâtre Français. Now Serge Panine, but then, it's like everything that comes from the pen of Monsieur Georges Ohnet, it's so well written. I wonder if you know the Maître de Fourge, which I like even better than Serge Panine." "Pardon me," said Swann with polite irony, "but I can assure you that my want of admiration is almost equally divided between those masterpieces." "Really now, that's very interesting. And what don't you like about them? Won't you ever change your mind? Perhaps you think he's a little too sad? Well, well, what I always say is, one should never argue about plays or novels. Every one has his own way of looking at things, and what may be horrible to you is, perhaps, just what I like best." She was interrupted by Forcheville's addressing Swann. What had happened was, that while Madame Cottard was discussing Francillon, Forcheville had been expressing to Madame Verdurin his admiration for what he called the little speech of the painter. "Your friend has such a flow of language, such a memory," he had said to her when the painter had come to a standstill. "I've seldom seen anything like it. He'd make a first-rate preacher. By Jove, I wish I was like that. What with him and Monsieur Brichot, you've drawn two lucky numbers to night, though I'm not so sure that simply as a speaker this one doesn't knock spots off the professor. It comes more naturally with him, less like reading from a book. Of course, the way he goes on, he does use some words that are a bit realistic and all that, but that's quite the thing nowadays. Anyhow, it's not often I've seen a man hold the floor as cleverly as that, hold the spittoon, as we used to say in the regiment, where, by the way, we had a man he rather reminds me of you. You could take anything you liked, I don't know what, this glass, say, and he'd talk away about it for hours. No, not this glass. That's a silly thing to say, I'm sorry, but something a little bigger, like the Battle of Waterloo, or anything of that sort. He'd tell you things you simply wouldn't believe. Why, Swann was in the regiment then. He must have known him." "Do you see much of Monsieur Swann?" asked Madame Verdurin. "Oh, dear, no," he answered; and then, thinking that if he made himself pleasant to Swann, he might find favor with Odette, he decided to take this opportunity of flattering him by speaking of his favorite friends, but speaking as a man of the world himself, in a tone of good-natured criticism, and not as though he were congratulating Swann upon some undeserved good fortune. "Isn't that so, Swann? I never see anything of you, do I? But then where on earth is one to see him? The creature spends all his time shut up with the La Tramway, with the Lomes, and all that lot." The imputation would have been false at any time, and was all the more so, now that for at least a year Swann had given up going to almost any house but the Verdurins. But the mere names of families whom the Verdurins did not know were received by them in a reproachful silence. Monsieur Verdurin, dreading the painful impression which the mention of these bores, especially when flung at her in this tactless fashion, and in front of all the faithful, was bound to make on his wife, cast a covert glance at her, instinct with anxious solicitude. He saw then that in her fixed resolution to take no notice, to have escaped contact altogether with the news which had just been addressed to her, not merely to remain dumb, but to have been deaf as well, as we pretend to be when a friend who has been in the wrong attempts to slip into his conversation some excuse which we should appear to be accepting, should we appear to have heard it without protesting. Or when some one utters the name of an enemy, the very mention of whom in our presence is forbidden. Madame Verdurin, so that her silence should have the appearance, not of consent, but of the unconscious silence which inanimate objects preserve, had suddenly emptied her face of all life, of all mobility. Her rounded forehead was nothing now but an exquisite study in high relief, which the name of those La Trémouille with whom Swann was always shut up had failed to penetrate. Her nose, just perceptibly wrinkled in a frown, exposed to view two dark cavities that were surely modeled from life. You would have said that her half open lips were just about to speak. It was all no more, however, than a wax cast, a mask in plaster, the sculptor's design for a monument, a bust to be exhibited in the Palace of Industry, where the public would most certainly gather in front of it and marvel to see how the sculptor, in expressing the unchallengeable dignity of the Verdurins, as opposed to that of the La Trémouille or Lomes, whose equals, if not indeed their betters, they were, and the equals and betters of all other bores upon the face of the earth, had managed to invest with a majesty that was almost papal the whiteness and rigidity of his stone. But the marble at last grew animated, and let it be understood that it didn't do to be at all squeamish if one went to that house, since the woman was always tipsy, and the husband so uneducated that he called a corridor a collidor. End of Part 3, Section 10, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 11 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 11. You'd need to pay me a lot of money before I'd let any of that lot set foot inside my house, Madame Verdurin concluded, gazing imperially down on Swann. She could scarcely have expected him to capitulate so completely as to echo the holy simplicity of the pianist's aunt, who at once exclaimed, "To think of that now! What surprises me is that they can get anybody to go near them. I'm sure I should be afraid. One can't be too careful. How can people be so common as to go running after them?" But he might at least have replied, like Forcheville, "Gad, she's a duchess. There are still plenty of people who are impressed by that sort of thing," which would at least have permitted Madame Verdurin the final retort, "And a lot of good may it do them." Instead of which, Swann merely smiled, in a manner which showed quite clearly that he could not, of course, take such an absurd suggestion seriously. Monsieur Verdurin, who was still casting furtive and intermittent glances at his wife, could see with regret, and could understand only too well, that she was now inflamed with the passion of a grand inquisitor, who cannot succeed in stamping out a heresy; and so, in the hope of bringing Swann round to a retractation, for the courage of one's opinions is always a form of calculating cowardice in the eyes of the other side, he broke in, "Tell us frankly now what you think of them yourself. We shan't repeat it to them, you may be sure." To which Swann answered, "Why, I'm not in the least afraid of the Duchess, if it is of the La Trémouille that you're speaking. I can assure you that every one likes going to see her. I don't go so far as to say that she's at all deep." He pronounced the word as if it meant something ridiculous, for his speech kept the traces of certain mental habits which the recent change in his life, a rejuvenation illustrated by his passion for music, had inclined him temporarily to discard, so that at times he would actually state his views with considerable warmth. But I am quite sincere when I say that she is intelligent, while her husband is positively a bookworm. They are charming people. His explanation was terribly effective. Madame Verdurin now realized that this one state of unbelief would prevent her little nucleus from ever attaining to complete unanimity, and was unable to restrain herself in her fury at the obstinacy of this wretch who could not see what anguish his words were causing her, but cried aloud from the depths of her tortured heart, "You may think so if you wish, but at least you need not say so to us." "It all depends upon what you call intelligence." Forcheville felt that it was his turn to be brilliant. "Come now, Swann, tell us what you mean by intelligence." "There!" cried Odette. "That's one of the big things I beg him to tell me about, and he never will." "Oh, but," protested Swann. "Oh, but nonsense," said Odette. "A water butt?" asked the doctor. "To you," pursued Forcheville, "does intelligence mean what they call clever talk? You know, the sort of people who worm their way into society?" "Finish your sweet, so that they can take your plate away," said Madame Verdurin sourly to Saniette, who was lost in thought and had stopped eating. And then, perhaps a little ashamed of her rudeness, "It doesn't matter, take your time about it, there's no hurry. I only reminded you because of the others, you know. It keeps the servants back." "There is," began Brichot, with a resonant smack upon every syllable, "a rather curious definition of intelligence by that pleasing old anarchist Fenelon." "Just listen to this!" Madame Verdurin rallied Forcheville and the doctor. "He's going to give us Fenelon's definition of intelligence." "That's interesting. It's not often you get a chance of hearing that." But Brichot was keeping Fenelon's definition until Swann should have given his own. Swann remained silent, and by this fresh act of recreancy spoil the brilliant tournament of dialectic which Madame Verdurin was rejoicing at being able to offer to Forcheville. "You see, it's just the same as with me," Odette was peevish. "I'm not at all sorry to see that I'm not the only one he doesn't find quite up to his level." These de la Trémouailles whom Madame Verdurin has exhibited to us as so little to be desired, inquired Brichot, articulating vigorously. "Are they by any chance descended from the couple whom that worthy old snob Sévigné said she was delighted to know, because it was so good for her peasants? True, the Marquise had another reason, which in her case probably came first, for she was a thorough journalist at heart, and always on the lookout for 'copy.' And in the journal which she used to send regularly to her daughter, it was Madame de la Trémouaille, kept well informed through all her grand connections, who supplied the foreign politics." "Oh dear, no. I'm quite sure they aren't the same family," said Madame Verdurin desperately. Senyette, who ever since he had surrendered his untouched plate to the butler had been plunged once more in silent meditation, emerged finally to tell them, with a nervous laugh, a story of how he had once dined with the Duc de la Trémouaille, the point of which was that the Duke did not know that Georges Sand was the pseudonym of a woman. Swann, who really liked Senyette, felt bound to supply him with a few facts illustrative of the Duke's culture, which would prove that such ignorance on his part was literally impossible. But suddenly he stopped short. He had realized, as he was speaking, that Senyette needed no proof, but knew already that the story was untrue for the simple reason that he had at that moment invented it. The worthy man suffered acutely from the Verdurins' always finding him so dull, and as he was conscious of having been more than ordinarily morose this evening, he had made up his mind that he would succeed in being amusing at least once before the end of dinner. He surrendered so quickly, looked so wretched at the sight of his castle in ruins, and replied in so craven a tone to Swann, appealing to him not to persist in a refutation which was already superfluous, "All right, all right. Anyhow, even if I have made a mistake, that's not a crime, I hope," that Swann longed to be able to console him by insisting that the story was indubitably true, and exquisitely funny. The doctor, who had been listening, had an idea that it was the right moment to interject "Ce non est vero," but he was not quite certain of the words, and was afraid of being caught out. After dinner Forcheville went up to the doctor. "She can't have been at all bad looking, Madame Verdurin. Anyhow, she's a woman you can really talk to. That's all I want. Of course she's getting a bit broad in the beam, but Madame de Crécy, there's a little woman who knows what's all right. Upon my word and soul, you can see at a glance she's got the American eye, that girl has. We are speaking of Madame de Crécy," he explained, as Monsieur Verdurin joined them, his pipe in his mouth. "I should say, as a specimen of the female form, I'd rather have it in my bed than a clap of thunder." The words came tumbling from Cottard, who had for some time been waiting in vain until Forcheville should pause for breath, so that he might get in his hoary old joke, a chance for which might not, he feared, come again if the conversation should take a different turn. And he produced it now with that excessive spontaneity and confidence which may often be noticed attempting to cover up the coldness, and the slight flutter of emotion inseparable from a prepared recitation. Forcheville knew and saw the joke, and was thoroughly amused. As for Monsieur Verdurin, he was unsparing of his merriment, having recently discovered a way of expressing it by a symbol different from his wife's, but equally simple and obvious. Scarcely had he begun the movement of head and shoulders of a man who was shaking with laughter, than he would begin also to cough, as though, in laughing too violently, he had swallowed a mouthful of smoke from his pipe. And by keeping the pipe firmly in his mouth, he could prolong indefinitely the dumb show of suffocation and hilarity. So he and Madame Verdurin, who at the other side of the room, where the painter was telling her a story, was shutting her eyes preparatory to flinging her face into her hands, resembled two masks in a theatre, each representing comedy, but in a different way. Monsieur Verdurin had been wiser than he knew in not taking his pipe out of his mouth, for Cottard, having occasion to leave the room for a moment, murmured a witty euphemism which he had recently acquired, and repeated now whenever he had to go to the place in question. "I must just go and see the Duc d'Aumale for a minute," so drolly that Monsieur Verdurin's cough began all over again. Now then, take your pipe out of your mouth. Can't you see you'll choke if you try to bottle up your laughter like that?" counseled Madame Verdurin, as she came round with a tray of liqueurs. "What a delightful man your husband is! He has the wit of a dozen," declared Forcheville to Madame Cottard. "Thank you, thank you. An old soldier like me can never say no to a drink." "Monsieur de Forcheville thinks Odette charming," Monsieur Verdurin told his wife. "Why, do you know, she wants so much to meet you again some day at luncheon. We must arrange it, but don't on any account let Swann hear about it. He spoils everything, don't you know? I don't mean to say that you're not to come to dinner too, of course. We hope to see you very often. Now that the warm weather's coming, we're going to have dinner out of doors whenever we can. That won't bore you, will it? A quiet little dinner now and then in the Bois? Splendid, splendid. That will be quite delightful. Aren't you going to do any work this evening, I say?" she screamed suddenly to the little pianist, seeing an opportunity for displaying before a newcomer of Forcheville's importance at once her unfailing wit and her despotic power over the faithful. "Monsieur de Forcheville was just going to say something dreadful about you," Madame Cottard warned her husband as he reappeared in the room. And he, still following up the idea of Forcheville's noble birth, which had obsessed him all through dinner, began again with, "I am treating a baroness just now, Baroness Pupuu. Weren't there some Pupus in the Crusades? Anyhow, they've got a lake in Pomerania that's 10 times the size of the Place de la Concorde. I am treating her for dry arthritis. She's a charming woman. Madame Verdurin knows her too, I believe." Which enabled Forcheville, a moment later, finding himself alone with Madame Cottard, to complete his favorable verdict on her husband with, "He's an interesting man, too. You can see that he knows some good people. Gad! But they get to know a lot of things, those doctors." "Do you want me to play the phrase from the sonata for Monsieur Swann?" asked the pianist. "What the devil's that? Not the sonata snake, I hope?" shouted Monsieur de Forcheville, hoping to create an effect. But Dr. Cottard, who had never heard this pun, missed the point of it, and imagined that Monsieur de Forcheville had made a mistake. He dashed in boldly to correct it. "No, no, the word isn't serpent à sonate, it's serpent en sonnette," he explained in a tone at once zealous, impatient, and triumphant. Forcheville explained the joke to him. The doctor blushed. "You'll admit it's not bad, eh, doctor?" "Oh, I've known it for ages." Then they were silenced, heralded by the waving tremolo of the violin part, which formed a bristling bodyguard of sound 2 octaves above it, and, as in a mountainous country, against the seeming immobility of a vertically falling torrent, one may distinguish 200 feet below the tiny form of a woman walking in the valley. The little phrase had just appeared, distant but graceful, protected by the long gradual unfurling of its transparent, incessant, and sonorous curtain. And Swann, in his heart of hearts, turned to it, spoke to it as to a confidant in the secret of his love, as to a friend of Odette, who would assure him that he need pay no attention to this Forcheville. "Ah, you've come too late," Madame Verdurin greeted one of the faithful, whose invitation had been only to look in after dinner. "We've been having a simply incomparable Brichot. You never heard such eloquence. But he's gone. Isn't that so, Monsieur Swann? I believe it's the first time you've met him," she went on, to emphasize the fact that it was to her that Swann owed the introduction. "Isn't that so? Wasn't he delicious, our Brichot?" Swann bowed politely. "No? You weren't interested?" she asked dryly. "Oh, but I assure you I was quite enthralled. He is perhaps a little too peremptory, a little too jovial for my taste. I should like to see him a little less confident at times, a little more tolerant. But one feels that he knows a great deal, and on the whole he seems a very sound fellow." The party broke up very late. Cottard's first words to his wife were, "I have rarely seen Madame Verdurin in such form as she was to night." "What exactly is your Madame Verdurin? A bit of a bad hat, eh?" said Forcheville to the painter, to whom he had offered a lift. Odette watched his departure with regret. She dared not refuse to let Swann take her home, but she was moody and irritable in the carriage, and when he asked whether he might come in, replied, "I suppose so," with an impatient shrug of her shoulders. When they had all gone, Madame Verdurin said to her husband, "Did you notice the way Swann laughed, such an idiotic laugh, when we spoke about Madame la Trémouille?" She had remarked more than once how Swann and Forcheville suppressed the particle de before that lady's name. Never doubting that it was done on purpose to show that they were not afraid of a title, she had made up her mind to imitate their arrogance, but had not quite grasped what grammatical form it ought to take. Moreover, the natural corruptness of her speech overcoming her implacable republicanism, she still said instinctively the de la Trémouise, or rather, by an abbreviation sanctified by the usage of music hall singers and the writers of the captions beneath caricatures, who elide the de la Trémouille, but she corrected herself at once to Madame la Trémouille, the Duchess, as Swann calls her, she added ironically, with a smile which proved that she was merely quoting, and would not herself accept the least responsibility for a classification so puerile and absurd. "I don't mind saying that I thought him extremely stupid." Madame Verdurin took it up. "He's not sincere. He's a crafty customer, always hovering between one side and the other. He's always trying to run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. What a difference between him and Forcheville! There at least you have a man who tells you straight out what he thinks. Either you agree with him or you don't. Not like the other fellow, who's never definitely fish or fowl. Did you notice, by the way, that Odette seemed all out for Forcheville? And I don't blame her, either. And then, after all, if Swann tries to come the man of fashion over us, the champion of distressed duchesses, at any rate the other man has got a title. He's always Comte de Forcheville." He let the words slip delicately from his lips, as though, familiar with every page of the history of that dignity, he were making a scrupulously exact estimate of its value in relation to others of the sort. "I don't mind saying," Madame Verdurin went on, "that he saw fit to utter some most venomous and quite absurd insinuations against Brichot. Naturally, once he saw that Brichot was popular in this house, it was a way of hitting back at us, of spoiling our party. I know his sort, the dear, good friend of the family, who pulls you all to pieces on the stairs as he's going away." "Didn't I say so?" retorted her husband. "He's simply a failure, a poor little wretch who goes through life mad with jealousy of anything that's at all big." Had the truth been known, there was not one of the faithful who was not infinitely more malicious than Swann, but the others would all take the precaution of tempering their malice with obvious pleasantries, with little sparks of emotion and cordiality, while the least indication of reserve on Swann's part, undraped in any such conventional formula as, "Of course, I don't want to say anything," to which he would have scorned to descend, appeared to them a deliberate act of treachery. There are certain original and distinguished authors in whom the least freedom of speech is thought revolting, because they have not begun by flattering the public taste, and serving up to it the commonplace expressions to which it is used. It was by the same process that Swann infuriated Monsieur Verdurin. In his case, as in theirs, it was the novelty of his language which led his audience to suspect the blackness of his designs. End of Part 3, Section 11, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 12 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 11. Swann was still unconscious of the disgrace that threatened him at the Verdurins, and continued to regard all their absurdities in the most rosy light through the admiring eyes of love. As a rule, he made no appointments with Odette, except for the evenings. He was afraid of her growing tired of him if he visited her during the day as well. At the same time, he was reluctant to forfeit, even for an hour, the place that he held in her thoughts, and so was constantly looking out for an opportunity of claiming her attention in any way that would not be displeasing to her. If in a florist's or a jeweler's window a plant or an ornament caught his eye, he would at once think of sending them to Odette, imagining that the pleasure which the casual sight of them had given him would instinctively be felt also by her, and would increase her affection for himself, and he would order them to be taken at once to the Rue La Pérouse, so as to accelerate the moment in which, as she received an offering from him, he might feel himself, in a sense, transported into her presence. He was particularly anxious, always, that she should receive these presents before she went out for the evening, so that her sense of gratitude towards him might give additional tenderness to her welcome when he arrived at the Verderons', might even, for all he knew, if the shopkeeper made haste, bring him a letter from her before dinner, or herself, in person, upon his doorstep, come on a little extraordinary visit of thanks. As in an earlier phase, when he had experimented with a reflex action of anger and contempt upon her character, he sought now by that of gratification to elicit from her fresh particles of her intimate feelings which she had never yet revealed. Often she was embarrassed by lack of money, and under pressure from a creditor would come to him for assistance. He enjoyed this, as he enjoyed everything which could impress Odette with his love for herself, or merely with his influence, with the extent of the use that she might make of him. Probably if any one had said to him at the beginning, "It's your position that attracts her," or at this stage, "It's your money that she's really in love with," she would not have believed the suggestion, nor would he have been greatly distressed by the thought that people supposed her to be attached to him, that people felt them to be united by any ties so binding as those of snobbishness or wealth. But even if he had accepted the possibility, it might not have caused him any suffering to discover that Odette's love for him was based on a foundation more lasting than mere affection, or any attractive qualities which she might have found in him, on a sound commercial interest, an interest which would postpone forever the fatal day on which she might be tempted to bring their relations to an end. For the moment, while he lavished presents upon her and performed all manner of services, he could rely on advantages not contained in his person or in his intellect, could forego the endless, killing effort to make himself attractive. And this delight in being a lover, in living by love alone, of the reality of which he was inclined to be doubtful, the price which in the long run he must pay for it as a dilettante in immaterial sensations, enhanced its value in his eyes, as one sees people who are doubtful whether the sight of the sea and the sound of its waves are really enjoyable, become convinced that they are, as also of the rare quality and absolute detachment of their own taste, when they have agreed to pay several pounds a day for a room in an hotel from which that sight and that sound may be enjoyed. One day, when reflections of this order had brought him once again to the memory of the time when some one had spoken to him of Odette as of a kept woman, and when, once again, he had amused himself with contrasting that strange personification, the kept woman, an iridescent mixture of unknown and demoniacal qualities, embroidered, as in some fantasy of Gustave Moreau, with poison-dripping flowers, interwoven with precious jewels, with that Odette upon whose face he had watched the passage of the same expressions of pity for a sufferer, resentment of an act of injustice, gratitude for an act of kindness, which he had seen in earlier days on his own mother's face, and on the faces of friends; that Odette, whose conversation had so frequently turned on the things that he himself knew better than any one, his collections, his room, his old servant, his banker, who kept all his title deeds and bonds, the thought of the banker reminded him that he must call on him shortly to draw some money. And indeed, if during the current month he were to come less liberally to the aid of Odette in her financial difficulties than in the month before, when he had given her 5,000 francs, if he refrained from offering her a diamond necklace for which she longed, he would be allowing her admiration for his generosity to decline, that gratitude which had made him so happy, and would even be running the risk of her imagining that his love for her, as she saw its visible manifestations grow fewer, had itself diminished. And then, suddenly, he asked himself whether that was not precisely what was implied by keeping a woman, as if, in fact, that idea of keeping could be derived from elements not at all mysterious nor perverse, but belonging to the intimate routine of his daily life, such as that 1,000-franc note, a familiar and domestic object, torn in places and mended with gummed paper, which his valet, after paying the household accounts and the rent, had locked up in a drawer in the old writing desk whence he had extracted it to send it, with 4 others, to Odette. And whether it was not possible to apply to Odette since he had known her, for he had never imagined for a moment that she could ever have taken a penny from any one else before, that title, which he had believed so wholly inapplicable to her, of kept woman. He could not explore the idea further, for a sudden access of that mental lethargy which was, with him, congenital, intermittent, and providential, happened at that moment to extinguish every particle of light in his brain, as instantaneously as, at a later period, when electric lighting had been everywhere installed, it became possible, merely by fingering a switch, to cut off all the supply of light from a house. His mind fumbled for a moment in the darkness. He took off his spectacles, wiped the glasses, passed his hands over his eyes, but saw no light until he found himself face to face with a wholly different idea, the realization that he must endeavor, in the coming months, to send Odette 6,000 or 7,000 franc notes instead of 5, simply as a surprise for her and to give her pleasure. In the evening, when he did not stay at home until it was time to meet Odette at the Verdurands', or rather at one of the open air restaurants which they liked to frequent in the Bois, and especially at St. Cloud, he would go to dine in one of those fashionable houses in which, at one time, he had been a constant guest. He did not wish to lose touch with people who, for all that he knew, might be of use some day to Odette, and thanks to whom he was often, in the meantime, able to procure for her some privilege or pleasure. Besides, he had been used for so long to the refinement and comfort of good society that side by side with his contempt there had grown up also a desperate need for it, with the result that, when he had reached the point after which the humblest lodgings appeared to him as precisely on a par with the most princely mansions, his senses were so thoroughly accustomed to the latter that he could not enter the former without a feeling of acute discomfort. He had the same regard, to a degree of identity which they would never have suspected, for the little families with small incomes who asked him to dances in their flats, straight upstairs to the 5th floor and the door on the left, as for the Princesse de Parme, who gave the most splendid parties in Paris. But he had not the feeling of being actually at the ball when he found himself herded with the fathers of families in the bedroom of the lady of the house, while the spectacle of wash hand stands covered over with towels, and of beds converted into cloak rooms, with a mass of hats and greatcoats sprawling over their counterpanes, gave him the same stifling sensation that nowadays people who have been used for half a lifetime to electric light derive from a smoking lamp or a candle that needs to be snuffed. If he were dining out, he would order his carriage for 7:30. While he changed his clothes, he would be wondering all the time about Odette, and in this way was never alone, for the constant thought of Odette gave to the moments in which he was separated from her the same peculiar charm as to those in which she was at his side. He would get into his carriage and drive off, but he knew that this thought had jumped in after him and had settled down upon his knee, like a pet animal which he might take everywhere, and would keep with him at the dinner table, unobserved by his fellow guests. He would stroke and fondle it, warm himself with it, and, as a feeling of languor swept over him, would give way to a slight shuddering movement which contracted his throat and nostrils, a new experience this, as he fastened the bunch of columbines in his buttonhole. He had for some time been feeling neither well nor happy, especially since Odette had brought Forcheville to the Verdurands, and he would have liked to go away for a while to rest in the country. But he could never summon up courage to leave Paris, even for a day, while Odette was there. The weather was warm; it was the finest part of the spring. And for all that he was driving through a city of stone to immure himself in a house without grass or garden, what was incessantly before his eyes was a park which he owned near Combray, where at 4 in the afternoon, before coming to the asparagus bed, thanks to the breeze that was wafted across the fields from Méséglise, he could enjoy the fragrant coolness of the air as well beneath an arbor of hornbeams in the garden as by the bank of the pond, fringed with forget-me-not and iris, and where, when he sat down to dinner, trained and twined by the gardener's skilful hand, there ran all about his table currant bush and rose. After dinner, if he had an early appointment in the Bois or at St. Cloud, he would rise from table and leave the house so abruptly, especially if it threatened to rain, and so to scatter the faithful before their normal time, that on one occasion the Princesse de l'Homme, at whose house dinner had been so late that Swann had left before the coffee came in to join the Verderons on the island in the Bois, observed, "Really, if Swann were 30 years older and had diabetes, there might be some excuse for his running away like that. He seems to look upon us all as a joke." He persuaded himself that the springtime charm, which he could not go down to Combray to enjoy, he would find at least on the Rue de Seine or at St. Cloud, but as he could think only of Odette, he would return home not knowing even if he had tasted the fragrance of the young leaves, or if the moon had been shining. He would be welcomed by the little phrase from the sonata, played in the garden on the restaurant piano. If there was none in the garden, the Verderons would have taken immense pains to have a piano brought out either from a private room or from the restaurant itself, not because Swann was now restored to favor, far from it, but the idea of arranging an ingenious form of entertainment for someone, even for someone whom they disliked, would stimulate them, during the time spent in its preparation, to a momentary sense of cordiality and affection. Now and then he would remind himself that another fine spring evening was drawing to a close, and would force himself to notice the trees and the sky. But the state of excitement into which Odette's presence never failed to throw him, added to a feverish ailment which for some time now had scarcely left him, robbed him of that sense of quiet and comfort which is an indispensable background to the impressions that we derive from nature. One evening, when Swann had consented to dine with the Verderons, and had mentioned during dinner that he had to attend, next day, the annual banquet of an old comrades' association, Odette had at once exclaimed across the table, in front of every one, in front of Forcheville, who was now one of the faithful, in front of the painter, in front of Cottard, "Yes, I know, you have your banquet to-morrow. I shan't see you then till I get home. Don't be too late." And, although Swann had never yet taken offense, at all seriously, at Odette's demonstrations of friendship for one or other of the faithful, he felt an exquisite pleasure on hearing her thus avow before them all, with that calm immodesty, the fact that they saw each other regularly every evening, his privileged position in her house, and her own preference for him, which it implied. It was true that Swann had often reflected that Odette was in no way a remarkable woman, and in the supremacy which he wielded over a creature so distinctly inferior to himself, there was nothing that especially flattered him when he heard it proclaimed to all the faithful. But since he had observed that to several other men than himself Odette seemed a fascinating and desirable woman, the attraction which her body held for him had aroused a painful longing to secure the absolute mastery of even the tiniest particles of her heart. And he had begun to attach an incalculable value to those moments passed in her house in the evenings when he held her upon his knee, made her tell him what she thought about this or that, and counted over that treasure to which, alone of all his earthly possessions, he still clung. And so, after this dinner, drawing her aside, he took care to thank her effusively, seeking to indicate to her by the extent of his gratitude the corresponding intensity of the pleasures which it was in her power to bestow on him, the supreme pleasure being to guarantee him immunity for as long as his love should last and he remained vulnerable from the assaults of jealousy. When he came away from his banquet the next evening, it was pouring rain, and he had nothing but his victoria. A friend offered to take him home in a closed carriage, and as Odette, by the fact of her having invited him to come, had given him an assurance that she was expecting no one else, he could, with a quiet mind and an untroubled heart, rather than set off thus in the rain, have gone home and to bed. But perhaps, if she saw that he seemed not to adhere to his resolution to end every evening without exception in her company, she might grow careless, and fail to keep free for him just the one evening on which he particularly desired it. It was after 11 when he reached her door, and as he made his apology for having been unable to come away earlier, she complained that it was indeed very late. The storm had made her unwell, her head ached, and she warned him that she would not let him stay longer than half an hour; then at midnight she would send him away. A little while later she felt tired and wished to sleep. "No Catellia then to night?" he asked. "And I've been looking forward so to a nice little Catellia." But she was irresponsive, saying nervously, "No, dear, no Catellia to night. Can't you see I'm not well?" "It might have done you good, but I won't bother you." She begged him to put out the light before he went. He drew the curtains close round her bed and left her. But, when he was in his own house again, the idea suddenly struck him that perhaps Odette was expecting some one else that evening, that she had merely pretended to be tired, that she had asked him to put the light out only so that he should suppose that she was going to sleep, that the moment he had left the house she had lighted it again, and had reopened her door to the stranger who was to be her guest for the night. He looked at his watch. It was about an hour and a half since he had left her. He went out, took a cab, and stopped it close to her house, in a little street running at right angles to that other street which lay at the back of her house, and along which he used to go sometimes to tap upon her bedroom window for her to let him in. He left his cab. The streets were all deserted and dark. He walked a few yards and came out almost opposite her house. Amid the glimmering blackness of all the row of windows, the lights in which had long since been put out, he saw one and only one, from which overflowed between the slats of its shutters, dosed like a wine press over its mysterious golden juice, the light that filled the room within, a light which on so many evenings, as soon as he saw it, far off, as he turned into the street, had rejoiced his heart with its message, "She is there, expecting you," and now tortured him with, "She is there, with the man she was expecting." He must know who. He tiptoed along by the wall until he reached the window, but between the slanting bars of the shutters he could see nothing. He could hear only, in the silence of the night, the murmur of conversation. What agony he suffered as he watched that light, in whose golden atmosphere were moving, behind the closed sash, the unseen and detested pair, as he listened to that murmur which revealed the presence of the man who had crept in after his own departure, the perfidy of Odette, and the pleasures which she was at that moment tasting with the stranger. And yet he was not sorry that he had come. The torment which had forced him to leave his own house had lost its sharpness when it lost its uncertainty, now that Odette's other life, of which he had had at that first moment a sudden helpless suspicion, was definitely there, almost within his grasp, before his eyes, in the full glare of the lamplight, caught and kept there, an unwitting prisoner, in that room into which, when he would, he might force his way to surprise and seize it. Or rather, he would tap upon the shutters, as he had often done when he had come there very late, and by that signal Odette would at least learn that he knew, that he had seen the light and had heard the voices, while he himself, who a moment ago had been picturing her as laughing at him, as sharing with that other the knowledge of how effectively he had been tricked, now it was he that saw them, confident and persistent in their error, tricked and trapped by none other than himself, whom they believed to be a mile away, but who was there in person, there with a plan, there with the knowledge that he was going in another minute to tap upon the shutter. And perhaps what he felt, almost an agreeable feeling, at that moment, was something more than relief at the solution of a doubt, at the soothing of a pain, was an intellectual pleasure. If, since he had fallen in love, things had recovered a little of the delicate attraction that they had had for him long ago, though only when a light was shed upon them by a thought, a memory of Odette, now it was another of the faculties, prominent in the studious days of his youth, that Odette had quickened with new life, the passion for truth, but for a truth which, too, was interposed between himself and his mistress, receiving its light from her alone, a private and personal truth, the sole object of which, an infinitely precious object and one almost impersonal in its absolute beauty, was Odette. Odette and her activities, her environment, her projects, and her past. At every other period in his life, the little everyday words and actions of another person had always seemed wholly valueless to Swann. If gossip about such things were repeated to him, he would dismiss it as insignificant, and while he listened, it was only the lowest, the most commonplace part of his mind that was interested. At such moments he felt utterly dull and uninspired. But in this strange phase of love, the personality of another person becomes so enlarged, so deepened, that the curiosity which he could now feel aroused in himself to know the least details of a woman's daily occupation was the same thirst for knowledge with which he had once studied history. And all manner of actions from which, until now, he would have recoiled in shame, such as spying, to night, outside a window, to morrow, for all he knew, putting adroitly provocative questions to casual witnesses, bribing servants, listening at doors, seemed to him now to be precisely on a level with the deciphering of manuscripts, the weighing of evidence, the interpretation of old monuments, that was to say, so many different methods of scientific investigation, each one having a definite intellectual value and being legitimately employable in the search for truth. End of Part 3, Section 12. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 13 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love. Section 13. As his hand stole out towards the shutters, he felt a pang of shame at the thought that Odette would now know that he had suspected her, that he had returned, that he had posted himself outside her window. She had often told him what a horror she had of jealous men, of lovers who spied. What he was going to do would be extremely awkward, and she would detest him forever after, whereas now, for the moment, so long as he refrained from knocking, perhaps even in the act of infidelity, she loved him still. How often is not the prospect of future happiness thus sacrificed to one's impatient insistence upon an immediate gratification? But his desire to know the truth was stronger, and seemed to him nobler than his desire for her. He knew that the true story of certain events, which he would have given his life to be able to reconstruct accurately and in full, was to be read within that window, streaked with bars of light, as within the illuminated golden boards of one of those precious manuscripts, by whose wealth of artistic treasures the scholar who consults them cannot remain unmoved. He yearned for the satisfaction of knowing the truth which so impassioned him in that brief, fleeting, precious transcript, on that translucent page, so warm, so beautiful. And besides, the advantage which he felt, which he so desperately wanted to feel, that he had over them, lay perhaps not so much in knowing as in being able to show them that he knew. He drew himself up on tiptoe. He knocked. They had not heard. He knocked again. Louder. Their conversation ceased. A man's voice, he strained his ears to distinguish whose, among such of Odette's friends as he knew, the voice could be, asked, "Who's that?" He could not be certain of the voice. He knocked once again. The window first, then the shutters were thrown open. It was too late now to retire, and since she must know all, so as not to seem too contemptible, too jealous and inquisitive, he called out in a careless, hearty, welcoming tone, "Please don't bother. I just happened to be passing and saw the light. I wanted to know if you were feeling better." He looked up. Two old gentlemen stood facing him in the window, one of them with a lamp in his hand, and beyond them he could see into the room, a room that he had never seen before. Having fallen into the habit, when he came late to Odette, of identifying her window by the fact that it was the only one still lighted in a row of windows otherwise all alike, he had been misled this time by the light, and had knocked at the window beyond hers in the adjoining house. He made what apology he could and hurried home, overjoyed that the satisfaction of his curiosity had preserved their love intact, and that, having feigned for so long when in Odette's company a sort of indifference, he had not now, by a demonstration of jealousy, given her that proof of the excess of his own passion, which in a pair of lovers fully and finally dispenses the recipient from the obligation to love the other enough. He never spoke to her of this misadventure; he ceased even to think of it himself; but now and then his thoughts in their wandering course would come upon this memory where it lay unobserved, would startle it into life, thrust it more deeply down into his consciousness, and leave him aching with a sharp, far-rooted pain. As though this had been a bodily pain, Swann's mind was powerless to alleviate it. In the case of bodily pain, however, since it is independent of the mind can dwell upon it, can note that it has diminished, that it has momentarily ceased. But with this mental pain, the mind, merely by recalling it, created it afresh. To determine not to think of it was but to think of it still, to suffer from it still. And when, in conversation with his friends, he forgot his sufferings, suddenly a word casually uttered would make him change countenance, as a wounded man does when a clumsy hand has touched his aching limb. When he came away from Odette, he was happy, he felt calm, he recalled the smile with which, in gentle mockery, she had spoken to him of this man or of that, a smile which was all tenderness for himself. He recalled the gravity of her head, which she seemed to have lifted from its axis to let it droop and fall, as though against her will, upon his lips, as she had done on that first evening in the carriage. Her languishing gaze at him while she lay nestling in his arms, her bended head seeming to recede between her shoulders, as though shrinking from the cold. But then at once his jealousy, as it had been the shadow of his love, presented him with the complement, with the converse of that new smile with which she had greeted him that very evening, with which, now perversely, she was mocking Swann while she tendered her love to another, of that lowering of her head, but lowered now to fall on other lips, and, but bestowed upon a stranger, of all the marks of affection that she had shown to him. And all these voluptuous memories, which he bore away from her house, were, as one might say, but so many sketches, rough plans, like the schemes of decoration which a designer submits to one in outline, enabling Swann to form an idea of the various attitudes, aflame or faint with passion, which she was capable of adopting for others. With the result that he came to regret every pleasure that he tasted in her company, every new caress that he invented, and had been so imprudent as to point out to her how delightful it was, every fresh charm that he found in her, for he knew that, a moment later, they would go to enrich the collection of instruments in his secret torture chamber. A fresh turn was given to the screw when Swann recalled a sudden expression which he had intercepted a few days earlier, and for the first time in Odette's eyes. It was after dinner at the Verdurins'. Whether it was because Forcheville, aware that Saniette, his brother-in-law, was not in favor with them, had decided to make a butt of him and to shine at his expense, or because he had been annoyed by some awkward remark which Saniette had made to him, although it had passed unnoticed by the rest of the party, who knew nothing of whatever tactless allusion it might conceal, or possibly because he had been for some time looking out for an opportunity of securing the expulsion from the house of a fellow guest who knew rather too much about him, and whom he knew to be so nice-minded that he himself could not help feeling embarrassed at times merely by his presence in the room. Forcheville replied to Saniette's tactless utterance with such a volley of abuse, going out of his way to insult him, emboldened, the louder he shouted, by the fear, the pain, the entreaties of his victim, that the poor creature, after asking Madame Verdurin whether he should stay, and receiving no answer, had left the house in stammering confusion and with tears in his eyes. Odette had looked on impassive at this scene, but when the door had closed behind Saniette, she had forced the normal expression of her face down, as the saying is, by several pegs, so as to bring herself on to the same level of vulgarity as Forcheville. Her eyes had sparkled with a malicious smile of congratulation upon his audacity, of ironical pity for the poor wretch who had been its victim. She had darted at him a look of complicity in the crime, which so clearly implied, "That's finished him off, or I'm very much mistaken. Did you see what a fool he looked? He was actually crying," that Forcheville, when his eyes met hers, sobered in a moment from the anger, or pretended anger, with which he was still flushed, smiled as he explained, "He need only have made himself pleasant, and he'd have been here still. A good scolding does a man no harm at any time." One day, when Swann had gone out early in the afternoon to pay a call, and had failed to find the person at home whom he wished to see, it occurred to him to go, instead, to Odette, at an hour when, although he never went to her house then as a rule, he knew that she was always at home, resting or writing letters until tea time, and would enjoy seeing her for a moment, if it did not disturb her. The porter told him that he believed Odette to be in. Swann rang the bell, thought that he heard a sound, that he heard footsteps, but no one came to the door. Anxious and annoyed, he went round to the other little street, at the back of her house, and stood beneath her bedroom window. The curtains were drawn, and he could see nothing. He knocked loudly upon the pane. He shouted. Still no one came. He could see that the neighbors were staring at him. He turned away thinking that, after all, he had perhaps been mistaken in believing that he heard footsteps, but he remained so preoccupied with the suspicion that he could turn his mind to nothing else. After waiting for an hour, he returned. He found her at home. She told him that she had been in the house when he rang, but had been asleep. The bell had awakened her. She had guessed that it must be Swann, and had run out to meet him, but he had already gone. She had, of course, heard him knocking at the window. Swann could at once detect in this story one of those fragments of literal truth which liars, when taken by surprise, console themselves by introducing into the composition of the falsehood which they have to invent, thinking that it can be safely incorporated, and will lend the whole story an air of verisimilitude. It was true that when Odette had just done something which she did not wish to disclose, she would take pains to conceal it in a secret place in her heart. But as soon as she found herself face to face with a man to whom she was obliged to lie, she became uneasy. All her ideas melted like wax before a flame. Her inventive and her reasoning faculties were paralyzed. She might ransack her brain, but would find only a void. Still, she must say something, and there lay within her reach precisely the fact which she had wished to conceal, which, being the truth, was the one thing that had remained. She broke off from it a tiny fragment, of no importance in itself, assuring herself that after all it was the best thing to do, since it was a detail of the truth, and less dangerous, therefore, than a falsehood. "At any rate, this is true," she said to herself. "That's always something to the good. He may make inquiries. He will see that this is true. It won't be this, anyhow, that will give me away." But she was wrong. It was what gave her away. She had not taken into account that this fragmentary detail of the truth had sharp edges which could not be made to fit in, except to those contiguous fragments of the truth from which she had arbitrarily detached it, edges which, whatever the fictitious details in which she might embed it, would continue to show, by their overlapping angles and by the gaps which she had forgotten to fill, that its proper place was elsewhere. She admits that she heard me ring and then knock, that she knew it was myself, that she wanted to see me, Swann thought to himself. But that doesn't correspond with the fact that she did not let me in. He did not, however, draw her attention to this inconsistency, for he thought that, if left to herself, Odette might perhaps produce some falsehood which would give him a faint indication of the truth. She spoke. He did not interrupt her. He gathered up with an eager and sorrowful piety the words that fell from her lips, feeling, and rightly feeling, since she was hiding the truth behind them as she spoke, that like the veil of a sanctuary they kept a vague imprint, traced a faint outline of that infinitely precious and, alas, undiscoverable truth, what she had been doing that afternoon at 3 o'clock when he had called, a truth of which he would never possess any more than these falsifications, illegible and divine traces, a truth which would exist henceforward only in the secretive memory of this creature, who would contemplate it in utter ignorance of its value, but would never yield it up to him. It was true that he had, now and then, a strong suspicion that Odette's daily activities were not in themselves passionately interesting, and that such relations as she might have with other men did not exhale naturally, in a universal sense, or for every rational being, a spirit of morbid gloom, capable of infecting with fever or of inciting to suicide. He realized at such moments that that interest, that gloom, existed in him only as a malady might exist, and that, once he was cured of the malady, the actions of Odette, the kisses that she might have bestowed, would become once again as innocuous as those of countless other women. But the consciousness that the painful curiosity with which Swann now studied them had its origin only in himself was not enough to make him decide that it was unreasonable to regard that curiosity as important, and to take every possible step to satisfy it. Swann had, in fact, reached an age the philosophy of which, supported in his case by the current philosophy of the day, as well as by that of the circle in which he had spent most of his life, the group that surrounded the Princesse de l'Homme, in which one's intelligence was understood to increase with the strength of one's disbelief in everything, and nothing real and incontestable was to be discovered except the individual tastes of each of its members, is no longer that of youth, but a positive, almost a medical philosophy, the philosophy of men who, instead of fixing their aspirations upon external objects, endeavor to separate from the accumulation of the years already spent a definite residue of habits and passions which they can regard as characteristic and permanent, and with which they will deliberately arrange, before anything else, that the kind of existence which they choose to adopt shall not prove inharmonious. Swann deemed it wise to make allowance in his life for the suffering which he derived from not knowing what Odette had done, just as he made allowance for the impetus which a damp climate always gave to his eczema. To anticipate in his budget the expenditure of a considerable sum on procuring, with regard to the daily occupations of Odette, information the lack of which would make him unhappy, just as he reserved a margin for the gratification of other tastes from which he knew that pleasure was to be expected, at least, before he had fallen in love, such as his taste for collecting things or for good cooking. When he proposed to take leave of Odette and to return home, she begged him to stay a little longer, and even detained him forcibly, seizing him by the arm as he was opening the door to go. But he gave no thought to that, for among the crowd of gestures and speeches and other little incidents which go to make up a conversation, it is inevitable that we should pass, without noticing anything that arouses our interest, by those that hide a truth for which our suspicions are blindly searching, whereas we stop to examine others beneath which nothing lies concealed. She kept on saying, "What a dreadful pity! You never by any chance come in the afternoon, and the one time you do come, then I miss you." He knew very well that she was not sufficiently in love with him to be so keenly distressed merely at having missed his visit. But, as she was a good-natured woman, anxious to give him pleasure, and often sorry when she had done anything that annoyed him, he found it quite natural that she should be sorry on this occasion, that she had deprived him of that pleasure of spending an hour in her company, which was so very great a pleasure, if not to herself, at any rate to him. All the same, it was a matter of so little importance that her air of unrelieved sorrow began at length to bewilder him. She reminded him, even more than was usual, of the faces of some of the women created by the painter of the Primavera. She had at that moment their downcast, heartbroken expression, which seems ready to succumb beneath the burden of a grief too heavy to be borne, when they are merely allowing the infant Jesus to play with a pomegranate, or watching Moses pour water into a trough. He had seen the same sorrow once before on her face, but when, he could no longer say. Then suddenly he remembered it. It was when Odette had lied in apologizing to Madame Verdurin on the evening after the dinner from which she had stayed away on a pretext of illness, but really so that she might be alone with Swann. Surely, even had she been the most scrupulous of women, she could hardly have felt remorse for so innocent a lie. But the lies which Odette ordinarily told were less innocent, and served to prevent discoveries which might have involved her in the most terrible difficulties with one or another of her friends. And so, when she lied, smitten with fear, feeling herself to be but feebly armed for her defense, unconfident of success, she was inclined to weep from sheer exhaustion, as children weep sometimes when they have not slept. She knew also that her lie, as a rule, was doing a serious injury to the man to whom she was telling it, and that she might find herself at his mercy if she told it badly. Therefore she felt at once humble and culpable in his presence. And when she had to tell an insignificant social lie, its hazardous associations and the memories which it recalled would leave her weak with a sense of exhaustion and penitent with a consciousness of wrongdoing. What depressing lie was she now concocting for Swann's benefit, to give her that pained expression, that plaintive voice, which seemed to falter beneath the effort that she was forcing herself to make, and to plead for pardon? He had an idea that it was not merely the truth about what had occurred that afternoon that she was endeavoring to hide from him, but something more immediate, something, possibly, which had not yet happened, but might happen now at any time, and when it did, would throw a light upon that earlier event. At that moment he heard the front door bell ring. Odette never stopped speaking, but her words dwindled into an inarticulate moan. Her regret at not having seen Swann that afternoon, at not having opened the door to him, had melted into a universal despair. He could hear the gate being closed, and the sound of a carriage, as though some one were going away, probably the person whom Swann must on no account meet, after being told that Odette was not at home. And then, when he reflected that, merely by coming at an hour when he was not in the habit of coming, he had managed to disturb so many arrangements of which she did not wish him to know, he had a feeling of discouragement that amounted almost to distress. But since he was in love with Odette, since he was in the habit of turning all his thoughts towards her, the pity with which he might have been inspired for himself he felt for her only, and murmured, "Poor darling." When finally he left her, she took up several letters which were lying on the table, and asked him if he would be so good as to post them for her. He walked along to the post office, took the letters from his pocket, and before dropping each of them into the box, scanned its address. They were all to tradesmen, except the last, which was to Forcheville. He kept it in his hand. "If I saw what was in this," he argued, "I should know what she calls him, what she says to him, whether there really is anything between them. Perhaps if I don't look inside, I shall be lacking in delicacy towards Odette, since in this way alone I can rid myself of a suspicion which is perhaps a calumny on her, which must in any case cause her suffering, and which can never possibly be set at rest once the letter is posted." End of Part 3, Section 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 14 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 14. He left the post office and went home, but he had kept the last letter in his pocket. He lighted a candle and held up close to its flame the envelope which he had not dared to open. At first he could distinguish nothing, but the envelope was thin, and by pressing it down onto the stiff card which it enclosed, he was able, through the transparent paper, to read the concluding words. They were a coldly formal signature. If, instead of its being himself who was looking at a letter addressed to Forcheville, it had been Forcheville who had read a letter addressed to Swann, he might have found words in it of another, a far more tender kind. He took a firm hold of the card, which was sliding to and fro, the envelope being too large for it, and then, by moving it with his finger and thumb, brought one line after another beneath the part of the envelope where the paper was not doubled, through which alone it was possible to read. In spite of all these manoeuvres he could not make it out clearly. Not that it mattered, for he had seen enough to assure himself that the letter was about some trifling incident of no importance, and had nothing at all to do with love. It was something to do with Odette's uncle. Swann had read quite plainly at the beginning of the line, "I was right," but did not understand what Odette had been right in doing, until suddenly a word which he had not been able at first to decipher came to light, and made the whole sentence intelligible. "I was right to open the door. It was my uncle." To open the door? Then Forcheville had been there when Swann rang the bell, and she had sent him away, hence the sound that Swann had heard. After that he read the whole letter. At the end she apologized for having treated Forcheville with so little ceremony, and reminded him that he had left his cigarette case at her house, precisely what she had written to Swann after one of his first visits. But to Swann she had added, "Why did you not forget your heart also? I should never have let you have that back." To Forcheville nothing of that sort, no allusion that could suggest any intrigue between them. And really he was obliged to admit that in all this business Forcheville had been worse treated than himself, since Odette was writing to him to make him believe that her visitor had been an uncle. From which it followed that he, Swann, was the man to whom she attached importance, and for whose sake she had sent the other away. And yet, if there had been nothing between Odette and Forcheville, why not have opened the door at once, why have said, "I was right to open the door, it was my uncle"? Right? If she was doing nothing wrong at that moment, how could Forcheville possibly have accounted for her not opening the door? For a time Swann stood still there, heartbroken, bewildered, and yet happy, gazing at this envelope which Odette had handed to him without a scruple, so absolute was her trust in his honour. Through its transparent window there had been disclosed to him, with the secret history of an incident which he had despaired of ever being able to learn, a fragment of the life of Odette, seen as through a narrow, luminous incision, cut into its surface without her knowledge. Then his jealousy rejoiced at the discovery, as though that jealousy had had an independent existence, fiercely egotistical, gluttonous of everything that would feed its vitality, even at the expense of Swann himself. Now it had food in store, and Swann could begin to grow uneasy afresh every evening, over the visits that Odette had received about 5 o'clock, and could seek to discover where Forcheville had been at that hour. For Swann's affection for Odette still preserved the form which had been imposed on it from the beginning, by his ignorance of the occupations in which she passed her days, as well as by the mental lethargy which prevented him from supplementing that ignorance by imagination. He was not jealous, at first, of the whole of Odette's life, but of those moments only in which an incident, which he had perhaps misinterpreted, had led him to suppose that Odette might have played him false. His jealousy, like an octopus which throws out a first, then a second, and finally a third tentacle, fastened itself irremovably first to that moment, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, then to another again. But Swann was incapable of inventing his sufferings. They were only the memory, the perpetuation of a suffering that had come to him from without. From without, however, everything brought him fresh suffering. He decided to separate Odette from Forcheville by taking her away for a few days to the south. But he imagined that she was coveted by every male person in the hotel, and that she coveted them in return. And so he, who in old days, when he travelled, used always to seek out new people in crowded places, might now be seen fleeing savagely from human society as if it had cruelly injured him. And how could he not have turned misanthrope when in every man he saw a potential lover for Odette? Thus his jealousy did even more than the happy, passionate desire which he had originally felt for Odette had done to alter Swann's character, completely changing, in the eyes of the world, even the outward signs by which that character had been intelligible. A month after the evening on which he had intercepted and read Odette's letter to Forcheville, Swann went to a dinner which the Verdurands were giving in the Bois. As the party was breaking up, he noticed a series of whispered discussions between Madame Verdurin and several of her guests, and thought that he heard the pianist being reminded to come next day to a party at Chatou. Now he, Swann, had not been invited to any party. The Verdurins had spoken only in whispers and in vague terms. But the painter, perhaps without thinking, shouted out, "There must be no lights of any sort, and he must play the Moonlight Sonata in the dark for us to see by." Madame Verdurin, seeing that Swann was within earshot, assumed that expression in which the twofold desire to make the speaker be quiet and to preserve oneself an appearance of guilelessness in the eyes of the listener is neutralized in an intense vacuity, in which the unflinching signs of intelligent complicity are overlaid by the smiles of innocence, an expression invariably adopted by anyone who has noticed a blunder, the enormity of which is thereby at once revealed, if not to those who have made it, at any rate to him in whose hearing it ought not to have been made. Odette seemed suddenly to be in despair, as though she had decided not to struggle any longer against the crushing difficulties of life, and Swann was anxiously counting the minutes that still separated him from the point at which, after leaving the restaurant while he drove her home, he would be able to ask for an explanation, to make her promise, either that she would not go to Chatou next day, or that she would procure an invitation for him also, and to lull to rest in her arms the anguish that still tormented him. At last the carriages were ordered. Madame Verdurin said to Swann, "Good bye, then. We shall see you soon, I hope," trying, by the friendliness of her manner and the constraint of her smile, to prevent him from noticing that she was not saying, as she would always have until then, "To morrow, then, at Chatou, and at my house the day after." Monsieur and Madame Verdurin made Forcheville get into their carriage. Swann's was drawn up behind it, and he waited for theirs to start before helping Odette into his own. "Odette will take you," said Madame Verdurin. "We've kept a little corner specially for you, beside Monsieur de Forcheville." "Yes, Madame Verdurin," said Odette meekly. "What? I thought I was to take you home," cried Swann. flinging discretion to the winds, for the carriage door hung open, time was precious, and he could not in his present state go home without her. "But Madame Verdurin has asked me." "That's all right. You can quite well go home alone. We've left you like this dozens of times," said Madame Verdurin. "But I had something important to tell Madame de Crécy." "Very well, you can write it to her instead." "Good bye," said Odette, holding out her hand. He tried hard to smile, but could only succeed in looking utterly dejected. "What do you think of the airs that Swann is pleased to put on with us?" Madame Verdurin asked her husband when they had reached home. "I was afraid he was going to eat me, simply because we offered to take Odette back. It really is too bad, that sort of thing. Why doesn't he say straight out that we keep a disorderly house? I can't conceive how Odette can stand such manners. He positively seems to be saying all the time, 'You belong to me.' I shall tell Odette exactly what I think about it all, and I hope she will have the sense to understand me." A moment later she added, inarticulate with rage, "No, but don't you see, the filthy creature!" using unconsciously, and perhaps in satisfaction of the same obscure need to justify herself, like Françoise at Combray when the chicken refused to die, the very words which the last convulsions of an inoffensive animal in its death agony wring from the peasant who is engaged in taking its life. And when Madame Verdurin's carriage had moved on and Swann's took its place, his coachman, catching sight of his face, asked whether he was unwell or had heard bad news. Swann sent him away; he preferred to walk, and it was on foot through the Bois that he came home. He talked to himself aloud, and in the same slightly affected tone which he had been used to adopt when describing the charms of the little nucleus, and extolling the magnanimity of the Verdurins. But just as the conversation, the smiles, the kisses of Odette became as odious to him as he had once found them charming, if they were diverted to others than himself, so the Verdurins' drawing room, which not an hour before had still seemed to him amusing, inspired with a genuine feeling for art and even with a sort of moral aristocracy, now that it was another than himself whom Odette was going to meet there, to love there without restraint, laid bare to him all its absurdities, its stupidity, its shame. He drew a fanciful picture, at which he shuddered in disgust, of the party next evening at Chatou. Imagine going to Chatou of all places! Like a lot of drapers after closing time. Upon my word, these people are sublime in their smugness. They can't really exist. They must all have come out of one of Labiche's plays. The Cotards would be there, possibly Brichot. Could anything be more grotesque than the lives of these little creatures, hanging on to one another like that? They'd imagine they were utterly lost, upon my soul they would, if they didn't all meet again to morrow at Chatou. Alas, there would be the painter there also, the painter who enjoyed matchmaking, who would invite Forcheville to come with Odette to his studio. He could see Odette, in a dress far too smart for the country, for she is so vulgar in that way, and, poor little thing, she is such a fool. He could hear the jokes that Madame Verdurin would make after dinner, jokes which, whoever the bore might be at whom they were aimed, had always amused him, because he could watch Odette laughing at them, laughing with him, her laughter almost a part of his. Now he felt that it was possibly at him that they would make Odette laugh. "What a fetid form of humour!" he exclaimed, twisting his mouth into an expression of disgust so violent that he could feel the muscles of his throat stiffen against his collar. How, in God's name, can a creature made in His image find anything to laugh at in these nauseating witticisms? The least sensitive nose must be driven away in horror from such stale exhalations. It is really impossible to believe that any human being is incapable of understanding that in allowing herself merely to smile at the expense of a fellow creature who has loyally held out his hand to her, she is casting herself into a mire from which it will be impossible, with the best will in the world, ever to rescue her. I dwell so many miles above the puddles in which these filthy little vermin sprawl and crawl and bawl their cheap obscenities, that I cannot possibly be spattered by the witticisms of a Verdurin," he cried, tossing up his head and arrogantly straightening his body. "God knows that I have honestly attempted to pull Odette out of that sewer, and to teach her to breathe a nobler and a purer air. But human patience has its limits, and mine is at an end," he concluded, as though this sacred mission to tear Odette away from an atmosphere of sarcasms dated from longer than a few minutes ago. as though he had not undertaken it only since it had occurred to him that those sarcasms might, perchance, be directed at himself, and might have the effect of detaching Odette from him. He could see the pianist sitting down to play the Moonlight Sonata, and the grimaces of Madame Verdurin in terrified anticipation of the wrecking of her nerves by Beethoven's music. "Idiot! Liar!" he shouted. "And a creature like that imagines that she's fond of art!" She would say to Odette, after deftly insinuating a few words of praise for Forcheville, as she had so often done for himself, "You can make room for Monsieur de Forcheville there, can't you, Odette?" In the dark! Codfish! Pander! Pander was the name he applied also to the music which would invite them to sit in silence, to dream together, to gaze in each other's eyes, to feel for each other's hands. He felt that there was much to be said, after all, for a sternly censorious attitude towards the arts, such as Plato adopted, and Bossuet, and the old school of education in France. In a word, the life which they led at the Verdurins', which he had so often described as genuine, seemed to him now the worst possible form of life, and their little nucleus the most degraded class of society. "It really is," he repeated, "beneath the lowest rung of the social ladder, the nethermost circle of Dante. Beyond a doubt, the august words of the Florentine refer to the Verdurins. When one comes to think of it, surely people in society and, though one may find fault with them now and then, still, after all, they are a very different matter from that gang of blackmailers, show a profound sagacity in refusing to know them, or even to dirty the tips of their fingers with them. What a sound intuition there is in that noli me tangere motto of the Faubourg Saint Germain!" He had long since emerged from the paths and avenues of the Bois. He had almost reached his own house, and still, for he had not yet thrown off the intoxication of grief or his whim of insincerity, but was ever more and more exhilarated by the false intonation, the artificial sonority of his own voice, he continued to perorate aloud in the silence of the night. People in society have their failings, as no one knows better than I. But after all, they are people to whom some things at least are impossible. So and so, a fashionable woman whom he had known, was far from being perfect, but after all one did find in her a fundamental delicacy, a loyalty in her conduct which made her, whatever happened, incapable of a felony, which fixes a vast gulf between her and an old hag like Verdurin. Verdurin! What a name! Oh, there's something complete about them, something almost fine in their trueness to type. They're the most perfect specimens of their disgusting class. Thank God, it was high time that I stopped condescending to promiscuous intercourse with such infamy, such dung. But, just as the virtues which he had still attributed, an hour or so earlier, to the Verdurins, would not have sufficed, even although the Verdurins had actually possessed them, if they had not also favoured and protected his love, to excite Swann to that state of intoxication in which he waxed tender over their magnanimity, an intoxication which, even when disseminated through the medium of other persons, could have come to him from Odette alone. So the immorality, had it really existed, which he now found in the Verdurins, would have been powerless, if they had not invited Odette with Forcheville, and without him, to unstop the vials of his wrath, and to make him scarify their infamy. Doubtless Swann's voice showed a finer perspicacity than his own when it refused to utter those words full of disgust at the Verdurins and their circle, and of joy at his having shaken himself free of it, save in an artificial and rhetorical tone, and as though his words had been chosen rather to appease his anger than to express his thoughts. The latter, in fact, while he abandoned himself to invective, were probably, though he did not know it, occupied with a wholly different matter, for once he had reached his house, no sooner had he closed the front door behind him than he suddenly struck his forehead, and making a servant open the door again, dashed out into the street shouting, in a voice which this time was quite natural, "I believe I have found a way of getting invited to the dinner at Chatou to morrow." But it must have been a bad way, for Monsieur Swann was not invited. Dr. Cottard, who, having been summoned to attend a serious case in the country, had not seen the Verdurins for some days, and had been prevented from appearing at Chatou, said on the evening after this dinner, as he sat down to table at their house, "Why, aren't we going to see Monsieur Swann this evening? He is quite what you might call a personal friend." "I sincerely trust that we shan't!" cried Madame Verdurin. "Heaven preserve us from him! He's too deadly for words! A stupid, ill bred boor!" On hearing these words, Cottard exhibited an intense astonishment blended with entire submission, as though in the face of a scientific truth which contradicted everything that he had previously believed, but was supported by an irresistible weight of evidence. With timorous emotion he bowed his head over his plate and merely replied, "Oh, oh, oh, oh," traversing in an orderly retirement of his forces into the depths of his being, along a descending scale, the whole compass of his voice. After which there was no more talk of Swann at the Verdurins'. End of Part 3, Section 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 15 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrieff, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 15. And so that drawing room, which had brought Swann and Odette together, became an obstacle in the way of their meeting. She no longer said to him, as she had said in the early days of their love, "We shall meet, anyhow, to morrow evening. There's a supper party at the Verdurins'." But, "We shan't be able to meet to morrow evening. There's a supper party at the Verdurins'." Or else the Verdurins were taking her to the Opéra Comique to see Une Nuit de Cléopâtre, and Swann could read in her eyes that terror lest he should ask her not to go, which, but a little time before, he could not have refrained from greeting with a kiss as it flitted across the face of his mistress, but which now exasperated him. "Yet I'm not really sorry," he assured himself, "when I see how she longs to run away and scratch from maggots in that dunghill of cacophony. I'm disappointed, not for myself, but for her. Disappointed to find that, after living for more than 6 months in daily contact with myself, she has not been capable of improving her mind even to the point of spontaneously eradicating from it a taste for Victor Massé. More than that, to find that she has not arrived at the stage of understanding that there are evenings on which anyone with the least shade of refinement of feeling should be willing to forego an amusement when she is asked to do so. She ought to have the sense to say, 'I shall not go,' if it were only from policy, since it is by what she answers now that the quality of her soul will be determined once and for all." And having persuaded himself that it was solely, after all, in order that he might arrive at a favourable estimate of Odette's spiritual worth that he wished her to stay at home with them that evening, instead of going to the Opéra Comique, he adopted the same line of reasoning with her with the same degree of insincerity as he had used with himself, or even with a degree more, for in her case he was yielding also to the desire to capture her by her own self‐esteem. "I swear to you," he told her, shortly before she was to leave for the theatre, "that in asking you not to go, I should hope, were I a selfish man, for nothing so much as that you should refuse, for I have 1,000 other things to do this evening, and I shall feel that I have been tricked and trapped myself, and shall be thoroughly annoyed if after all you tell me that you are not going. But my occupations, my pleasures are not everything. I must think of you also. A day may come when, seeing me irrevocably sundered from you, you will be entitled to reproach me with not having warned you at the decisive hour in which I felt that I was going to pass judgment on you, one of those stern judgments which love cannot long resist. You see, your Nuit de Cléopâtre what a title! Has no bearing on the point. What I must know is whether you are indeed one of those creatures in the lowest grade of mentality and even of charm, one of those contemptible creatures who are incapable of foregoing a pleasure. For if you are such, how could any one love you? For you are not even a person, a definite, imperfect, but at least perceptible entity. You are a formless water that will trickle down any slope that it may come upon, a fish devoid of memory, incapable of thought, which all its life long in its aquarium will continue to dash itself 100 times a day against a wall of glass, always mistaking it for water. Do you realize that your answer will have the effect, I do not say of making me cease from that moment to love you, that goes without saying, but of making you less attractive to my eyes when I realize that you are not a person, that you are beneath everything in the world, and have not the intelligence to raise yourself 1 inch higher? Obviously, I should have preferred to ask you, as though it had been a matter of little or no importance, to give up your Nuit de Cléopâtre, since you compel me to sully my lips with so abject a name, in the hope that you would go to it none the less. But, since I had resolved to weigh you in the balance, to make so grave an issue depend upon your answer, I considered it more honourable to give you due warning. Meanwhile, Odette had shown signs of increasing emotion and uncertainty. Although the meaning of his tirade was beyond her, she grasped that it was to be included among the scenes of reproach or supplication, scenes which her familiarity with the ways of men enabled her, without paying any heed to the words that were uttered, to conclude that men would not make unless they were in love; that, from the moment when they were in love, it was superfluous to obey them, since they would only be more in love later on. And so she would have heard Swann out with the utmost tranquillity had she not noticed that it was growing late, and that if he went on speaking for any length of time she would never, as she told him with a fond smile, obstinate but slightly abashed, get there in time for the overture. On other occasions he had assured himself that the one thing which, more than anything else, would make him cease to love her would be her refusal to abandon the habit of lying. Even from the point of view of coquetry, pure and simple, he had told her, "Can't you see how much of your attraction you throw away when you stoop to lying? By a frank admission, how many faults you might redeem! Really, you are far less intelligent than I supposed." In vain, however, did Swann expound to her thus all the reasons that she had for not lying. They might have succeeded in overthrowing any universal system of mendacity, but Odette had no such system. She contented herself merely, whenever she wished Swann to remain in ignorance of anything that she had done, with not telling him of it. So that a lie was to her something to be used only as a special expedient, and the one thing that could make her decide whether she should avail herself of a lie or not was a reason which, too, was of a special and contingent order, namely the risk of Swann's discovering that she had not told him the truth. Physically she was passing through an unfortunate phase. She was growing stouter, and the expressive, sorrowful charm, the surprised, wistful expressions which she had formerly had seemed to have vanished with her first youth, with the result that she became most precious to Swann at the very moment when he found her distinctly less good looking. He would gaze at her for hours on end, trying to recapture the charm which he had once seen in her and could not find again, and yet the knowledge that, within this new and strange chrysalis, it was still Odette that lurked, still the same volatile temperament, artful and evasive, was enough to keep Swann seeking, with as much passion as ever, to captivate her. Then he would look at photographs of her, taken 2 years before, and would remember how exquisite she had been, and that would console him a little for all the sufferings that he voluntarily endured on her account. When the Verdurins took her off to Saint Germain, or to Chatou, or to Meulan, as often as not, if the weather was fine, they would propose to remain there for the night, and not go home until next day. Madame Verdurin would endeavour to set at rest the scruples of the pianist, whose aunt had remained in Paris. "She will be only too glad to be rid of you for a day. How on earth could she be anxious when she knows you're with us? Anyhow, I'll take you all under my wing. She can put the blame on me." If this attempt failed, M. Verdurin would set across country until he came to a telegraph office or some other kind of messenger, after first finding out which of the faithful had any one whom they must warn. But Odette would thank him and assure him that she had no message for any one, for she had told Swann once and for all that she could not possibly send messages to him before all those people without compromising herself. Sometimes she would be absent for several days on end, when the Verdurins took her to see the tombs at Dreux, or to Compiègne, on the painter's advice, to watch the sun setting through the forest, after which they went on to the château of Pierrefonds. To think that she could visit really historic buildings with me, who have spent 10 years in the study of architecture, who am constantly bombarded by people who really count, to take them over Beauvais or Saint Luc de Nol, and refuse to take any one but her. And instead of that she trundles off with the lowest, the most brutally degraded of creatures, to go into ecstasies over the petrified excretions of Louis Philippe and Viollet le Duc. One hardly needs much knowledge of art, I should say, to do that, though surely without even any particularly refined sense of smell one would not deliberately choose to spend a holiday in the latrines so as to be within range of their fragrant exhalations. But when she had set off for Dreux or Pierrefonds, alas, without allowing him to appear there, as though by accident at her side, for, as she said, that would create a dreadful impression, he would plunge into the most intoxicating romance in the lovers' library, the railway time-table, from which he learned the ways of joining her there in the afternoon, in the evening, even in the morning. The ways? More than that, the authority, the right to join her. For after all, the time-table and the trains themselves were not meant for dogs. If the public were carefully informed by means of printed advertisements that at 8 o'clock in the morning a train started for Pierrefonds which arrived there at 10, that could only be because going to Pierrefonds was a lawful act, for which permission from Odette would be superfluous, an act, moreover, which might be performed from a motive altogether different from the desire to see Odette, since persons who had never even heard of her performed it daily, and in such numbers as justified the labour and expense of stoking the engines. So it came to this, that she could not prevent him from going to Pierrefonds if he chose to do so. Now, that was precisely what he found that he did choose to do, and would at that moment be doing, were he, like the travelling public, not acquainted with Odette. For a long time past he had wanted to form a more definite impression of Viollet le Duc's work as a restorer, and the weather being what it was, he felt an overwhelming desire to spend the day roaming in the forest of Compiègne. It was, indeed, a piece of bad luck that she had forbidden him access to the one spot that tempted him to day. To day! Why, if he went down there in defiance of her prohibition, he would be able to see her that very day. But then, whereas if she had met at Pierrefonds some one who did not matter, she would have hailed him with obvious pleasure. What? You here? And would have invited him to come and see her at the hotel where she was staying with the Verdurins. If, on the other hand, it was himself, Swann, that she encountered there, she would be annoyed, would complain that she was being followed, would love him less in consequence, might even turn away in anger when she caught sight of him. "So then, I'm not to be allowed to go away for a day anywhere?" she would reproach him on her return, whereas in fact it was he himself who was not allowed to go. He had had the sudden idea, so as to contrive to visit Compiègne and Pierrefonds, without letting it be supposed that his object was to meet Odette, of securing an invitation from one of his friends, the Marquis de Forestel, who had a country house in that neighbourhood. This friend, to whom Swann suggested the plan without disclosing its ulterior purpose, was beside himself with joy. He did not conceal his astonishment at Swann's consenting at last, after 15 years, to come down and visit his property; and since he did not, he told him, wish to stay there, promised to spend some days at least in taking him for walks and excursions in the district. Swann imagined himself down there already with Monsieur de Forestel. Even before he saw Odette, even if he did not succeed in seeing her there, what a joy it would be to set foot on that soil where, not knowing the exact spot in which at any moment she was to be found, he would feel all around him the thrilling possibility of her suddenly appearing. In the courtyard of the château, now beautiful in his eyes since it was on her account that he had gone to visit it; in all the streets of the town, which struck him as romantic; down every ride of the forest, roseate with the deep and tender glow of sunset; innumerable and alternative hiding places to which would fly simultaneously for refuge, in the uncertain ubiquity of his hopes, his happy, vagabond, and divided heart. "We mustn't on any account," he would warn Monsieur de Forestal, "run across Odette and the Verdurins. I have just heard that they are at Pierrefonds, of all places, to day. One has plenty of time to see them in Paris. It would hardly be worth while coming down here if one couldn't go a yard without meeting them." And his host would fail to understand why, once they had reached the place, Swann would change his plans 20 times in an hour, inspect the dining rooms of all the hotels in Compiègne, without being able to make up his mind to settle down in any of them, although he had found no trace anywhere of the Verdurands, seeming to be in search of what he had claimed to be most anxious to avoid, and would in fact avoid the moment he found it. For if he had come upon the little group, he would have hastened away at once with studied indifference, satisfied that he had seen Odette, and she him, especially that she had seen him when he was not, apparently, thinking about her. But no, she would guess at once that it was for her sake that he had come there. And when Monsieur de Forestel came to fetch him, and it was time to start, he excused himself. "No, I'm afraid not. I can't go to Pierrefonds to day. You see, Odette is there." And Swann was happy in spite of everything in feeling that if he alone among mortals had not the right to go to Pierrefonds that day, it was because he was in fact for Odette someone who differed from all other mortals, her lover, and because that restriction which for him alone was set upon the universal right to travel freely where one would, was but one of the many forms of that slavery, the love which was so dear to him. Decidedly it was better not to risk a quarrel with her, to be patient, to wait for her return. He spent his days in poring over a map of the forest of Compiègne, as though it had been that of the Pays du Tendre. He surrounded himself with photographs of the château of Pierrefonds. When the day dawned on which it was possible that she might return, he opened the time table again, calculated what train she must have taken, and, should she have postponed her departure, what trains were still left for her to take. He did not leave the house for fear of missing a telegram; he did not go to bed, in case having come by the last train, she decided to surprise him with a midnight visit. Yes, the front door bell rang. There seemed some delay in opening the door. He wanted to awaken the porter. He leaned out of the window to shout to Odette, if it was Odette, for in spite of the orders which he had gone downstairs a dozen times to deliver in person, they were quite capable of telling her that he was not at home. It was only a servant coming in. He noticed the incessant rumble of passing carriages, to which he had never before paid any attention. He could hear them one after another a long way off, coming nearer, passing his door without stopping, and bearing away into the distance a message which was not for him. He waited all night to no purpose, for the Verdurands had returned unexpectedly, and Odette had been in Paris since midday. It had not occurred to her to tell him. Not knowing what to do with herself, she had spent the evening alone at a theatre, had long since gone home to bed, and was peacefully asleep. As a matter of fact, she had never given him a thought. And such moments as these, in which she forgot Swann's very existence, were of more value to Odette, did more to attach him to her, than all her infidelities. For in this way Swann was kept in that state of painful agitation which had once before been effective in making his interest blossom into love, on the night when he had failed to find Odette at the Verdurins', and had hunted for her all evening. And he did not have, as I had afterwards at Combray in my childhood, happy days in which to forget the sufferings that would return with the night. For his days Swann must pass them without Odette, and as he told himself now and then, to allow so pretty a woman to go out by herself in Paris was just as rash as to leave a case filled with jewels in the middle of the street. In this mood he would scowl furiously at the passers-by, as though they were so many pickpockets. But their faces, a collective and formless mass, escaped the grasp of his imagination, and so failed to feed the flame of his jealousy. The effort exhausted Swann's brain, until passing his hand over his eyes, he cried out, "Heaven help me!" as people, after lashing themselves into an intellectual frenzy in their endeavours to master the problem of the reality of the external world, or that of the immortality of the soul, afford relief to their weary brains by an unreasoning act of faith. But the thought of his absent mistress was incessantly, indissolubly blended with all the simplest actions of Swann's daily life, when he took his meals, opened his letters, went for a walk or to bed, by the fact of his regret at having to perform those actions without her, like those initials of Philibert the Fair, which in the church of Brou, because of her grief, her longing for him, Margaret of Austria intertwined everywhere with her own. On some days, instead of staying at home, he would go for luncheon to a restaurant not far off, to which he had been attracted some time before by the excellence of its cookery, but to which he now went only for one of those reasons, at once mystical and absurd, which people call romantic, because this restaurant, which, by the way, still exists, bore the same name as the street in which Odette lived, the La Pérouse. Sometimes, when she had been away on a short visit somewhere, several days would elapse before she thought of letting him know that she had returned to Paris. And then she would say quite simply, without taking, as she would once have taken, the precaution of covering herself at all costs with a little fragment borrowed from the truth, that she had just at that very moment arrived by the morning train. What she said was a falsehood, at least for Odette it was a falsehood, inconsistent, lacking, what it would have had if true, the support of her memory of her actual arrival at the station. She was even prevented from forming a mental picture of what she was saying while she said it, by the contradictory picture in her mind of whatever quite different thing she had indeed been doing at the moment when she pretended to have been alighting from the train. In Swann's mind, however, these words, meeting no opposition, settled and hardened until they assumed the indestructibility of a truth so indubitable that if some friend happened to tell him that he had come by the same train and had not seen Odette, Swann would have been convinced that it was his friend who had made a mistake as to the day or hour, since his version did not agree with the words uttered by Odette. These words had never appeared to him false except when, before hearing them, he had suspected that they were going to be. For him to believe that she was lying, an anticipatory suspicion was indispensable. It was also, however, sufficient. Given that, everything that Odette might say appeared to him suspect. Did she mention a name? It was obviously that of one of her lovers. Once this supposition had taken shape, he would spend weeks in tormenting himself. On one occasion he even approached a firm of inquiry agents to find out the address and the occupation of the unknown rival who would give him no peace until he could be proved to have gone abroad, and who, he ultimately learned, was an uncle of Odette, and had been dead for 20 years. End of Part 3, Section 15, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 16 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 16. Although she would not allow him, as a rule, to meet her at public gatherings, saying that people would talk, it happened occasionally that at an evening party to which he and she had each been invited, at Forcheville's, at the painter's, or at a charity ball given in one of the ministries, he found himself in the same room with her. He could see her, but dared not remain for fear of annoying her by seeming to be spying upon the pleasures which she tasted in other company, pleasures which, while he drove home in utter loneliness and went to bed, as anxiously as I myself was to go to bed some years later on the evenings when he came to dine with us at Combray, seemed illimitable to him since he had not been able to see their end. And, once or twice, he derived from such evenings that kind of happiness which one would be inclined, did it not originate in so violent a reaction from an anxiety abruptly terminated, to call peaceful, since it consists in a pacifying of the mind. He had looked in for a moment at a revel in the painter's studio, and was getting ready to go home. He was leaving behind him Odette, transformed into a brilliant stranger, surrounded by men to whom her glances and her gaiety, which were not for him, seemed to hint at some voluptuous pleasure to be enjoyed there or elsewhere, possibly at the Bal des Incohérents, to which he trembled to think that she might be going on afterwards, which made Swann more jealous than the thought of their actual physical union, since it was more difficult to imagine. He was opening the door to go when he heard himself called back in these words, which, by cutting off from the party that possible ending which had so appalled him, made the party itself seem innocent in retrospect, made Odette's return home a thing no longer inconceivable and terrible, but tender and familiar, a thing that kept close to his side, like a part of his own daily life in his carriage, a thing that stripped Odette herself of the excess of brilliance and gaiety in her appearance, showed that it was only a disguise which she had assumed for a moment, for his sake and not in view of any mysterious pleasures, a disguise of which she had already wearied. in these words, which Odette flung out after him as he was crossing the threshold: "Can't you wait a minute for me? I'm just going. We'll drive back together, and you can drop me." It was true that on one occasion Forcheville had asked to be driven home at the same time, but when, on reaching Odette's gate, he had begged to be allowed to come in too, she had replied, with a finger pointed at Swann: "Ah, that depends on this gentleman. You must ask him. Very well, you may come in just for a minute, if you insist, but you mustn't stay long, for I warn you, he likes to sit and talk quietly with me, and he's not at all pleased if I have visitors when he's here. Oh, if you only knew the creature as I know him! Isn't that so, my love? There's no one that really knows you, is there, except me?" And Swann was, perhaps, even more touched by the spectacle of her addressing him thus in front of Forcheville, not only in these tender words of predilection, but also with certain criticisms, such as, "I feel sure you haven't written yet to your friends, about dining with them on Sunday. You needn't go if you don't want to, but you might at least be polite." Or, "Now, have you left your essay on Vermeer here, so that you can do a little more to it to morrow? What a lazybones! I'm going to make you work, I can tell you." Which proved that Odette kept herself in touch with his social engagements and his literary work, that they had indeed a life in common. And as she spoke she bestowed on him a smile which he interpreted as meaning that she was entirely his. And then, while she was making them some orangeade, suddenly, just as when the reflector of a lamp that is badly fitted begins by casting all round an object, on the wall beyond it huge and fantastic shadows, which in time contract and are lost in the shadow of the object itself, all the terrible and disturbing ideas which he had formed of Odette melted away, and vanished in the charming creature who stood there before his eyes. He had the sudden suspicion that this hour spent in Odette's house, in the lamplight, was perhaps, after all, not an artificial hour invented for his special use, with the object of concealing that frightening and delicious thing which was incessantly in his thoughts, without his ever being able to form a satisfactory impression of it, an hour of Odette's real life, of her life when he was not there, looking on, with theatrical properties and pasteboard fruits, but was perhaps a genuine hour of Odette's life, that if he himself had not been there, she would have pulled forward the same armchair for Forcheville, would have poured out for him not any unknown brew, but precisely that orangeade which she was now offering to them both, that the world inhabited by Odette was not that other world, fearful and supernatural, in which he spent his time in placing her, and which existed perhaps only in his imagination, but the real universe, exhaling no special atmosphere of gloom, comprising that table at which he might sit down presently and write, and this drink which he was being permitted now to taste. All the objects which he contemplated with as much curiosity and admiration as gratitude. For if, in absorbing his dreams, they had delivered him from an obsession, they themselves were, in turn, enriched by the absorption. They showed him the palpable realization of his fancies, and they interested his mind. They took shape and grew solid before his eyes, and at the same time they soothed his troubled heart. Ah, had fate but allowed him to share a single dwelling with Odette, so that in her house he should be in his own; if, when asking his servant what there would be for luncheon, it had been Odette's bill of fare that he had learned from the reply; if, when Odette wished to go for a walk in the morning along the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne, his duty as a good husband had obliged him, though he had no desire to go out, to accompany her, carrying her cloak when she was too warm; and in the evening, after dinner, if she wished to stay at home and not to dress, if he had been forced to stay beside her to do what she asked, then how completely would all the trivial details of Swann's life, which seemed to him now so gloomy, simply because they would at the same time have formed part of the life of Odette, have taken on, like that lamp, that orangeade, that armchair, which had absorbed so much of his dreams, which materialized so much of his longing, a sort of superabundant sweetness and a mysterious solidity. And yet he was inclined to suspect that the state for which he so much longed was a calm, a peace, which would not have created an atmosphere favorable to his love. When Odette ceased to be for him a creature always absent, regretted, imagined; when the feeling that he had for her was no longer the same mysterious disturbance that was wrought in him by the phrase from the sonata, but constant affection and gratitude, when those normal relations were established between them which would put an end to his melancholy madness, then, no doubt, the actions of Odette's daily life would appear to him as being but of little intrinsic interest, as he had several times already felt that they might be, on the day, for instance, when he had read through its envelope her letter to Forcheville. Examining his complaint with as much scientific detachment as if he had inoculated himself with it in order to study its effects, he told himself that when he was cured of it, what Odette might or might not do would be indifferent to him. But in his morbid state, to tell the truth, he feared death itself no more than such a recovery, which would in fact amount to the death of all that he then was. After these quiet evenings, Swann's suspicions would be temporarily lulled. He would bless the name of Odette, and next day, in the morning, would order the most attractive jewels to be sent to her, because her kindnesses to him overnight had excited either his gratitude, or the desire to see them repeated, or a paroxysm of love for her which had need of some such outlet. But at other times grief would again take hold of him. He would imagine that Odette was Forcheville's mistress, and that, when they had both sat watching him from the depths of the Verderons' landau in the Bois, on the evening before the party at Chatou to which he had not been invited, while he implored her in vain, with that look of despair on his face which even his coachman had noticed, to come home with him, and then turned away, solitary, crushed, she must have employed to draw Forcheville's attention to him, while she murmured, "Do look at him, storming!" The same glance, brilliant, malicious, sidelong, cunning, as on the evening when Forcheville had driven Sagnette from the Verderons. At such times Swann detested her. "But I've been a fool too," he would argue. "I'm paying for other men's pleasures with my money. All the same, she'd better take care and not pull the string too often, for I might very well stop giving her anything at all. At any rate, we better knock off supplementary favors for the time being. To think that only yesterday, when she said she would like to go to Bayreuth for the season, I was such an ass as to offer to take one of those jolly little places the King of Bavaria has there for the two of us. However, she didn't seem particularly keen; she hasn't said yes or no yet. Let's hope that she'll refuse. Good God! Think of listening to Wagner for a fortnight on end with her, who takes about as much interest in music as a fish does in little apples. It will be fun." And his hatred, like his love, needing to manifest itself in action, he amused himself with urging his evil imaginings further and further, because, thanks to the perfidies with which he charged Odette, he detested her still more, and would be able, if it turned out, as he tried to convince himself, that she was indeed guilty of them, to take the opportunity of punishing her, emptying upon her the overflowing vials of his wrath. In this way he went so far as to suppose that he was going to receive a letter from her, in which she would ask him for money to take the house at Bayreuth, but with the warning that he was not to come there himself, as she had promised Forcheville and the Verderons to invite them. Oh, how he would have loved it, had it been conceivable that she would have that audacity! What joy he would have in refusing, in drawing up that vindictive reply, the terms of which he amused himself by selecting and declaiming aloud, as though he had actually received her letter. The very next day her letter came. She wrote that the Verderons and their friends had expressed a desire to be present at these performances of Wagner, and that, if he would be so good as to send her the money, she would be able at last, after going so often to their house, to have the pleasure of entertaining the Verderons in hers. Of him she said not a word. It was to be taken for granted that their presence at Bayreuth would be a bar to his. Then that annihilating answer, every word of which he had carefully rehearsed overnight, without venturing to hope that it could ever be used, he had the satisfaction of having it conveyed to her. Alas! He felt only too certain that with the money which she had, or could easily procure, she would be able, all the same, to take a house at Bayreuth, since she wished to do so, she who was incapable of distinguishing between Bach and Clapisson. Let her take it then. She would have to live in it more frugally, that was all. No means, as there would have been if he had replied by sending her several thousand-franc notes, of organizing each evening in her hired castle those exquisite little suppers, after which she might perhaps be seized by the whim, which, it was possible, had never yet seized her, of falling into the arms of Forcheville. At any rate, this loathsome expedition, it would not be Swann who had to pay for it. Ah, if he could only manage to prevent it! If she could sprain her ankle before starting! If the driver of the carriage which was to take her to the station would consent, no matter how great the bribe, to smuggle her to some place where she could be kept for a time in seclusion, that perfidious woman, her eyes tinselled with a smile of complicity for Forcheville, which was what Odette had become for Swann in the last 48 hours. But she was never that for very long. After a few days the shining, crafty eyes lost their brightness and their duplicity. That picture of an execrable Odette saying to Forcheville, "Look at him storming," began to grow pale and to dissolve. Then gradually reappeared and rose before him, softly radiant, the face of the other Odette, of that Odette who also turned with a smile to Forcheville, but with a smile in which there was nothing but affection for Swann, when she said, "You mustn't stay long, for this gentleman doesn't much like my having visitors when he's here. Oh, if you only knew the creature as I know him!" That same smile with which she used to thank Swann for some instance of his courtesy which she prized so highly, for some advice for which she had asked him in one of those grave crises in her life when she could turn to him alone. Then, to this other Odette, he would ask himself what could have induced him to write that outrageous letter, of which, probably until then, she had never supposed him capable, a letter which must have lowered him from the high, from the supreme place which by his generosity, by his loyalty, he had won for himself in her esteem. He would become less dear to her, since it was for those qualities, which she found neither in Forcheville nor in any other, that she loved him. It was for them that Odette so often showed him a reciprocal kindness, which counted for less than nothing in his moments of jealousy, because it was not a sign of reciprocal desire, was indeed a proof rather of affection than of love, but the importance of which he began once more to feel in proportion as the spontaneous relaxation of his suspicions, often accelerated by the distraction brought to him by reading about art or by the conversation of a friend, rendered his passion less exacting of reciprocities. Now that, after this swing of the pendulum, Odette had naturally returned to the place from which Swann's jealousy had for the moment driven her, in the angle in which he found her charming, he pictured her to himself as full of tenderness, with a look of consent in her eyes, and so beautiful that he could not refrain from moving his lips towards her, as though she had actually been in the room for him to kiss, and he preserved a sense of gratitude to her for that bewitching, kindly glance, as strong as though she had really looked thus at him, and it had not been merely his imagination that had portrayed it in order to satisfy his desire. What distress he must have caused her! Certainly he found adequate reasons for his resentment, but they would not have been sufficient to make him feel that resentment if he had not so passionately loved her. Had he not nourished grievances, just as serious against other women, to whom he would, none the less, render willing service to-day, feeling no anger towards them because he no longer loved them? If the day ever came when he would find himself in the same state of indifference with regard to Odette, he would then understand that it was his jealousy alone which had led him to find something atrocious, unpardonable, in this desire. After all, so natural a desire, springing from a childlike ingenuousness, and also from a certain delicacy in her nature, to be able in her turn, when an occasion offered, to repay the Verdurins for their hospitality, and to play the hostess in a house of her own. He returned to the other point of view, opposite to that of his love and of his jealousy, to which he resorted at times by a sort of mental equity. And in order to make allowance for different eventualities, from which he tried to form a fresh judgment of Odette, based on the supposition that he had never been in love with her, that she was to him just a woman like other women, that her life had not been, whenever he himself was not present, different, a texture woven in secret apart from him and warped against him. Wherefore believe that she would enjoy down there with Forcheville or with other men intoxicating pleasures which she had never known with him, and which his jealousy alone had fabricated in all their elements. At Bayreuth, as in Paris, if it should happen that Forcheville thought of him at all, it would only be as of some one who counted for a great deal in the life of Odette, some one for whom he was obliged to make way when they met in her house. If Forcheville and she scored a triumph by being down there again in spite of him, It was he who had engineered that triumph by striving in vain to prevent her from going there; whereas if he had approved of her plan, which for that matter was quite defensible, she would have had the appearance of being there by his counsel, she would have felt herself sent there, housed there by him, and for the pleasure which she derived from entertaining those people who had so often entertained her, it was to him that she would have had to acknowledge her indebtedness. And if, instead of letting her go off thus, at cross purposes with him, without having seen him again, he were to send her this money, if he were to encourage her to take this journey, and to go out of his way to make it comfortable and pleasant for her, she would come running to him, happy, grateful, and he would have the joy, the sight of her face, which he had not known for nearly a week, a joy which none other could replace. For the moment that Swann was able to form a picture of her without revulsion, that he could see once again the friendliness in her smile, and that the desire to tear her away from every rival was no longer imposed by his jealousy upon his love, that love once again became more than anything a taste for the sensations which Odette's person gave him, for the pleasure which he found in admiring, as one might a spectacle, or in questioning, as one might a phenomenon, the birth of one of her glances, the formation of one of her smiles, the utterance of an intonation of her voice. And this pleasure, different from every other, had in the end created in him a need of her, which she alone, by her presence or by her letters, could assuage, almost as disinterested, almost as artistic, as perverse as another need which characterized this new period in Swann's life, when the sereness, the depression of the preceding years had been followed by a sort of spiritual superabundance, without his knowing to what he owed this unlooked for enrichment of his life, any more than a person in delicate health who from a certain moment grows stronger, puts on flesh, and seems for a time to be on the road to a complete recovery. This other need, which too developed in him independently of the visible, material world, was the need to listen to music and to learn to know it. End of Part 3, Section 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 17 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 17. And so, by the chemical process of his malady, after he had created jealousy out of his love, he began again to generate tenderness, pity for Odette. She had become once more the old Odette, charming and kind. He was full of remorse for having treated her harshly. He wished her to come to him, and, before she came, he wished to have already procured for her some pleasure, so as to watch her gratitude taking shape in her face and moulding her smile. So, too, Odette, certain of seeing him come to her in a few days, as tender and submissive as before, and plead with her for a reconciliation, became inured, was no longer afraid of displeasing him, or even of making him angry, and refused him, whenever it suited her, the favors by which he set most store. Perhaps she did not realize how sincere he had been with her during their quarrel, when he had told her that he would not send her any money, but would do what he could to hurt her. Perhaps she did not realize, either, how sincere he still was, if not with her, at any rate with himself, on other occasions when, for the sake of their future relations, to show Odette that he was capable of doing without her, that a rupture was still possible between them, he decided to wait some time before going to see her again. Sometimes several days had elapsed, during which she had caused him no fresh anxiety, and as, from the next few visits which he would pay her, he knew that he was likely to derive not any great pleasure, but, more probably, some annoyance which would put an end to the state of calm in which he found himself, he wrote to her that he was very busy, and would not be able to see her on any of the days that he had suggested. Meanwhile, a letter from her, crossing his, asked him to postpone one of those very meetings. He asked himself why. His suspicions, his grief, again took hold of him. He could no longer abide, in the new state of agitation into which he found himself plunged, by the arrangements which he had made in his preceding state of comparative calm. He would run to find her, and would insist upon seeing her on each of the following days. And even if she had not written first, if she merely acknowledged his letter, it was enough to make him unable to rest without seeing her. For, upsetting all Swann's calculations, Odette's acceptance had entirely changed his attitude. Like every one who possesses something precious, so as to know what would happen if he ceased for a moment to possess it, he had detached the precious object from his mind, leaving, as he thought, everything else in the same state as when it was there. But the absence of one part from a whole is not only that, it is not simply a partial omission, it is a disturbance of all the other parts, a new state which it was impossible to foresee from the old. But at other times, when Odette was on the point of going away for a holiday, it was after some trifling quarrel for which he had chosen the pretext that he decided not to write to her and not to see her until her return, giving the appearance, and expecting the reward of a serious rupture, which she would perhaps regard as final to a separation, the greater part of which was inevitable since she was going away, which, in fact, he was merely allowing to start a little sooner than it must. At once he could imagine Odette, puzzled, anxious, distressed at having received neither visit nor letter from him, and this picture of her, by calming his jealousy, made it easy for him to break himself of the habit of seeing her. At odd moments, no doubt, in the furthest recesses of his brain, where his determination had thrust it away, and thanks to the length of the interval, the 3 weeks' separation to which he had agreed, it was with pleasure that he would consider the idea that he would see Odette again on her return. But it was also with so little impatience that he began to ask himself whether he would not readily consent to the doubling of the period of so easy an abstinence. It had lasted so far but 3 days, a much shorter time than he had often before passed without seeing Odette, and without having, as on this occasion he had, premeditated a separation. And yet, there and then, some tiny trace of contrariety in his mind, or of weakness in his body, by inciting him to regard the present as an exceptional moment, one not to be governed by the rules, one in which prudence itself would allow him to take advantage of the soothing effects of a pleasure, and to give his will, until the time should come when its efforts might serve any purpose, a holiday, suspended the action of his will, which ceased to exert its inhibitive control. Or, without that even, the thought of some information for which he had forgotten to ask Odette, such as if she had decided in what color she would have her carriage repainted, or, with regard to some investment, whether they were ordinary or preference shares that she wished him to buy. For it was all very well to show her that he could live without seeing her, but if, after that, the carriage had to be painted over again, if the shares produced no dividend, a fine lot of good he would have done. And suddenly, like a stretched piece of elastic which is let go, or the air in a pneumatic machine which is ripped open, the idea of seeing her again, from the remote point in time to which it had been attached, sprang back into the field of the present and of immediate possibilities. It sprang back thus, without meeting any further resistance. So irresistible, in fact, that Swann had been far less unhappy in watching the end gradually approaching, day by day, of the fortnight which he must spend apart from Odette, than he was when kept waiting 10 minutes while his coachman brought round the carriage which was to take him to her, minutes which he passed in transports of impatience and joy, in which he recaptured 1,000 times over, to lavish on it all the wealth of his affection, that idea of his meeting with Odette, which, by so abrupt a repercussion, at a moment when he supposed it so remote, was once more present and on the very surface of his consciousness. The fact was that this idea no longer found, as an obstacle in its course, the desire to contrive without further delay to resist its coming, which had ceased to have any place in Swann's mind since, having proved to himself, or so at least he believed, that he was so easily capable of resisting it. He no longer saw any inconvenience in postponing a plan of separation which he was now certain of being able to put into operation whenever he would. Furthermore, this idea of seeing her again came back to him adorned with a novelty, a seductiveness, armed with a virulence, all of which long habit had enfeebled, but which had acquired new vigor during this privation, not of 3 days, but of a fortnight, for a period of abstinence may be calculated by anticipation as having lasted already until the final date assigned to it, and had converted what had been until then a pleasure in store, which could easily be sacrificed, into an unlooked for happiness which he was powerless to resist. Finally, the idea returned to him with its beauty enhanced by his own ignorance of what Odette might have thought, might, perhaps, have done, on finding that he showed no sign of life, with the result that he was going now to meet with the entrancing revelation of an Odette almost unknown. But she, just as she had supposed that his refusal to send her money was only a feint, saw nothing but a pretext in the question which he came, now, to ask her, about the repainting of her carriage, or the purchase of stock. For she could not reconstruct the several phases of these crises through which he had passed, and in the general idea which she formed of them, she made no attempt to understand their mechanism, looking only to what she knew beforehand, their necessary, never failing, and always identical termination. An imperfect idea, though possibly all the more profound in consequence, if one were to judge it from the point of view of Swann, who would doubtless have considered that Odette failed to understand him, just as a morphinomaniac or a consumptive, each persuaded that he has been thrown back, one by some outside event, at the moment when he was just going to shake himself free from his inveterate habit, the other by an accidental indisposition at the moment when he was just going to be finally cured, feels himself to be misunderstood by the doctor, who does not attach the same importance to these pretended contingencies, mere disguises, according to him, assumed, so as to be perceptible by his patients, by the vice of one and the morbid state of the other, which in reality have never ceased to weigh heavily and incurably upon them while they were nursing their dreams of normality and health. And, as a matter of fact, Swann's love had reached that stage at which the physician and, in the case of certain affections, the boldest of surgeons, ask themselves whether to deprive a patient of his vice or to rid him of his malady is still reasonable or indeed possible. Certainly, of the extent of this love Swann had no direct knowledge. When he sought to measure it, it happened sometimes that he found it diminished, shrunken almost to nothing. For instance, the very moderate liking, amounting almost to dislike, which in the days before he was in love with Odette he had felt for her expressive features, her faded complexion, returned on certain days. "Really, I am making distinct headway," he would tell himself on the morrow. "When I come to think it over carefully, I find out that I got hardly any pleasure last night out of being in bed with her. It's an odd thing, but I actually thought her ugly." And certainly he was sincere, but his love extended a long way beyond the province of physical desire. Odette's person, indeed, no longer held any great place in it. When his eyes fell upon the photograph of Odette on his table, or when she came to see him, he had difficulty in identifying her face, either in the flesh or on the pasteboard, with the painful and continuous anxiety which dwelt in his mind. He would say to himself almost with astonishment, "It is she," as when suddenly some one shows us in a detached, externalized form one of our own maladies, and we find in it no resemblance to what we are suffering. She? He tried to ask himself what that meant, for it is something like love, like death, rather than like those vague conceptions of maladies, a thing which one repeatedly calls in question in order to make oneself probe further into it, in the fear that the question will find no answer, that the substance will escape our grasp, the mystery of personality. And this malady, which was Swann's love, had so far multiplied, was so closely interwoven with all his habits, with all his actions, with his thoughts, his health, his sleep, his life, even with what he hoped for after his death, was so entirely one with him, that it would have been impossible to wrest it away without almost entirely destroying him. As surgeons say, his case was past operation. By this love Swann had been so far detached from all other interests that when by chance he reappeared in the world of fashion, reminding himself that his social relations, like a beautifully wrought setting, although she would not have been able to form any very exact estimate of its worth, might still add a little to his own value in Odette's eyes, as indeed they might have done had they not been cheapened by his love itself, which for Odette depreciated everything that it touched, by seeming to denounce such things as less precious than itself. He would feel there, simultaneously with his distress at being in places and among people that she did not know, the same detached sense of pleasure as he would have derived from a novel or a painting, in which were depicted the amusements of a leisured class, just as, at home, he used to enjoy the thought of the smooth efficiency of his household, the smartness of his own wardrobe and of his servants' liveries, the soundness of his investments, with the same relish as when he read in Saint-Simon, who was one of his favorite authors, of the machinery of daily life at Versailles, what Madame de Maintenon ate and drank, or the shrewd avarice and great pomp of Lully. And in the small extent to which this detachment was not absolute, the reason for this new pleasure which Swann was tasting was that he could emigrate for a moment into those few and distant parts of himself which had remained almost foreign to his love and to his pain. In this respect the personality with which my great aunt endowed him of young Swann, as distinct from the more individual personality of Charles Swann, was that in which he now most delighted. Once when, because it was the birthday of the Princesse de Parme, and because she could often be of use, indirectly, to Odette, by letting her have seats for galas and jubilees and all that sort of thing, he had decided to send her a basket of fruit, and was not quite sure where or how to order it. He had entrusted the task to a cousin of his mother, who, delighted to be doing a commission for him, had written to him, laying stress on the fact that she had not chosen all the fruit at the same place, but the grapes from Crapaud, whose speciality they were, the strawberries from Jaurès, the pears from Chevet, who always had the best, and soon every fruit visited and examined one by myself. And in the sequel, by the cordiality with which the Princess thanked him, he had been able to judge of the flavor of the strawberries and of the ripeness of the pears. But, most of all, that every fruit visited and examined one by myself had brought balm to his sufferings by carrying his mind off to a region which he rarely visited, although it was his by right, as the heir of a rich and respectable middle class family, in which had been handed down from generation to generation the knowledge of the right places and the art of ordering things from shops. Of a truth, he had too long forgotten that he was young Swann not to feel, when he assumed that part again for a moment, a keener pleasure than he was capable of feeling at other times, when indeed he was grown sick of pleasure, and if the friendliness of the middle class people, for whom he had never been anything else than young Swann, was less animated than that of the aristocrats, though more flattering, for all that, since in the middle class mind friendship is inseparable from respect. No letter from a royal personage, offering him some princely entertainment, could ever be so attractive to Swann as the letter which asked him to be a witness, or merely to be present at a wedding, in the family of some old friends of his parents, some of whom had kept up with him, like my grandfather, who, the year before these events, had invited him to my mother's wedding, while others barely knew him by sight, but were, they thought, in duty bound to show civility to the son, to the worthy successor of the late M. Swann. But, by virtue of his intimacy, already time honored, with so many of them, the people of fashion, in a certain sense, were also a part of his house, his service, and his family. He felt, when his mind dwelt upon his brilliant connections, the same external support, the same solid comfort as when he looked at the fine estate, the fine silver, the fine table linen, which had come down to him from his forebears. And the thought that, if he were seized by a sudden illness and confined to the house, the people whom his valet would instinctively run to find would be the Duc de Chartres, the Prince de Reuss, the Duc de Luxembourg, and the Baron de Charlus, brought him the same consolation as our old Françoise derived from the knowledge that she would one day be buried in her own fine clothes, marked with her name, not darned at all, or so exquisitely darned that it merely enhanced one's idea of the skill and patience of the seamstress, a shroud from the constant image of which in her mind's eye she drew a certain satisfactory sense, if not actually of wealth and prosperity, at any rate of self-esteem. But most of all, since in every one of his actions and thoughts which had reference to Odette, Swann was constantly subdued and swayed by the unconfessed feeling that he was, perhaps not less dear, but at least less welcome to her than any one, even the most wearisome of the Verdurin's faithful, when he betook himself to a world in which he was the paramount example of taste, a man whom no pains were spared to attract, whom people were genuinely sorry not to see, he began once again to believe in the existence of a happier life, almost to feel an appetite for it, as an invalid may feel who has been in bed for months, and on a strict diet, when he picks up a newspaper and reads the account of an official banquet, or the advertisement of a cruise round Sicily. If he was obliged to make excuses to his fashionable friends for not paying them visits, it was precisely for the visits that he did pay her that he sought to excuse himself to Odette. He still paid them, asking himself at the end of each month whether, seeing that he had perhaps exhausted her patience, and had certainly gone rather often to see her, it would be enough if he sent her 4,000 francs, and for each visit he found a pretext, a present that he had to bring her, some information which she required, Monsieur de Charlus, whom he had met actually going to her house, and who had insisted upon Swann's accompanying him. And, failing any excuse, he would beg Monsieur de Charlus to go to her at once and to tell her, as though spontaneously, in the course of conversation, that he had just remembered something that he had to say to Swann, and would she please send a message to Swann's house, asking him to come to her then and there. But as a rule Swann waited at home in vain, and Monsieur de Charlus informed him later in the evening that his device had not proved successful. With the result that, if she was now frequently away from Paris, even when she was there he scarcely saw her; that she who, when she was in love with him, used to say, "I am always free, and what can it matter to me what other people think?" now, whenever he wanted to see her, appealed to the proprieties or pleaded some engagement. When he spoke of going to a charity entertainment, or a private view, or a first night at which she was to be present, she would expostulate that he wished to advertise their relations in public, that he was treating her like a woman off the streets. Things came to such a pitch that, in an effort to save himself from being altogether forbidden to meet her anywhere, Swann, remembering that she knew and was deeply attached to my great uncle Adolphe, whose friend he himself also had been, went one day to see him in his little flat in the Rue de Belle Chasse, to ask him to use his influence with Odette. As it happened, she invariably adopted, when she spoke to Swann about my uncle, a poetical tone, saying, "Ah, he is not in the least like you. It is an exquisite thing, a great, a beautiful thing, his friendship for me. He's not the sort of man who would have so little consideration for me as to let himself be seen with me everywhere in public." This was embarrassing for Swann, who did not know quite to what rhetorical pitch he should screw himself up in speaking of Odette to my uncle. He began by alluding to her excellence, a priori, the axiom of her seraphic superhumanity, the revelation of her inexpressible virtues, no conception of which could possibly be formed. "I should like to speak to you about her," he went on, "you who know what a woman supreme above all women, what an adorable being, what an angel Odette is. But you know also what life is in Paris. Every one doesn't see Odette in the light in which you and I have been privileged to see her. And so there are people who think that I am behaving rather foolishly. She won't even allow me to meet her out of doors, at the theatre. Now you, in whom she has such enormous confidence, couldn't you say a few words for me to her, just to assure her that she exaggerate the harm which my bowing to her in the street might do her?" End of Part 3, Section 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 18 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love. Section 18. My uncle advised Swann not to see Odette for some days, after which she would love him all the more. He advised Odette to let Swann meet her everywhere and as often as he pleased. A few days later Odette told Swann that she had just had a rude awakening. She had discovered that my uncle was the same as other men; he had tried to take her by assault. She calmed Swann, who at first was for rushing out to challenge my uncle to a duel, but he refused to shake hands with him when they met again. He regretted this rupture all the more, because he had hoped, if he had met my uncle Adolphe again sometimes, and had contrived to talk things over with him in strict confidence, to be able to get him to throw a light on certain rumours with regard to the life that Odette had led in the old days at Nice. For my uncle Adolphe used to spend the winter there, and Swann thought that it might indeed have been there, perhaps, that he had first known Odette. The first words which someone had let fall in his hearing about a man who, it appeared, had been Odette's lover, had left Swann dumbfounded. But the very things which he would, before knowing them, have regarded as the most terrible to learn and the most impossible to believe, were, once he knew them, incorporated for all time in the general mass of his sorrow. He admitted them; he could no longer have understood their not existing. Only, each one of them in its passage traced an indelible line, altering the picture that he had formed of his mistress. At one time, indeed, he felt that he could understand that this moral lightness, of which he would never have suspected Odette, was perfectly well known, and that at Baden or Nice, when she had gone in the past to spend several months in one or the other place, she had enjoyed a sort of amorous notoriety. He attempted, in order to question them, to get into touch again with certain men of that stamp, but these were aware that he knew Odette, and, besides, he was afraid of putting the thought of her into their heads, of setting them once more upon their track. But he, to whom, up till then, nothing could have seemed so tedious as was all that pertained to the cosmopolitan life of Baden or of Nice, now that he learned that Odette had perhaps led a gay life once in those pleasure cities, although he could never find out whether it had been solely to satisfy a want of money, which, thanks to himself, she no longer felt, or from some capricious instinct which might, at any moment, revive in her, he would lean in impotent anguish, blinded and dizzy, over the bottomless abyss into which had passed, and which had been engulfed those years of his own, early in McMahon's septennat, in which one spent the winter on the Promenade des Anglais, the summer between the limes of Baden, and would find in those years a sad but splendid profundity, such as a poet might have lent to them, and he would have devoted to the reconstruction of all the insignificant details that made up the daily round on the Côte d'Azur in those days. If it could have helped him to understand something that still baffled him in the smile or in the eyes of Odette, more enthusiasm than does the æsthete who ransacks the extant documents of 15th-century Florence, so as to try to penetrate further into the soul of the Primavera, the fair Vanna, or the Venus of Botticelli. He would sit often, without saying a word to her, only gazing at her and dreaming, and she would comment, "You do look sad." It was not very long since, from the idea that she was an excellent creature, comparable to the best women that he had known, he had passed to that of her being kept, and yet already, by an inverse process, he had returned from the Odette de Crécy, perhaps too well known to the holiday makers, to the ladies' men of Nice and Baden, to this face, the expression on which was so often gentle, to this nature so eminently human. He would ask himself, what does it mean, after all, to say that every one at Nice knows who Odette de Crécy is? Reputations of that sort, even when they're true, are always based upon other people's ideas. He would reflect that this legend, even if it were authentic, was something external to Odette, was not inherent in her like a mischievous and ineradicable personality; that the creature who might have been led astray was a woman with frank eyes, a heart full of pity for the sufferings of others, a docile body which he had pressed tightly in his arms and explored with his fingers, a woman of whom he might one day come into absolute possession if he succeeded in making himself indispensable to her. There she was, often tired, her face left blank for the nonce by that eager, feverish preoccupation with the unknown things which made Swann suffer. She would push back her hair with both hands. Her forehead, her whole face would seem to grow larger. Then suddenly some ordinary human thought, some worthy sentiment such as is to be found in all creatures when, in a moment of rest or meditation, they are free to express themselves, would flash out from her eyes like a ray of gold. And immediately the whole of her face would light up like a grey landscape, swathed in clouds, which, suddenly, are swept away, and the dull scene transfigured at the moment of the sun's setting. The life which occupied Odette at such times, even the future which she seemed to be dreamily regarding, Swann could have shared with her. No evil disturbance seemed to have left any effect on them. Rare as they became, those moments did not occur in vain. By the process of memory, Swann joined the fragments together, abolished the intervals between them, cast, as in molten gold, the image of an Odette, compact of kindness and tranquillity, for whom he was to make, later on, as we shall see in the second part of this story, sacrifices which the other Odette would never have won from him. But how rare those moments were, and how seldom he now saw her! Even in regard to their evening meetings, she would never tell him until the last minute whether she would be able to see him, for, reckoning on his being always free, she wished first to be certain that no one else would offer to come to her. She would plead that she was obliged to wait for an answer which was of the very greatest importance. And if, even after she had made Swann come to her house, any of her friends asked her, half way through the evening, to join them at some theatre or at supper afterwards, she would jump for joy and dress herself with all speed. As her toilette progressed, every movement that she made brought Swann nearer to the moment when he would have to part from her, when she would fly off with irresistible force. And when at length she was ready, and, plunging into her mirror a last glance, strained and brightened by her anxiety to look well, smeared a little salve on her lips, fixed a stray lock of hair over her brow, and called for her cloak of sky-blue silk with golden tassels, Swann would be looking so wretched that she would be unable to restrain a gesture of impatience as she flung at him, "So that is how you thank me for keeping you here till the last minute! And I thought I was being so nice to you. Well, I shall know better another time." Sometime, at the risk of annoying her, he made up his mind that he would find out where she had gone, and even dreamed of a defensive alliance with Forcheville, who might perhaps have been able to tell him. But anyhow, when he knew with whom she was spending the evening, it was very seldom that he could not discover among all his innumerable acquaintance some one who knew, if only indirectly, the man with whom she had gone out, and could easily obtain this or that piece of information about him. And while he was writing to one of his friends, asking him to try to get a little light thrown upon some point or other, he would feel a sense of relief on ceasing to vex himself with questions to which there was no answer, and transferring to some one else the strain of interrogation. It is true that Swann was little the wiser for such information as he did receive. To know a thing does not enable us always to prevent its happening, but after all the things that we know we do hold, if not in our hands, at any rate in our minds, where we can dispose of them as we choose, which gives us the illusion of a sort of power to control them. He was quite happy whenever Monsieur de Charlus was with Odette. He knew that between Monsieur de Charlus and her nothing untoward could ever happen, that when Monsieur de Charlus went anywhere with her, it was out of friendship for himself, and that he would make no difficulty about telling him everything that she had done. Sometimes she had declared so emphatically to Swann that it was impossible for him to see her on a particular evening, she seemed to be looking forward so keenly to some outing, that Swann attached a very real importance to the fact that Monsieur de Charlus was free to accompany her. Next day, without daring to put many questions to Monsieur de Charlus, he would force him, by appearing not quite to understand his first answers, to give him more, after each of which he would feel himself increasingly relieved, for he very soon learned that Odette had spent her evening in the most innocent of dissipations. "But what do you mean, my dear Mimi? I don't quite understand. You didn't go straight from her house to the Musée Grévin? Surely you went somewhere else first? No, that is very odd. You don't know how amusing you are, my dear Mimi. But what an idea of hers to go on to the Chat Noir afterwards. It was her idea, I suppose? No? Yours? That's strange. After all, it wasn't a bad idea. She must have known dozens of people there. No? She never spoke to a soul? How extraordinary! Then you sat there like that, just you and she, all by yourselves? I can picture you sitting there. You are a worthy fellow, my dear Meme. I am exceedingly fond of you." Swann was now quite at ease. To him, who had so often happened, when talking to friends who knew nothing of his love, friends to whom he hardly listened, to hear certain detached sentences, as, for instance, "I saw Madame de Crécy yesterday. She was with a man I didn't know." Sentences which dropped into his heart and passed at once into a solid state, grew hard as stalagmites, and seared and tore him as they lay there irremovable. How charming, by way of contrast, were the words, "She didn't know a soul. She never spoke to a soul." How freely they coursed through him, how fluid they were, how vaporous, how easy to breathe. And yet a moment later he was telling himself that Odette must find him very dull if those were the pleasures that she preferred to his company. And their very insignificance, though it reassured him, pained him as if her enjoyment of them had been an act of treachery. Even when he could not discover where she had gone, it would have sufficed to alleviate the anguish that he then felt, for which Odette's presence, the charm of her company, was the sole specific. A specific which in the long run served, like many other remedies, to aggravate the disease, but at least brought temporary relief to his sufferings. It would have sufficed, had Odette only permitted him to remain in her house while she was out, to wait there until that hour of her return, into whose stillness and peace would flow, to be mingled and lost there, all memory of those intervening hours, which some sorcery, some cursed spell had made him imagine as somehow different from the rest. But she would not. He must return home. He forced himself on the way to form various plans, ceased to think of Odette. He even reached the stage, while he undressed, of turning over all sorts of happy ideas in his mind. It was with a light heart, buoyed with the anticipation of going to see some favorite work of art on the morrow, that he jumped into bed and turned out the light. But no sooner had he made himself ready to sleep, relaxing a self-control of which he was not even conscious, so habitual had it become, than an icy shudder convulsed his body and he burst into sobs. He did not wish to know why, but dried his eyes, saying with a smile, "This is delightful. I'm becoming neurasthenic." After which he could not save himself from utter exhaustion at the thought that next day he must begin afresh his attempt to find out what Odette had been doing, must use all his influence to contrive to see her. This compulsion to an activity without respite, without variety, without result, was so cruel a scourge that one day, noticing a swelling over his stomach, he felt an actual joy in the idea that he had, perhaps, a tumor which would prove fatal, that he need not concern himself with anything further, that it was his malady which was going to govern his life, to make a plaything of him, until the not distant end. If indeed at this period it often happened that, though without admitting it even to himself, he longed for death, it was in order to escape not so much from the keenness of his sufferings as from the monotony of his struggle. And yet he would have wished to live until the time came when he no longer loved her, when she would have no reason for lying to him, when at length he might learn from her whether, on the day when he had gone to see her in the afternoon, she had or had not been in the arms of Forcheville. Often for several days on end the suspicion that she was in love with some one else would distract his mind from the question of Forcheville, making it almost immaterial to him, like those new developments of a continuous state of ill health which seem for a little time to have delivered us from their predecessors. There were even days when he was not tormented by any suspicion. He fancied that he was cured. But next morning when he awoke, he felt in the same place the same pain, a sensation which, the day before, he had, as it were, diluted in the torrent of different impressions. But it had not stirred from its place. Indeed, it was the sharpness of this pain that had awakened him. Since Odette never gave him any information as to those vastly important matters which took up so much of her time every day, albeit he had lived long enough in the world to know that such matters are never anything else than pleasures, he could not sustain for any length of time the effort to imagine them. His brain would become a void; then he would pass a finger over his tired eyelids, in the same way as he might have wiped his eye glass, and would cease altogether to think. There emerged, however, from this unexplored tract certain occupations which reappeared from time to time, vaguely connected by Odette with some obligation towards distant relatives, or old friends, who, inasmuch as they were the only people whom she was in the habit of mentioning as preventing her from seeing him, seemed to Swann to compose the necessary, unalterable setting of her life. Because of the tone in which she referred from time to time to the day when I go with my friend to the Hippodrome, if when he felt unwell and had thought, perhaps Odette would be kind and come to see me, he remembered suddenly that it was one of those very days, he would correct himself with an "Oh, no, it's not worth while asking her to come. I should have thought of it before. This is the day when she goes with her friend to the Hippodrome. We must confine ourselves to what is possible. No use wasting our time in proposing things that can't be accepted and are declined in advance." And this duty that was incumbent upon Odette, of going to the Hippodrome, to which Swann thus gave way, seemed to him to be not merely ineluctable in itself, but the mark of necessity which stamped it seemed to make plausible and legitimate everything that was even remotely connected with it. If, when Odette in the street had acknowledged the salute of a passer by, which had aroused Swann's jealousy, she replied to his questions by associating the stranger with any of the two or three paramount duties of which she had often spoken to him. If, for instance, she said, "That's a gentleman who was in my friend's box the other day, the one I go to the Hippodrome with," that explanation would set Swann's suspicions at rest. It was, after all, inevitable that this friend should have other guests than Odette in her box at the Hippodrome, but he had never sought to form, or succeeded in forming, any coherent impression of them. Oh, how he would have loved to know her, that friend who went to the Hippodrome, how he would have loved her to invite him there with Odette! How readily he would have sacrificed all his acquaintance for no matter what person who was in the habit of seeing Odette, were she but a manicurist or a girl out of a shop. He would have taken more trouble, incurred more expense for them than for queens. Would they not have supplied him, out of what was contained in their knowledge of the life of Odette, with the one potent anodyne for his pain? With what joy would he have hastened to spend his days with one or other of those humble folk with whom Odette kept up friendly relations, either with some ulterior motive or from genuine simplicity of nature. How willingly would he have fixed his abode forever in the attics of some sordid but enviable house, where Odette went but never took him, and where, if he had lived with a little retired dressmaker, whose lover he would readily have pretended to be, he would have been visited by Odette almost daily. In those regions that were almost slums, what a modest existence, abject, if you please, but delightful, nourished by tranquillity and happiness, he would have consented to lead indefinitely. It sometimes happened again that when, after meeting Swann, she saw some man approaching whom he did not know, he could distinguish upon Odette's face that look of sorrow which she had worn on the day when he had come to her while Forcheville was there. But this was rare, for on the days when, in spite of all that she had to do, and of her dread of what people would think, she did actually manage to see Swann, the predominant quality in her attitude now was self-assurance, a striking contrast, perhaps an unconscious revenge for, perhaps a natural reaction from, the timorous emotion, which in the early days of their friendship she had felt in his presence, and even in his absence, when she began a letter to him with the words, "My dear, my hand trembles so that I can scarcely write." So at least she pretended, and a little of that emotion must have been sincere, or she would not have been anxious to enlarge and emphasize it. So Swann had been pleasing to her then. Our hands do not tremble except for ourselves, or for those whom we love. When they have ceased to control our happiness, how peaceful, how easy, how bold do we become in their presence! In speaking to him, in writing to him now, she no longer employed those words by which she had sought to give herself the illusion that he belonged to her, creating opportunities for saying my and mine when she referred to him. You are all that I have in the world. It is the perfume of our friendship. I shall keep it. Nor spoke to him of the future, of death itself, as of a single adventure which they would have to share. In those early days, whatever he might say to her, she would answer admiringly, "You know, you will never be like other people." She would gaze at his long, slightly bald head, of which people who know only of his successes used to think, "He's not regularly good looking, if you like, but he is smart, that tuft, that eyeglass, that smile." And, with more curiosity perhaps to know him as he really was than desire to become his mistress, she would sigh, "I do wish I could find out what there is in that head of yours." But now, whatever he might say, she would answer, in a tone sometimes of irritation, sometimes indulgent, "Ah, so you never will be like other people." She would gaze at his head, which was hardly aged at all by his recent anxieties, though people now thought of it by the same mental process which enables one to discover the meaning of a piece of symphonic music of which one has read the programme, or the likenesses in a child whose family one has known. He's not positively ugly, if you like, but he is really rather absurd. That eyeglass, that tuft, that smile, realizing in their imagination, fed by suggestion, the invisible boundary which divides at a few months' interval the head of an ardent lover from a cuckold's, and would say, "Oh, I do wish I could change you. Put some sense into that head of yours." End of Part 3, Section 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 19 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 19. Always ready to believe in the truth of what he hoped, if it was only Odette's way of behaving to him that left room for doubt, he would fling himself greedily upon her words, "You can if you like," he would tell her. And he tried to explain to her that to comfort him, to control him, to make him work would be a noble task, to which numbers of other women ask for nothing better than to be allowed to devote themselves, though it is only fair to add that in those other women's hands the noble task would have seemed to Swann nothing more than an indiscreet and intolerable usurpation of his freedom of action. If she didn't love me just a little, he told himself, she would not wish to have me altered. To alter me, she will have to see me more often. And so he was able to trace, in these faults which she found in him, a proof at least of her interest, perhaps even of her love. And in fact she gave him so little now of the last that he was obliged to regard as proofs of her interest in him the various things which, every now and then, she forbade him to do. One day she announced that she did not care for his coachman, who, she thought, was perhaps setting Swann against her, and anyhow did not show that promptness and deference to Swann's orders which she would have liked to see. She felt that he wanted to hear her say, "Don't have him again when you come to me," just as he might have wanted her to kiss him. So, being in a good temper, she said it, and he was deeply moved. That evening, when talking to Monsieur de Charlus, with whom he had the satisfaction of being able to speak of her openly, for the most trivial remarks that he uttered now, even to people who had never heard of her, had always some sort of reference to Odette, he said to him, "I believe all the same that she loves me. She is so nice to me now, and she certainly takes an interest in what I do." And if, when he was starting off for her house, getting into his carriage with a friend whom he was to drop somewhere on the way, his friend said, "Hello! That isn't Loredan on the box," with what melancholy joy would Swann answer him, "Oh, good heavens, no! I can tell you I daren't take Loredan when I go to the Rue La Pérouse. Odette doesn't like me to have Loredan. She thinks he doesn't suit me. What on earth is one to do? Women, you know, women. Oh, dear fellow, she would be furious. Oh, Lord, yes. I've only to take Rémi there. I should never hear the last of it." These new manners, indifferent, listless, irritable, which Odette now adopted with Swann, undoubtedly made him suffer. But he did not realize how much he suffered. Since it had been with a regular progression, day after day, that Odette had chilled towards him, it was only by directly contrasting what she was to day with what she had been at first that he could have measured the extent of the change that had taken place. Now this change was his deep, his secret wound, which pained him day and night, and whenever he felt that his thoughts were straying too near it, he would quickly turn them into another channel for fear of being made to suffer too keenly. He might say to himself in a vague way, "There was a time when Odette loved me more," but he never formed any definite picture of that time. Just as he had in his study a cupboard at which he contrived never to look, which he turned aside to avoid passing whenever he entered or left the room, because in one of its drawers he had locked away the chrysanthemum which she had given him on one of those first evenings when he had taken her home in his carriage, and the letters in which she said, "Why did you not forget your heart also? I should never have let you have that back," and "At whatever hour of the day or night you may need me, just send me a word, and dispose of me as you please." So there was a place in his heart to which he would never allow his thoughts to trespass too near, forcing them, if need be, to evade it by a long course of reasoning, so that they should not have to pass within reach of it, the place in which lingered his memories of happy days. But his so meticulous prudence was defeated one evening when he had gone out to a party. It was at the Marquise de Saint Euverte, on the last for that season of the evenings on which she invited people to listen to the musicians who would serve later on for her charity concerts. Swann, who had intended to go to each of the previous evenings in turn, but had never been able to make up his mind, received, while he was dressing for this party, a visit from the Baronne de Charlus, who came with an offer to go with him to the Marquise's if his company could be of any use in helping Swann not to feel quite so bored when he got there, to be a little less unhappy. But Swann had thanked him with, "You can't conceive how glad I should be of your company. But the greatest pleasure that you can give me will be if you will go instead to see Odette. You know what a splendid influence you have over her. I don't suppose she'll be going anywhere this evening unless she goes to see her old dressmaker, and I'm sure she would be delighted if you went with her there. In any case, you'll find her at home before then. Try to keep her amused, and also to give her a little sound advice. If you could arrange something for to-morrow which would please her, something that we could all three do together. Try to put out a feel or two for the summer. See if there's anything she wants to do, a cruise that we might all three take. Anything you can think of. I don't count upon seeing her to-night, myself. Still, if she would like me to come, or if you find a loophole, you've only to send me a line at Madame de Saint Euverte's up till midnight. After that I shall be here. Ever so many thanks for all you are doing for me. You know what I feel about you." His friend promised to go and do as Swann wished, as soon as he had deposited him at the door of the Saint Euverte house, where he arrived soothed by the thought that Monsieur de Charlus would be spending the evening in the Rue La Pérouse, but in a state of melancholy indifference to everything that did not involve Odette, and in particular to the details of fashionable life, a state which invested them with a charm that is to be found in anything which, being no longer an object of our desire, appears to us in its own guise. On alighting from his carriage, in the foreground of that fictitious summary of their domestic existence which hostesses are pleased to offer to their guests on ceremonial occasions, and in which they show a great regard for accuracy of costume and setting, Swann was amused to discover the heirs and successors of Balzac's tigers, now grooms, who normally followed their mistress when she walked abroad, but now, hatted and booted, were posted out of doors, in front of the house on the gravelled drive, or outside the stables, as gardeners might be drawn up for inspection at the ends of their several flower beds. The peculiar tendency which he had always had to look for analogies between living people and the portraits in galleries reasserted itself here, but in a more positive and more general form. It was society as a whole, now that he was detached from it, which presented itself to him in a series of pictures. In the cloak-room, into which in the old days, when he was still a man of fashion, he would have gone in his overcoat, to emerge from it in evening dress, but without any impression of what had occurred there, his mind having been, during the minute or two that he had spent in it, either still at the party which he had just left, or already at the party into which he was just about to be ushered. He now noticed for the first time, roused by the unexpected arrival of so belated a guest, the scattered pack of splendid, effortless animals, the enormous footmen who were drowsing here and there upon benches and chests, until, pointing their noble greyhound profiles, they towered upon their feet and gathered in a circle round about him. One of them, of a particularly ferocious aspect, and not unlike the headsman in certain Renaissance pictures which represent executions, tortures, and the like, advanced upon him with an implacable air to take his things; but the harshness of his steely glare was compensated by the softness of his cotton gloves, so effectively that as he approached Swann he seemed to be exhibiting at once an utter contempt for his person and the most tender regard for his hat. He took it with a care to which the precision of his movements imparted something that was almost over fastidious, and with a delicacy that was rendered almost touching by the evidence of his splendid strength. Then he passed it to one of his satellites, a novice and timid, who was expressing the panic that overpowered him by casting furious glances in every direction, and displayed all the dumb agitation of a wild animal in the first hours of its captivity. A few feet away, a strapping great lad in livery stood musing, motionless, statuesque, useless, like that purely decorative warrior whom one sees in the most tumultuous of Mantegna's paintings, lost in dreams, leaning upon his shield, while all around him are fighting and bloodshed and death. Detached from the group of his companions who were thronging about Swann, he seemed as determined to remain unconcerned in the scene which he followed vaguely with his cruel greenish eyes, as if it had been the massacre of the innocents or the martyrdom of St. James. He seemed precisely to have sprung from that vanished race, if indeed it ever existed, save in the reredos of San Zeno and the frescoes of the Eremitani, where Swann had come in contact with it, and where it still dreams, fruit of the impregnation of a classical statue by some one of the master's Paduan models, or of Albrecht Dürer's Saxons; and the locks of his reddish hair, crinkled by nature, but glued to his head by brilliantine, were treated broadly as they are in that Greek sculpture which the Mantuan painter never ceased to study, and which, if in its creator's purpose it represents but man, manages at least to extract from man's simple outlines such a variety of richness, borrowed as it were from the whole of animated nature, that a head of hair, by the glossy undulation and beak-like points of its curls, or in the overlaying of the florid triple diadem of its brushed tresses, can suggest at once a bunch of seaweed, a brood of fledgling doves, a bed of hyacinths, and a serpent's writhing back. Others again, no less colossal, were disposed upon the steps of a monumental staircase, which, by their decorative presence and marmorean immobility, were made worthy to be named, like that god-crowned ascent in the palace of the Doges, the staircase of the giants, and on which Swann now set foot, saddened by the thought that Odette had never climbed it. Ah, with what joy would he, on the other hand, have raced up the dark, evil-smelling break-neck flights to the little dressmaker's, in whose attic he would so gladly have paid the price of a weekly stage box at the opera for the right to spend the evening there when Odette came, and other days too, for the privilege of talking about her, of living among people whom she was in the habit of seeing when he was not there, and who, on that account, seemed to keep secret among themselves some part of the life of his mistress more real, more inaccessible, and more mysterious than anything that he knew. Whereas upon that pestilential, enviable staircase to the old dressmaker's, since there was no other, no service stair in the building, one saw in the evening outside every door an empty, unwashed milk can, set out in readiness for the morning round upon the door mat, on the despicable, enormous staircase which Swann was at that moment climbing, on either side of him at different levels, before each anfractuosity made in its walls by the window of the porter's lodge, or the entrance to a set of rooms, representing the departments of indoor service which they controlled, and doing homage for them to the guests, a gatekeeper, a major domo, a steward, worthy men who spent the rest of the week in semi-independence in their own domains, dined there by themselves like small shopkeepers, and might to-morrow lapse to the plebeian service of some successful doctor or industrial magnate. scrupulous in carrying out to the letter all the instructions that had been heaped upon them before they were allowed to don the brilliant livery which they wore only at long intervals, and in which they did not feel altogether at their ease, stood each in the arcade of his doorway, their splendid pomp tempered by a democratic good fellowship, like saints in their niches, and a gigantic usher, dressed Swiss guard fashion, like the beadle in a church, struck the pavement with his staff as each fresh arrival passed him. Coming to the top of the staircase, up which he had been followed by a servant with a pallid countenance, and a small pigtail clubbed at the back of his head, like one of Goya's sacristans or a Tabelian in an old play, Swann passed by an office in which the lackeys, seated like notaries before their massive registers, rose solemnly to their feet and inscribed his name. He next crossed a little hall which, just as certain rooms are arranged by their owners to serve as the setting for a single work of art from which they take their name, and, in their studied bareness, contain nothing else besides, displayed to him as he entered it like some priceless effigy by Benvenuto Cellini of an armed watchman, a young footman, his body slightly bent forward, rearing above his crimson gorget and even more crimson face, from which seemed to burst forth torrents of fire, timidity, and zeal, who, as he pierced the Aubusson tapestries that screened the door of the room in which the music was being given, with his impetuous, vigilant, desperate gaze, appeared with a soldierly impassibility or a supernatural faith, an allegory of alarums, incarnation of alertness, commemoration of a riot, to be looked out, angel or sentinel, from the tower of dungeons or cathedral, for the approach of the enemy or for the hour of judgment. Swann had only now to enter the concert room, the doors of which were thrown open to him by an usher loaded with chains, who bowed low before him as though tendering to him the keys of a conquered city. But he thought of the house in which at that very moment he might have been, if Odette had but permitted, and the remembered glimpse of an empty milk can upon a door mat wrung his heart. He speedily recovered his sense of the general ugliness of the human male, when on the other side of the tapestry curtain the spectacle of the servants gave place to that of the guests. But even this ugliness of faces, which of course were mostly familiar to him, seemed something new and uncanny, now that their features, instead of being to him symbols of practical utility in the identification of this or that man, who until then had represented merely so many pleasures to be sought after, boredoms to be avoided, or courtesies to be acknowledged, were at rest, measurable by aesthetic coordinates alone, in the autonomy of their curves and angles. And in these men, in the thick of whom Swann now found himself packed, there was nothing, even to the monocle which many of them wore, and which previously would, at the most, have enabled Swann to say that so and so wore a monocle, which, no longer restricted to the general connotation of a habit, the same in all of them, did not now strike him with a sense of individuality in each. Perhaps because he did not regard General de Froberville and the Marquis de Brodt, who were talking together just inside the door, as anything more than two figures in a picture, whereas they were the old and useful friends who had put him up for the Jockey Club, and had supported him in duels, the general's monocle stuck like a shell splinter in his common, scarred, victorious, overbearing face, in the middle of a forehead which it left half blinded, like the single-eyed flashing front of the Cyclops, appeared to Swann as a monstrous wound which it might have been glorious to receive, but which it was certainly not decent to expose, while that which Monsieur de Brodt wore as a festive badge, with his pearl gray gloves, his crush hat, and white tie, substituting it for the familiar pair of glasses, as Swann himself did when he went out to places, bore, glued to its other side, like a specimen prepared on a slide for the microscope, an infinitesimal gaze that swarmed with friendly feeling, and never ceased to twinkle at the loftiness of ceilings, the delightfulness of parties, the interestingness of programs, and the excellence of refreshments. "Hello! You here? Why, it's ages since I've seen you," the general greeted Swann, and, noticing the look of strain on his face, and concluding that it was perhaps a serious illness that had kept him away, went on, "You're looking well, old man," while Monsieur de Brodt turned with, "My dear fellow, what on earth are you doing here?" to a society novelist who had just fitted into the angle of eyebrow and cheek his own monocle, the sole instrument that he used in his psychological investigations and remorseless analyses of character, and who now replied with an air of mystery and importance, rolling the R, "I am observing." The Marquis de Forestal's monocle was minute and rimless, and by enforcing an incessant and painful contraction of the eye, over which it was encrusted like a superfluous cartilage, the presence of which there was inexplicable and its substance unimaginable, it gave to his face a melancholy refinement, and led women to suppose him capable of suffering terribly when in love. But that of Monsieur de Saint Conde, girdled like Saturn with an enormous ring, was the centre of gravity of a face which composed itself afresh every moment in relation to the glass, while his thrusting red nose and swollen sarcastic lips endeavored by their grimaces to rise to the level of the steady flame of wit that sparkled in the polished disk, and saw itself preferred to the most ravishing eyes in the world by the smart, depraved young women whom it set dreaming of artificial charms and a refinement of sensual bliss. And then behind him, Monsieur de Palancy, who with his huge carp's head and goggling eyes moved slowly up and down the stream of festive gatherings, unlocking his great mandibles at every moment, as though in search of his orientation, had the air of carrying about upon his person only an accidental and perhaps purely symbolical fragment of the glass wall of his aquarium, a part intended to suggest the whole, which recalled to Swann, a fervent admirer of Giotto's vices and virtues at Padua, that injustice by whose side a leafy bough evokes the idea of the forests that enshroud his secret lair. End of Part 3, Section 19. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 20 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 20. Swann had gone forward into the room, under pressure from Madame de Saint Euverte, and in order to listen to an aria from Orfeo which was being rendered on the flute, and had taken up a position in a corner from which, unfortunately, his horizon was bounded by two ladies of uncertain age seated side by side, the Marquise de Cambremer and the Vicomtesse de Franquetot, who, because they were cousins, used to spend their time at parties in wandering through the rooms, each clutching her bag and followed by her daughter, hunting for one another like people at a railway station, and could never be at rest until they had reserved, by marking them with their fans or handkerchiefs, two adjacent chairs. Madame de Cambremer, since she knew scarcely any one, being all the more glad of a companion; while Madame de Franquetot, who, on the contrary, was extremely popular, thought it effective and original to show all her fine friends that she preferred to their company that of an obscure country cousin with whom she had childish memories in common. Filled with ironical melancholy, Swann watched them as they listened to the pianoforte intermezzo, Liszt's St. Francis preaching to the birds, which came after the flute, and followed the virtuoso in his dizzy flight. Madame de Franquetot, anxiously, her eyes starting from her head, as though the keys over which his fingers skipped with such agility were a series of trapezes, from any of which he might come crashing 100 feet to the ground, stealing now and then a glance of astonishment and unbelief at her companion, as who should say, "It isn't possible. I would never have believed that a human being could do all that." Madame de Cambremer, as a woman who had received a sound musical education, beating time with her head, transformed for the nonce into the pendulum of a metronome, the sweep and rapidity of whose movements from one shoulder to the other, performed with that look of wild abandonment in her eye which a sufferer shows who is no longer able to analyze his pain, nor anxious to master it, and says merely, "I can't help it," so increased that at every moment her diamond earrings caught in the trimming of her bodice, and she was obliged to put straight the bunch of black grapes which she had in her hair, though without any interruption of her constantly accelerated motion. On the other side, and a little way in front of Madame de Franquetot, was the Marquise de Gallardon, absorbed in her favorite meditation, namely upon her own kinship with the Guermantes family, from which she derived both publicly and in private a good deal of glory not unmingled with shame, the most brilliant ornaments of that house remaining somewhat aloof from her, perhaps because she was just a tiresome old woman, or because she was a scandalous old woman, or because she came of an inferior branch of the family, or very possibly for no reason at all. When she found herself seated next to someone whom she did not know, as she was at this moment next to Madame de Franquetot, she suffered acutely from the feeling that her own consciousness of her Guermantes connection could not be made externally manifest in visible character, like those which, in the mosaics in Byzantine churches, placed one beneath another, inscribe in a vertical column by the side of some sacred personage the words which he is supposed to be uttering. At this moment she was pondering the fact that she had never received an invitation or even call from her young cousin, the Princess de Lorme, during the 6 years that had already elapsed since the latter's marriage. The thought filled her with anger and with pride, for, by virtue of having told every one who expressed surprise at never seeing her at Madame de Lorme's, that it was because of the risk of meeting the Princess Mathilde there, a degradation which her own family, the truest and bluest of legitimists, would never have forgiven her. She had come gradually to believe that this actually was the reason for her not visiting her young cousin. She remembered, it is true, that she had several times inquired of Madame de Lorme how they might contrive to meet, but she remembered it only in a confused way, and besides did more than neutralize this slightly humiliating reminiscence by murmuring, "After all, it isn't for me to take the first step. I am at least 20 years older than she is." And fortified by these unspoken words, she flung her shoulders proudly back until they seemed to part company with her bust, while her head, which lay almost horizontally upon them, made one think of the stuck-on head of a pheasant which is brought to the table regally adorned with its feathers. Not that she in the least degree resembled a pheasant, having been endowed by nature with a short and squat and masculine figure, but successive mortifications had given her a backward tilt, such as one might observe in trees which have taken root on the very edge of a precipice and are forced to grow backwards to preserve their balance. Since she was obliged, in order to console herself for not being quite on a level with the rest of the Guermantes, to repeat to herself incessantly that it was owing to the uncompromising rigidity of her principles and pride that she saw so little of them, the constant iteration had gradually remoulded her body, and had given her a sort of bearing which was accepted by the plebeian as a sign of breeding, and even kindled at times a momentary spark in the jaded eyes of old gentlemen in clubs. Had any one subjected Madame de Gallardon's conversation to that form of analysis which, by noting the relative frequency of its several terms, would furnish him with the key to a ciphered message, he would at once have remarked that no expression, not even the commonest forms of speech, occurred in it nearly so often as "at my cousin's the Guermantes," "at my aunt Guermantes," "Elzéar de Guermantes' health," "my cousin Guermantes' box." If any one spoke to her of a distinguished person, she would reply that, although she was not personally acquainted with him, she had seen him hundreds of times at her aunt Guermantes', but she would utter this reply in so icy a tone, with such a hollow sound, that it was at once quite clear that if she did not know the celebrity personally, that was because of all the obstinate, ineradicable principles against which her arching shoulders were stretched back to rest, as on one of those ladders on which gymnastic instructors make us extend so as to develop the expansion of our chests. At this moment the Princesse de Lorme, who had not been expected to appear at Madame de Saint Ouvert's that evening, did in fact arrive. To show that she did not wish any special attention, in a house to which she had come by an act of condescension, to be paid to her superior rank, she had entered the room with her arms pressed close to her sides, even when there was no crowd to be squeezed through, no one attempting to get past her, staying purposely at the back, with the air of being in her proper place, like a king who stands in the waiting procession at the doors of a theatre, where the management have not been warned of his coming, and strictly limiting her field of vision, so as not to seem to be advertising her presence and claiming the consideration that was her due. To the study of a pattern in the carpet or of her own skirt, she stood there on the spot which had struck her as the most modest, and from which, as she very well knew, a cry of rapture from Madame de Saint Euverte would extricate her as soon as her presence there was noticed, next to Madame de Combremere, whom, however, she did not know. She observed the dumb show by which her neighbor was expressing her passion for music, but she refrained from copying it. This was not to say that, for once that she had consented to spend a few minutes in Madame de Saint Euverte's house, the Princesse d'Erlon would not have wished, so that the act of politeness to her hostess, which she had performed by coming, might, so to speak, count double, to show herself as friendly and obliging as possible. But she had a natural horror of what she called exaggerating, and always made a point of letting people see that she simply must not indulge in any display of emotion that was not in keeping with the tone of the circle in which she moved, although such displays never failed to make an impression upon her by virtue of that spirit of imitation, akin to timidity, which is developed in the most self-confident persons, by contact with an unfamiliar environment, even though it be inferior to their own. She began to ask herself whether these gesticulations might not, perhaps, be a necessary concomitant of the piece of music that was being played, a piece which, it might be, was in a different category from all the music that she had ever heard before, and whether to abstain from them was not a sign of her own inability to understand the music and of discourtesy towards the lady of the house, with the result that, in order to express by a compromise both of her contradictory inclinations in turn, at one moment she would merely straighten her shoulder straps, or feel in her golden hair for the little balls of coral or of pink enamel, frosted with tiny diamonds, which formed its simple but effective ornament, studying with a cold interest her impassioned neighbor, while at another she would beat time for a few bars with her fan, but, so as not to forfeit her independence, she would beat a different time from the pianist's. When he had finished the Liszt intermezzo and had begun a prelude by Chopin, Madame de Combremere turned to Madame de Franquetot with a tender smile, full of intimate reminiscence, as well as of satisfaction, that of a competent judge, with the performance. She had been taught in her girlhood to fondle and cherish those long-necked, sinuous creatures, the phrases of Chopin, so free, so flexible, so tactile, which begin by seeking their ultimate resting place somewhere beyond and far wide of the direction in which they started, the point which one might have expected them to reach, phrases which divert themselves in those fantastic by-paths only to return more deliberately, with a more premeditated reaction, with more precision, as on a crystal bowl, which, if you strike it, will ring and throb until you cry aloud in anguish, to clutch at one's heart. Brought up in a provincial household with few friends or visitors, hardly ever invited to a ball, she had fuddled her mind in the solitude of her old manor house over setting the pace, now crawling, slow, now passionate, whirling, breathless, for all those imaginary waltzing couples, gathering them like flowers, leaving the ballroom for a moment to listen, where the wind sighed among the pine trees, on the shore of the lake, and seeing of a sudden advancing towards her, more different from anything one had ever dreamed of than earthly lovers are, a slender young man, whose voice was resonant and strange and false, in white gloves. But nowadays the old-fashioned beauty of this music seemed to have become a trifle stale, having forfeited, some years back, the esteem of really musical people. It had lost its distinction and its charm, and even those whose taste was frankly bad had ceased to find in it more than a moderate pleasure to which they hardly liked to confess. Madame de Combremere cast a furtive glance behind her. She knew that her young daughter-in-law, full of respect for her new and noble family, except in such matters as related to the intellect, upon which, having got as far as harmony in the Greek alphabet, she was specially enlightened, despised Chopin and felt quite ill when she heard him played. But finding herself free from the scrutiny of this Wagnerian, who was sitting at some distance in a group of her own contemporaries, Madame de Combremere let herself drift upon a stream of exquisite memories and sensations. The Princesse de L'Homme was touched also. Though without any natural gift for music, she had received, some 15 years earlier, the instruction which a music mistress of the Faubourg Saint Germain, a woman of genius who had been, towards the end of her life, reduced to penury, had started at 70 to give to the daughters and granddaughters of her old pupils. This lady was now dead, but her method, an echo of her charming touch, came to life now and then in the fingers of her pupils, even of those who had been in other respects quite mediocre, had given up music, and hardly ever opened a piano. And so Madame de L'Homme could let her head sway to and fro, fully aware of the cause, with a perfect appreciation of the manner in which the pianist was rendering this prelude, since she knew it by heart. The closing notes of the phrase that he had begun sounded already on her lips, and she murmured, "How charming it is!" with a stress on the opening consonants of the adjective, a token of her refinement by which she felt her lips so romantically compressed, like the petals of a beautiful budding flower, that she instinctively brought her eyes into harmony, illuminating them for a moment with a vague and sentimental gaze. Meanwhile, Madame de Gallardon had arrived at the point of saying to herself how annoying it was that she had so few opportunities of meeting the Princesse de L'Homme, for she meant to teach her a lesson by not acknowledging her bow. She did not know that her cousin was in the room. A movement of Madame Francoteux's head disclosed the Princess. At once Madame de Gallardon dashed towards her, upsetting all her neighbors. Although determined to preserve a distant and glacial manner which should remind every one present that she had no desire to remain on friendly terms with a person in whose house one might find oneself any day, cheek by jowl with the Princesse Mathilde, and to whom it was not her duty to make advances, since she was not of her generation, she felt bound to modify this air of dignity and reserve by some non-committal remark, which would justify her overture and would force the Princess to engage in conversation. And so, when she reached her cousin, Madame de Gallardon, with a stern countenance and one hand thrust out as though she were trying to force a card, began with, "How is your husband?" in the same anxious tone that she would have used if the prince had been seriously ill. The Princess, breaking into a laugh which was one of her characteristics, and was intended at once to show the rest of an assembly that she was making fun of some one, and also to enhance her own beauty, by concentrating her features around her animated lips and sparkling eyes, answered, "Why, he's never been better in his life," and she went on laughing. Madame de Gallardon then drew herself up, and chilling her expression still further, perhaps because she was still uneasy about the prince's health, said to her cousin, "Orion." At once Madame de L'Homme looked with amused astonishment towards an invisible third, whom she seemed to call to witness that she had never authorized Madame de Gallardon to use her Christian name. "I should be so pleased if you would look in just for a minute to-morrow evening, to hear a quintet with a clarinet by Mozart. I should like to have your opinion of it." She seemed not so much to be issuing an invitation as to be asking favor, and to want the Princess's opinion of the Mozart quintet, just as though it had been a dish invented by a new cook, whose talent it was most important that an epicure should come to judge. "But I know that quintet quite well. I can tell you now that I adore it." "You know, my husband isn't at all well. It's his liver. He would like so much to see you," Madame de Gallardon resumed, making it now a corporal work of charity for the Princess to appear at her party. The Princess never liked to tell people that she would not go to their houses. Every day she would write to express her regret at having been kept away, by the sudden arrival of her husband's mother, by an invitation from his brother, by the opera, by some excursion to the country, from some party to which she had never for a moment dreamed of going. In this way she gave many people the satisfaction of feeling that she was on intimate terms with them, that she would gladly have come to their houses, and that she had been prevented from doing so only by some princely occurrence which they were flattered to find competing with their own humble entertainment. And then, as she belonged to that witty Guermantes set, in which there survives something of the alert mentality, stripped of all commonplace phrases and conventional sentiments, which dated from Mérimée, and found its final expression in the plays of Meilhac and Halévy, she adapted its formula so as to suit even her social engagements, transposed it into the courtesy which was always struggling to be positive and precise, to approximate itself to the plain truth. She would never develop at any length to a hostess the expression of her anxiety to be present at her party. She found it more pleasant to disclose to her all the various little incidents on which it would depend whether it was or was not possible for her to come. "Listen, and I'll explain," she began to Madame de Gallardon. "To morrow evening I must go to a friend of mine who has been pestering me to fix a day for ages. If she takes us to the theatre afterwards, then I can't possibly come to you, much as I should love to. But if we just stay in the house, I know that there won't be any one else there, so I can slip away. Tell me, have you seen your friend, Monsieur Swann?" "No, my present Charles. I never knew he was here. Where is he? I must catch his eye." "It's a funny thing that he should come to old Saint Hubert's," Madame de Gallardon went on. "Oh, I know he's very clever, meaning by that, very cunning, but that makes no difference. Fancy a Jew here, and she the sister and sister-in-law of two archbishops." "I am ashamed to confess that I am not in the least shocked," said the Princess de Lomes. "I know he's a converted Jew, and all that, and his parents and grandparents before him. But they do say that the converted ones are worse about their religion than the practicing ones; that it's all just a pretense. Is that true, do you think?" "I can throw no light at all on the matter." The pianist, who was down to play two pieces by Chopin, after finishing the prelude, had at once attacked a polonaise. But once Madame de Gallardon had informed her cousin that Swann was in the room, Chopin himself might have risen from the grave and played all his works in turn, without Madame de Lomes paying him the slightest attention. She belonged to that one of the two divisions of the human race, in which the untiring curiosity which the other half feels about the people whom it does not know is replaced by an unfailing interest in the people whom it does. As with many women of the Faubourg Saint Germain, the presence in any room in which she might find herself of another member of her set, even although she had nothing in particular to say to him, would occupy her mind to the exclusion of every other consideration. From that moment, in the hope that Swann would catch sight of her, the princess could do nothing but, like a tame white mouse when a lump of sugar is put down before its nose and then taken away, turn her face, in which were crowded 1,000 signs of intimate connivance, none of them with the least relevance to the sentiment underlying Chopin's music, in the direction where Swann was, and, if he moved, divert accordingly the course of her magnetic smile. "Orion, don't be angry with me," resumed Madame de Gallardon, who could never restrain herself from sacrificing her highest social ambitions, and the hope that she might one day emerge into a light that would dazzle the world, to the immediate and secret satisfaction of saying something disagreeable. "People do say about your Monsieur Swann that he's the sort of man one can't have in the house. Is that true?" "Why, you of all people ought to know that it's true," replied the Princess de Lomes, "for you must have asked him 100 times, and he's never been to your house once." And leaving her cousin mortified afresh, she broke out again into a laugh which scandalized every one who was trying to listen to the music, but attracted the attention of Madame de Saint Euverte, who had stayed out of politeness near the piano, and caught sight of the princess now for the first time. Madame de Saint Euverte was all the more delighted to see Madame de Lomes, as she imagined her to be still at Guermantes, looking after her father-in-law, who was ill. "My dear princess, you here?" "Yes, I tucked myself away in a corner, and I've been hearing such lovely things." "What, you've been in the room quite a time?" "Oh, yes, quite a long time, which seemed very short. It was only long because I couldn't see you." Madame de Saint Euverte offered her own chair to the princess, who declined it with, "Oh, please, no. Why should you? It doesn't matter in the least where I sit," and deliberately picking out, so as the better to display the simplicity of a really great lady, a low seat without a back. "There now, that hassock, that's all I want. It will make me keep my back straight. Oh, good heavens, I'm making a noise again. They'll be telling you to have me chucked out." End of Part 3, Section 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 21, A Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3. Swann in Love. Section 21. Meanwhile, the pianist having doubled his speed, the emotion of the music lovers was reaching its climax. A servant was handing refreshments about on a salver, and was making the spoons rattle, and, as on every other party night, Madame de Saint Euverte was making signs to him, which he never saw, to leave the room. A recent bride, who had been told that a young woman ought never to appear bored, was smiling vigorously, trying to catch her hostess's eye so as to flash a token of her gratitude for the others having thought of her in connection with so delightful an entertainment. And yet, although she remained more calm than Madame de Franquetot, it was not without some uneasiness as she followed the flying fingers. What alarmed her being not the pianist's fate, but the piano's, on which a lighted candle, jumping at each fortissimo, threatened, if not to set its shade on fire, at least to spill wax upon the ebony. At last she could contain herself no longer, and running up the 2 steps of the platform on which the piano stood, flung herself on the candle to adjust its sconce. But scarcely had her hand come within reach of it when, on a final chord, the piece finished, and the pianist rose to his feet. Nevertheless, the bold initiative shown by this young woman, and the moment of blushing confusion between her and the pianist which resulted from it, produced an impression that was favorable on the whole. "Did you see what that girl did just now, Princess?" asked General de Froberville, who had come up to Madame de Laume as her hostess left her for a moment. "Odd, wasn't it? Is she one of the performers?" "No, she's a little Madame de Cambremer," replied the Princess carelessly, and then, with more animation, "I am only repeating what I heard just now myself. I haven't the faintest notion who said it; it was someone behind me who said that they were neighbours of Madame de Saint Euverte in the country. But I don't believe anyone knows them, really. They must be country cousins. By the way, I don't know whether you're particularly well up in the brilliant society which we see before us, because I've no idea who all these astonishing people can be. What do you suppose they do with themselves when they're not at Madame de Saint Euverte's parties? She must have ordered them in with the musicians, and the chairs and the food. Universal providers, you know. You must admit they're rather splendid, General. But can she really have the courage to hire the same supers every week? It isn't possible." "Oh, but Combemer is quite a good name, old, too," protested the General. "I see no objection to its being old," the Princess answered dryly. "But whatever else it is, it's not euphonious," she went on, isolating the word euphonious as though between inverted commas, a little affectation to which the Guermantes set were addicted. "You think not, eh? She's a regular little peach, though," said the General, whose eyes never strayed from Madame de Cambremer. "Don't you agree with me, Princess?" "She thrusts herself forward too much. I think in so young a woman that's not very nice. For I don't suppose she's my generation," replied Madame de Laume, the last word being common, it appeared, to Gallardon and Guermantes. And then, seeing that Monsieur de Froberville was still gazing at Madame de Cambremer, she added, half out of malice towards the lady, half wishing to oblige the General, "Not very nice for her husband. I am sorry that I do not know her, since she seems to attract you so much. I might have introduced you to her," said the Princess, who, if she had known the young woman, would most probably have done nothing of the sort. "And now I must say good night, because one of my friends is having a birthday party, and I must go and wish her many happy returns," she explained, modestly and with truth, reducing the fashionable gathering to which she was going to the simple proportions of a ceremony which would be boring in the extreme, but at which she was obliged to be present, and there would be something touching about her appearance. "Besides, I must pick up Basine. While I've been here, he's gone to see those friends of his. You know them too, I'm sure, who are called after a bridge. Oh yes, the Jenas." "It was a battle before it was a bridge, Princess. It was a victory," said the General. "I mean to say to an old soldier like me," he went on, wiping his monocle and replacing it, as though he were laying a fresh dressing on the raw wound underneath, while the Princess instinctively looked away. "That Empire nobility well, of course, it's not the same thing, but after all, taking it as it is, it's very fine of its kind. They were people who really did fight like heroes." "But I have the deepest respect for heroes," the Princess assented, though with a faint trace of irony. "If I don't go with Basine to see this Princess de Jena, it isn't for that at all, it's simply because I don't know them. Basine knows them, he worships them. Oh no, it's not what you think, he's not in love with her. I've nothing to set my face against. Besides, what good has it ever done when I have set my face against them?" she queried sadly, for the whole world knew that, ever since the day upon which the Prince de Lomme had married his fascinating cousin, he had been consistently unfaithful to her. "Anyhow, it isn't that at all. They're people he has known for ever so long, they do him very well, and that suits me down to the ground. But I must tell you what he's told me about their house. It's quite enough. Can you imagine it? All their furniture is Empire." "But, my dear Princess, that's only natural. It belonged to their grandparents." "I don't quite say it didn't, but that doesn't make it any less ugly. I quite understand that people can't always have nice things, but at least they needn't have things that are merely grotesque. What do you say? I can think of nothing more devastating, more utterly smug than that hideous style cabinets covered all over with swans' heads, like bath taps." "But I believe, all the same, that they've got some lovely things. Why, they must have that famous mosaic table on which the Treaty of... Oh, I don't deny they may have things that are interesting enough from the historic point of view, but things like that can't ever be beautiful, because they're simply horrible. I've got things like that myself that came to Bassin from the Montesquieux, only they're up in the attics at Guermantes, where nobody ever sees them. But after all, that's not the point. I would fly to see them with Bassin. I would even go to see them among all their sphinxes and brasses if I knew them, but I don't know them. Do you know, I was always taught, when I was a little girl, that it was not polite to call on people one didn't know." She assumed a tone of childish gravity. "And so I am just doing what I was taught to do. Can't you see those good people with a totally strange woman bursting into their house? Why, I might get a most hostile reception." And she coquettishly enhanced the charm of the smile which the idea had brought to her lips by giving to her blue eyes, which were fixed on the General, a gentle, dreamy expression. "My dear Princess, you know that they'd be simply wild with joy." "No? Why?" she inquired, with the utmost vivacity, either so as to seem unaware that it would be because she was one of the first ladies in France, or so as to have the pleasure of hearing the General tell her so. "Why, how can you tell? Perhaps they would think it the most unpleasant thing that could possibly happen. I know nothing about them, but if they're anything like me, I find it quite boring enough to see the people I do know. I'm sure if I had to see people I didn't know as well, even if they had fought like heroes, I should go stark mad. Besides, except when it's an old friend like you, whom one knows quite apart from that, I'm not sure that heroism takes one very far in society. It's often quite boring enough to have to give a dinner party, but if one had to offer one's arm to Spartacus, to let him take one down, really, no. It would never be Vercingetorix I would send for to make a 14th. I feel sure I should keep him for really big crushes, and as I never give any... Ah, Princess, it's easy to see you're not a Guermantes for nothing. You have your share of it all right, the wit of the Guermantes. But people always talk about the wit of the Guermantes. I could never make out why. Do you really know any others who have it?" she rallied him, with a rippling flow of laughter, her features concentrated, yoked to the service of her animation, her eyes sparkling, blazing with a radiant sunshine of gaiety which could be kindled only by such speeches, even if the Princess had to make them herself, as were in praise of her wit or of her beauty. "Look, there's Swann talking to your Cambremere woman. Over there, beside old Saint Euverte. Don't you see him? Ask him to introduce you. But hurry up, he seems to be just going." "Did you notice how dreadfully ill he's looking?" asked the General. "My precious Charles? Ah, he's coming at last. I was beginning to think he didn't want to see me." Swann was extremely fond of the Princesse de Lomme, and the sight of her recalled to him Guermantes, a property close to Combray, and all that country which he so dearly loved and had ceased to visit, so as not to be separated from Odette. Slipping into the manner, half artistic, half amorous, with which he could always manage to amuse the Princess, a manner which came to him quite naturally whenever he dipped for a moment into the old social atmosphere, and wishing also to express in words, for his own satisfaction, the longing that he felt for the country. "Ah!" he exclaimed, or rather intoned, in such a way as to be audible at once to Madame de Saint Euverte, to whom he spoke, and to Madame de Lhomme, for whom he was speaking. "Behold our charming princess! See, she has come up on purpose from Guermantes to hear Saint Francis preach to the birds, and has only just had time, like a dear little titmouse, to go and pick a few little hips and haws and put them in her hair. There are even some drops of dew upon them still, a little of the hoar frost which must be making the Duchess down there shiver. It is very pretty indeed, my dear princess." "What? The princess came up on purpose from Guermantes? But that's too wonderful! I never knew! I'm quite bewildered!" Madame de Saint Euverte protested with quaint simplicity, being but little accustomed to Swann's way of speaking. And then, examining the princess's headdress, "Why, you're quite right. It is copied from what shall I say? Not chestnuts, no. Oh, it's a delightful idea! But how can the princess have known what was going to be on my programme? The musicians didn't tell me, even." Swann, who was accustomed, when he was with a woman whom he had kept up the habit of addressing in terms of gallantry, to pay her delicate compliments which most other people would not and need not understand, did not condescend to explain to Madame de Saint Euverte that he had been speaking metaphorically. As for the princess, she was in fits of laughter, both because Swann's wit was highly appreciated by her set, and because she could never hear a compliment addressed to herself without finding it exquisitely subtle and irresistibly amusing. "Indeed, I'm delighted, Charles, if my little hips and haws meet with your approval. But tell me, why did you bow to that Combermere person? Are you also her neighbour in the country?" Madame de Saint Euverte, seeing that the princess seemed quite happy talking to Swann, had drifted away. "But you are yourself, princess." "I? Why, they must have countries everywhere, those creatures! Don't I wish I had!" "No, not the Combermeres, her own people. She was a Legrandin, and used to come to Combray. I don't know whether you are aware that you are Comtesse de Combray, and that the chapter owes you a due." "I don't know what the chapter owes me, but I do know that I'm touched for 100 francs every year by the curé, which is a due that I could very well do without. But surely these Combermeres have rather a startling name. It ends just in time, but it ends badly," she said with a laugh. "It begins no better." Swann took the point. "Yes, that double abbreviation." "Some one very angry and very proper, who didn't dare to finish the first word." But since he couldn't stop himself beginning the second, he'd have done better to finish the first and be done with it. "We are indulging in the most refined form of humour, my dear Charles, in the very best of taste. But how tiresome it is that I never see you now!" she went on in a coaxing tone. "I do so love talking to you. Just imagine, I could not make that idiot Froberville see that there was anything funny about the name Combermere. Do agree that life is a dreadful business. It's only when I see you that I stop feeling bored." Which was probably not true. But Swann and the princess had the same way of looking at the little things of life, the effect, if not the cause, of which was a close analogy between their modes of expression and even of pronunciation. This similarity was not striking, because no two things could have been more unlike than their voices. But if one took the trouble to imagine Swann's utterances divested of the sonority that enwrapped them, of the moustache from under which they emerged, one found that they were the same phrases, the same inflections, that they had the tone of their Guermantes set. On important matters Swann and the princess had not an idea in common. But since Swann had become so melancholy, and was always in that trembling condition which precedes a flood of tears, he had the same need to speak about his grief that a murderer has to tell some one about his crime. And when he heard the princess say that life was a dreadful business, he felt as much comforted as if she had spoken to him of Odette. "Yes, life is a dreadful business. We must meet more often, my dear friend. What is so nice about you is that you are not cheerful. We could spend a most pleasant evening together." "I'm sure we could. Why not come down to Guermantes? My mother in law would be wild with joy. It's supposed to be very ugly down there, but I must say I find the neighbourhood not at all unattractive. I have a horror of picturesque spots." "I know it well; it's delightful," replied Swann. "It's almost too beautiful, too much alive for me just at present. It's a country to be happy in." "It's perhaps because I have lived there, but things there speak to me so. As soon as a breath of wind gets up and the cornfields begin to stir, I feel that some one is going to appear suddenly, that I am going to hear some news, and those little houses by the water's edge... I should be quite wretched." "Oh, my dearest Charles, do take care! There's that appalling Rampillon woman. She's seen me. Hide me somewhere. Do tell me again, quickly, what it was that happened to her. I get so mixed up. She's just married off her daughter, or her lover, I never can remember. Perhaps both. To each other. Oh, no, I remember now. She's been dropped by her prince. Pretend to be talking, so that the poor old Berenice shan't come and invite me to dinner. Anyhow, I'm going. Listen, my dearest Charles, now that I have seen you once in a blue moon, won't you let me carry you off and take you to the Princesse de Parme's, who would be so pleased to see you, you know, and Bausin, too, for that matter, he's meeting me there. If one didn't get news of you sometimes from Meme, remember, I never see you at all now." Swann declined. Having told Monsieur de Charlus that on leaving Madame de Saint Euverte's he would go straight home, he did not care to run the risk, by going on now to the Princesse de Parme's, of missing a message, which he had all the time been hoping to see brought in to him by one of the footmen during the party, and which he was perhaps going to find left with his own porter at home. "Poor Swann," said Madame de Laume that night to her husband. "He is always charming, but he does look so dreadfully unhappy. You will see for yourself, for he has promised to dine with us one of these days. I do feel that it's really absurd that a man of his intelligence should let himself be made to suffer by a creature of that kind, who isn't even interesting, for they tell me she's an absolute idiot," she concluded, with the wisdom invariably shown by people who, not being in love themselves, feel that a clever man ought to be unhappy only about such persons as are worth his while, which is rather like being astonished that any one should condescend to die of cholera at the bidding of so insignificant a creature as a common bacillus. Swann now wished to go home, but just as he was making his escape, General de Froberville caught him and asked for an introduction to Madame de Combermere, and he was obliged to go back into the room to look for her. "I say, Swann, I'd rather be married to that little woman than killed by savages. What do you say?" The words "killed by savages" pierced Swann's aching heart, and at once he felt the need of continuing the conversation. "Ah," he began, "some fine lives have been lost in that way. There was, you remember, that explorer, whose remains Dumont d'Urville brought back, La Pérouse." And he was at once happy again, as though he had named Odette. "He was a fine character, and interests me very much, does La Pérouse," he ended sadly. "Oh, yes, of course, La Pérouse," said the General. "It's quite a well known name. There's a street called that." "Do you know any one in the Rue La Pérouse?" asked Swann excitedly. "Only Madame de Chanlivaud, the sister of that good fellow Chaussepierre. She gave a most amusing theatre party the other evening. That's a house that will be really smart some day. You'll see." "Oh, so she lives in the Rue La Pérouse. It's attractive. I like that street. It's so sombre." "Indeed it isn't. You can't have been in it for a long time. It's not at all sombre now. They're beginning to build all round there." When Swann did finally introduce Monsieur de Froberville to the young Madame de Combermere, since it was the first time that she had heard the General's name, she hastily outlined upon her lips the smile of joy and surprise with which she would have greeted him if she had never in the whole of her life heard anything else. For as she did not yet know all the friends of her new family, whenever any one was presented to her, she assumed that he must be one of them, and thinking that she would show her tact by appearing to have heard such a lot about him since her marriage, she would hold out her hand with an air of hesitation, which was meant as a proof at once of the inculcated reserve which she had to overcome, and of the spontaneous friendliness which successfully overcame it. And so her parents in law, whom she still regarded as the most eminent pair in France, declared that she was an angel. All the more that they preferred to appear, in marrying her to their son, to have yielded to the attraction rather of her natural charm than of her considerable fortune. "It's easy to see that you're a musician heart and soul, Madame," said the General, alluding to the incident of the candle. End of Part 3, Section 21. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 22 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 22. Meanwhile the concert had begun again, and Swann saw that he could not now go before the end of the new number. He suffered greatly from being shut up among all these people whose stupidity and absurdities wounded him all the more cruelly, since, being ignorant of his love, incapable, had they known it, of taking any interest, or of doing more than smile at it as at some childish joke, or deplore it as an act of insanity, they made it appear to him in the aspect of a subjective state which existed for himself alone, whose reality there was nothing external to confirm. He suffered overwhelmingly, to the point at which even the sound of the instruments made him want to cry, from having to prolong his exile in this place to which Odette would never come, in which no one, nothing was aware of her existence, from which she was entirely absent. But suddenly it was as though she had entered, and this apparition tore him with such anguish that his hand rose impulsively to his heart. What had happened was that the violin had risen to a series of high notes, on which it rested as though expecting something, an expectancy which it prolonged without ceasing to hold on to the notes, in the exaltation with which it already saw the expected object approaching, and with a desperate effort to continue until its arrival, to welcome it before itself expired, to keep the way open for a moment longer, with all its remaining strength, that the stranger might enter in as one holds a door open that would otherwise automatically close. And before Swann had had time to understand what was happening, to think, "It is the little phrase from Von Toya's sonata, I mustn't listen," all his memories of the days when Odette had been in love with him, which he had succeeded up till that evening in keeping invisible in the depths of his being, deceived by this sudden reflection of a season of love, whose sun, they supposed, had dawned again, had awakened from their slumber, had taken wing and risen to sing maddeningly in his ears, without pity for his present desolation, the forgotten strains of happiness. In place of the abstract expressions, "the time when I was happy," "the time when I was loved," which he had often used until then, and without much suffering, for his intelligence had not embodied in them anything of the past save fictitious extracts which preserved none of the reality, he now recovered everything that had fixed unalterably the peculiar, volatile essence of that lost happiness. He could see it all: the snowy, curled petals of the chrysanthemum which she had tossed after him into his carriage, which he had kept pressed to his lips, the address "Maison Dorée" embossed on the note paper on which he had read, "My hand trembles so as I write to you," the frowning contraction of her eyebrows when she said pleadingly, "You won't let it be very long before you send for me?" He could smell the heated iron of the barber whom he used to have in to singe his hair while Loredan went to fetch the little working girl; could feel the torrents of rain which fell so often that spring, the ice cold homeward drive in his victoria, by moonlight all the network of mental habits, of seasonable impressions, of sensory reactions, which had extended over a series of weeks its uniform meshes, by which his body now found itself inextricably held. At that time he had been satisfying a sensual curiosity to know what were the pleasures of those people who lived for love alone. He had supposed that he could stop there, that he would not be obliged to learn their sorrows also. How small a thing the actual charm of Odette was now in comparison with that formidable terror which extended it like a cloudy halo all around her, that enormous anguish of not knowing at every hour of the day and night what she had been doing, of not possessing her wholly, at all times and in all places. Alas, he recalled the accents in which she had exclaimed, "But I can see you at any time, I am always free." She, who was never free now, the interest, the curiosity that she had shown in his life, her passionate desire that he should do her the favour of which it was he who then had felt suspicious, as of a possibly tedious waste of his time and disturbance of his arrangements, of granting her access to his study. How she had been obliged to beg that he would let her take him to the Verdurins', and when he did allow her to come to him once a month, how she had first, before he would let himself be swayed, had to repeat what a joy it would be to her, that custom of their seeing each other daily, for which she had longed at a time when to him it had seemed only a tiresome distraction, for which, Since that time she had conceived a distaste, and had definitely broken herself of it, while it had become for him so insatiable, so dolorous a need. Little had he suspected how truly he spoke when on their third meeting, as she repeated, "But why don't you let me come to you oftener?" he had told her laughing, and in a vein of gallantry, that it was for fear of forming a hopeless passion. Now, alas, it still happened at times that she wrote to him from a restaurant or hotel, on paper which bore a printed address, but printed in letters of fire that seared his heart. Written from the Hotel Vouillemont. What on earth can she have gone there for? With whom? What happened there? He remembered the gas jets that were being extinguished all along the Boulevard de l'Italien, when he had met her, when all hope was gone, among the errant shades, upon that night which had seemed to him almost supernatural, and which now, that night of a period when he had not even to ask himself whether he would be annoying her by looking for her and by finding her, so certain was he that she knew no greater happiness than to see him and to let him take her home, belonged indeed to a mysterious world to which one never may return again once its doors are closed. And Swann could distinguish, standing motionless before that scene of happiness, in which it lived again, a wretched figure which filled him with such pity, because he did not at first recognize who it was, that he must lower his head lest any one should observe that his eyes were filled with tears. It was himself. When he had realized this, his pity ceased. He was jealous now of that other self whom she had loved. He was jealous of those men of whom he had so often said, without much suffering, "Perhaps she's in love with them." Now that he had exchanged the vague idea of loving in which there is no love, for the petals of the chrysanthemum and the letter heading of the Maison d'Or, for they were full of love. And then, his anguish becoming too keen, he passed his hand over his forehead, let the monocle drop from his eye, and wiped its glass. And doubtless, if he had caught sight of himself at that moment, he would have added to the collection of the monocles which he had already identified, this one which he removed like an importunate, worrying thought from his head, while from its misty surface, with his handkerchief, he sought to obliterate his cares. There are in the music of the violin, if one does not see the instrument itself, and so cannot relate what one hears to its form, which modifies the fulness of the sound, accents which are so closely akin to those of certain contralto voices, that one has the illusion that a singer has taken her place amid the orchestra. One raises one's eyes. One sees only the wooden case, magical as a Chinese box. But, at moments, one is still tricked by the deceiving appeal of the siren. At times, too, one believes that one is listening to a captive spirit, struggling in the darkness of its masterful box, a box quivering with enchantment, like a devil immersed in a stoup of holy water. Sometimes, again, it is in the air, at large, like a pure and supernatural creature, that reveals to the ear as it passes its invisible message. As though the musicians were not nearly so much playing the little phrase as performing the rites on which it insisted before it would consent to appear, as proceeding to utter the incantations necessary to procure, and to prolong for a few moments, the miracle of its apparition, Swann, who was no more able now to see it than if it had belonged to a world of ultra violet light, who experienced something like the refreshing sense of a metamorphosis in the momentary blindness with which he had been struck as he approached it, Swann felt that it was present, like a protective goddess, a confidant of his love, who, so as to be able to come to him through the crowd, and to draw him aside to speak to him, had disguised herself in this sweeping cloak of sound. And as she passed him, light, soothing, as softly murmured as the perfume of a flower, telling him what she had to say, every word of which he closely scanned, sorry to see them fly away so fast, he made involuntarily with his lips the motion of kissing as it went by him, the harmonious, fleeting form. He felt that he was no longer in exile and alone, since she, who addressed herself to him, spoke to him in a whisper of Odette. For he had no longer, as of old, the impression that Odette and he were not known to the little phrase. Had it not often been the witness of their joys? True that as often it had warned him of their frailty. And indeed, whereas in that distant time he had divined an element of suffering in its smile, in its limpid and disillusioned intonation, To night he found there rather the charm of a resignation that was almost gay. Of those sorrows, of which the little phrase had spoken to him then, which he had seen it, without his being touched by them himself, carry past him, smiling on its sinuous and rapid course, of those sorrows which were now become his own, without his having any hope of being ever delivered from them, it seemed to say to him, as once it had said of his happiness, "What does all that matter? It is all nothing." And Swann's thoughts were borne for the first time on a wave of pity and tenderness towards that Von Toye, towards that unknown, exalted brother who also must have suffered so greatly. What could his life have been? From the depths of what well of sorrow could he have drawn that godlike strength, that unlimited power of creation? When it was the little phrase that spoke to him of the vanity of his sufferings, Swann found a sweetness in that very wisdom which, but a little while back, had seemed to him intolerable when he thought that he could read it on the faces of indifferent strangers, who would regard his love as a digression that was without importance. 'Twas because the little phrase, unlike them, whatever opinion it might hold on the short duration of these states of the soul, saw in them something not, as every one else saw, less serious than the events of everyday life, but on the contrary, so far superior to everyday life as to be alone worthy of the trouble of expressing it. Those graces of an intimate sorrow, 'twas them that the phrase endeavoured to imitate, to create anew. And even their essence, for all that it consists in being incommunicable and in appearing trivial to every one save him who has experience of them, the little phrase had captured, had rendered visible. So much so that it made their value be confessed, their divine sweetness be tasted by all those same onlookers, provided only that they were in any sense musical, who the next moment would ignore, would disown them in real life, in every individual love that came into being beneath their eyes. Doubtless the form in which it had codified those graces could not be analysed into any logical elements. But ever since, more than a year before, discovering to him many of the riches of his own soul, the love of music had been born, and for a time at least had dwelt in him. Swann had regarded musical motifs as actual ideas of another world, of another order, ideas veiled in shadows, unknown, impenetrable by the human mind, which none the less were perfectly distinct one from another, unequal among themselves in value and in significance. When, after that first evening at the Verdurins', he had had the little phrase played over to him again, and had sought to disentangle from his confused impressions how it was that, like a perfume or a caress, it swept over and enveloped him, he had observed that it was to the closeness of the intervals between the 5 notes which composed it, and to the constant repetition of 2 of them, that was due that impression of a frigid, a contracted sweetness. But in reality he knew that he was basing this conclusion not upon the phrase itself, but merely upon certain equivalents, substituted, for his mind's convenience, for the mysterious entity of which he had become aware, before ever he knew the Verdurins at that earlier party, when for the first time he had heard the sonata played. He knew that his memory of the piano falsified still further the perspective in which he saw the music, that the field open to the musician is not a miserable stave of 7 notes, but an immeasurable keyboard, still, almost all of it, unknown, on which here and there only, separated by the gross darkness of its unexplored tracts, some few among the millions of keys, keys of tenderness, of passion, of courage, of serenity which compose it, each one differing from all the rest, as one universe differs from another, have been discovered by certain great artists who do us the service when they awaken in us the emotion corresponding to the theme which they have found, of showing us what richness, what variety lies hidden, unknown to us in that great black impenetrable night, discouraging exploration, of our soul, which we have been content to regard as valueless and waste and void. Von Toye had been one of those musicians. In his little phrase, albeit it presented to the mind's eye a clouded surface, there was contained, one felt, a matter so consistent, so explicit, to which the phrase gave so new, so original a force, that those who had once heard it preserved the memory of it in the treasured chamber of their minds. Swann would repair to it as to a conception of love and happiness, of which at once he knew as well in what respects it was peculiar as he would know of the Princesse de Clèves or of René, should either of those titles occur to him. Even when he was not thinking of the little phrase, it existed, latent in his mind, in the same way as certain other conceptions without material equivalent, such as our notions of light, of sound, of perspective, of bodily desire, the rich possessions wherewith our inner temple is diversified and adorned. Perhaps we shall lose them. Perhaps they will be obliterated if we return to nothing in the dust. But so long as we are alive, we can no more bring ourselves to a state in which we shall not have known them than we can with regard to any material object, than we can, for example, doubt the luminosity of a lamp that has just been lighted, in view of the changed aspect of everything in the room, from which has vanished even the memory of the darkness. In that way Von Toya's phrase, like some theme, say, in Tristan, which represents to us also a certain acquisition of sentiment, has espoused our mortal state, had endued a vesture of humanity that was affecting enough. Its destiny was linked for the future with that of the human soul, of which it was one of the special, the most distinctive ornaments. Perhaps it is not being that is the true state, and all our dream of life is without existence. But if so, we feel that it must be that these phrases of music, these conceptions which exist in relation to our dream, are nothing either. We shall perish, but we have for our hostages these divine captives who shall follow and share our fate. And death in their company is something less bitter, less inglorious, perhaps even less certain. So Swann was not mistaken in believing that the phrase of the sonata did really exist. Human as it was from this point of view, it belonged none the less to an order of supernatural creatures whom we have never seen, but whom, in spite of that, we recognize and acclaim with rapture when some explorer of the unseen contrives to coax one forth, to bring it down from that divine world to which he has access, to shine for a brief moment in the firmament of ours. This was what Von Toya had done for the little phrase. Swann felt that the composer had been content, with the musical instruments at his disposal, to draw aside its veil, to make it visible, following and respecting its outlines with a hand so loving, so prudent, so delicate, and so sure, that the sound altered at every moment, blunting itself to indicate a shadow, springing back into life when it must follow the curve of some more bold projection. And one proof that Swann was not mistaken, when he believed in the real existence of this phrase, was that any one with an ear at all delicate for music would at once have detected the imposture had Von Toya, endowed with less power to see and to render its forms, sought to dissemble, by adding a line here and there of his own invention, the dimness of his vision or the feebleness of his hand. The phrase had disappeared. Swann knew that it would come again at the end of the last movement, after a long passage which Madame Verdurin's pianist always skipped. There were in this passage some admirable ideas which Swann had not distinguished on first hearing the sonata, and which he now perceived as if they had, in the cloak-room of his memory, divested themselves of their uniform disguise of novelty. Swann listened to all the scattered themes which entered into the composition of the phrase, as its premises enter into the inevitable conclusion of a syllogism. He was assisting at the mystery of its birth. "Audacity!" he exclaimed to himself, as inspired, perhaps, as a Lavoisier's or an Ampere's. The audacity of a Von Toya making experiment, discovering the secret laws that govern an unknown force, driving across a region unexplored towards the one possible goal, the invisible team in which he has placed his trust, and which he never may discern. How charming the dialogue which Swann now heard between piano and violin at the beginning of the last passage! The suppression of human speech, so far from letting fancy reign there uncontrolled, as one might have thought, had eliminated it altogether. Never was spoken language of such inflexible necessity. Never had it known questions so pertinent, such obvious replies. At first the piano complained alone, like a bird deserted by its mate. The violin heard and answered it, as from a neighbouring tree. It was at the first beginning of the world, as if there were not yet but these twain upon the earth, or rather in this world closed against all the rest, so fashioned by the logic of its creator that in it there should never be any but themselves, the world of this sonata. Was it a bird? Was it the soul, not yet made perfect, of the little phrase? Was it a fairy, invisibly somewhere lamenting, whose plaint the piano heard and tenderly repeated? Its cries were so sudden that the violinist must snatch up his bow and race to catch them as they came. Marvelous bird! The violinist seemed to wish to charm, to tame, to woo, to win it. Already it had passed into his soul; already the little phrase which it evoked shook like a medium's the body of the violinist, possessed indeed. Swann knew that the phrase was going to speak to him once again. And his personality was now so divided that the strain of waiting for the imminent moment when he would find himself face to face once more with the phrase convulsed him in one of those sobs which a fine line of poetry or a piece of alarming news will wring from us, not when we are alone, but when we repeat one or the other to a friend in whom we see ourselves reflected like a third person, whose probable emotion softens him. It reappeared, but this time to remain poised in the air, and to sport there for a moment only, as though immobile and shortly to expire. And so Swann lost nothing of the precious time for which it lingered. It was still there, like an iridescent bubble that floats for a while unbroken. As a rainbow, when its brightness fades, seems to subside, then soars again, and, before it is extinguished, is glorified with greater splendor than it has ever shone, so to the two colors which the phrase had hitherto allowed to appear, it added others now, chords shot with every hue in the prism, and made them sing. Swann dared not move, and would have liked to compel all the other people in the room to remain still also, as if the slightest movement might embarrass the magic presence, supernatural, delicious, frail, that would so easily vanish. But no one, as it happened, dreamed of speaking. The ineffable utterance of one solitary man, absent, perhaps dead, Swann did not know whether Von Toyer were still alive, breathed out above the rites of those two hierophants, sufficed to arrest the attention of 300 minds, and made of that stage on which a soul was thus caused into being one of the noblest altars on which a supernatural ceremony could be performed. It followed that, when the phrase at last was finished, and only its fragmentary echoes floated among the subsequent themes which had already taken its place, if Swann at first was annoyed to see the Comtesse de Monteriende, famed for her imbecilities, lean over towards him to confide in him her impressions, before even the sonata had come to an end, he could not refrain from smiling, and perhaps also found an underlying sense which she was incapable of perceiving in the words that she used. Dazzled by the virtuosity of the performers, the Comtesse exclaimed to Swann: "It's astonishing! I have never seen anything to beat it!" But a scrupulous regard for accuracy making her correct her first assertion, she added the reservation, "Anything to beat it, since the table turning." End of Part 3, Section 22. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 23 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 23. From that evening, Swann understood that the feeling which Odette had once had for him would never revive, that his hopes of happiness would not be realized now. In the days on which, by a lucky chance, she had once more shown herself kind and loving to him, or if she had paid him any attention, he recorded those apparent and misleading signs of a slight movement on her part towards him with the same tender and skeptical solicitude, the desperate joy that people reveal, who, when they are nursing a friend in the last days of an incurable malady, relate as significant facts of infinite value: "Yesterday he went through his accounts himself, and actually corrected a mistake that we had made in adding them up. He ate an egg to day, and seemed quite to enjoy it. If he digests it properly, we shall try him with a cutlet to morrow." although they themselves know that these things are meaningless on the eve of an inevitable death. No doubt Swann was assured that if he had been living at a distance from Odette, he would gradually have lost all interest in her, so that he would have been glad to learn that she was leaving Paris forever. He would have had the courage to remain there, but he had not the courage to go. He had often thought of going. Now that he was once again at work upon his essay on Vermeer, he wanted to return, for a few days at least, to The Hague, to Dresden, to Brunswick. He was certain that a toilette of Diana, which had been acquired by the Mauritshuis at the Goldschmidt sale as a Nicholas Mayas, was in reality a Vermeer. And he would have liked to be able to examine the picture on the spot, so as to strengthen his conviction. But to leave Paris while Odette was there, and even when she was not there, for in strange places where our sensations have not been numbed by habit, we refresh, we revive an old pain, was for him so cruel a project that he felt himself to be capable of entertaining it incessantly in his mind only because he knew himself to be resolute in his determination never to put it into effect. But it would happen that, while he was asleep, the intention to travel would reawaken in him without his remembering that this particular tour was impossible and would be realized. One night he dreamed that he was going away for a year. Leaning from the window of the train towards a young man on the platform, who wept as he bade him farewell, he was seeking to persuade this young man to come away also. The train began to move. He awoke in alarm, and remembered that he was not going away, that he would see Odette that evening, and next day, and almost every day. And then, being still deeply moved by his dream, he would thank Heaven for those special circumstances which made him independent, thanks to which he could remain in Odette's vicinity, and could even succeed in making her allow him to see her sometimes. And, counting over the list of his advantages, his social position, his fortune, from which she stood too often in need of assistance, not to shrink from the prospect of a definite rupture. Having even, so people said, an ulterior plan of getting him to marry her. His friendship with M. de Charlus, which, it must be confessed, had never won him any very great favor from Odette, but which gave him the pleasant feeling that she was always hearing complimentary things said about him by this common friend for whom she had so great an esteem. And even his own intelligence, the whole of which he employed in weaving every day a fresh plot which would make his presence, if not agreeable, at any rate necessary to Odette. He thought of what might have happened to him if all these advantages had been lacking. He thought that if he had been, like so many other men, poor and humble, without resources, forced to undertake any task that might be offered to him, or tied down by parents or by a wife, he might have been obliged to part from Odette, that that dream, the terror of which was still so recent, might well have been true. And he said to himself, "People don't know when they are happy. They're never so unhappy as they think they are." But he reflected that this existence had lasted already for several years, that all he could now hope for was that it should last forever, that he would sacrifice his work, his pleasures, his friends, in fact the whole of his life, to the daily expectation of a meeting which, when it occurred, would bring him no happiness. And he asked himself whether he was not mistaken, whether the circumstances that had favored their relations and had prevented a final rupture had not done a disservice to his career, whether the outcome to be desired was not that as to which he rejoiced that it happened only in dreams, his own departure. And he said to himself that people did not know when they were unhappy, that they were never so happy as they supposed. Sometimes he hoped that she would die, painlessly, in some accident, she who was out of doors in the streets, crossing busy thoroughfares, from morning to night. And as she always returned safe and sound, he marveled at the strength, at the suppleness of the human body, which was able continually to hold in check, to outwit all the perils that environed it, which to Swann seemed innumerable, since his own secret desire had strewn them in her path, and so allowed its occupant, the soul, to abandon itself day after day, and almost with impunity, to its career of mendacity, to the pursuit of pleasure. And Swann felt a very cordial sympathy with the Mahomet II, whose portrait by Bellini he admired, who, on finding that he had fallen madly in love with one of his wives, stabbed her, in order, as his Venetian biographer artlessly relates, to recover his spiritual freedom. Then he would be ashamed of thinking thus only of himself, and his own sufferings would seem to deserve no pity now that he himself was disposing so cheaply of Odette's very life. Since he was unable to separate himself from her without a subsequent return, if at least he had seen her continuously and without separations, his grief would ultimately have been assuaged, and his love would perhaps have died. And from the moment when she did not wish to leave Paris forever, he had hoped that she would never go. As he knew that her one prolonged absence every year was in August and September, he had abundant opportunity, several months in advance, to dissociate from it the grim picture of her absence throughout eternity, which was lodged in him by anticipation, and which, consisting of days closely akin to the days through which he was then passing, floated in a cold transparency in his mind, which it saddened and depressed, though without causing him any intolerable pain. But that conception of the future, that flowing stream, colorless and unconfined, a single word from Odette sufficed to penetrate through all Swann's defenses, and like a block of ice, immobilized it, congealed its fluidity, made it freeze altogether, and Swann felt himself suddenly filled with an enormous and unbreakable mass which pressed on the inner walls of his consciousness until he was fain to burst asunder. For Odette had said casually, watching him with a malicious smile, "Forcheville is going for a fine trip at Whitsuntide. He's going to Egypt." And Swann had at once understood that this meant, "I am going to Egypt at Whitsuntide with Forcheville." And in fact, if, a few days later, Swann began, "About that trip that you told me you were going to take with Forcheville," she would answer carelessly, "Yes, my dear boy, we're starting on the 19th. We'll send you a view of the pyramids." Then he was determined to know whether she was Forcheville's mistress, to ask her point blank, to insist upon her telling him. He knew that there were some perjuries which, being so superstitious, she would not commit, and besides the fear, which had hitherto restrained his curiosity, of making Odette angry if he questioned her, of making himself odious, had ceased to exist now that he had lost all hope of ever being loved by her. One day he received an anonymous letter, which told him that Odette had been the mistress of countless men, several of whom it named, among them Forcheville, M. de Brotte, and the painter, and women, and that she frequented houses of ill fame. He was tormented by the discovery that there was to be numbered among his friends a creature capable of sending him such a letter, for certain details betrayed in the writer a familiarity with his private life. He wondered who it could be. But he had never had any suspicion with regard to the unknown actions of other people, those which had no visible connection with what they said. And when he wanted to know whether it was rather beneath the apparent character of M. de Charlus, or of M. de Lome, or of M. d'Orsan, that he must place the untraveled region in which this ignoble action might have had its birth, as none of these men had ever, in conversation with Swann, suggested that he approved of anonymous letters, and as everything that they had ever said to him implied that they strongly disapproved, he saw no further reason for associating this infamy with the character of any one of them more than with the rest. M. de Charlus was somewhat inclined to eccentricity, but he was fundamentally good and kind. M. de Lome was a trifle dry, but wholesome and straight. As for M. d'Orsan, Swann had never met any one who, even in the most depressing circumstances, would come to him with a more heartfelt utterance, would act more properly or with more discretion. So much so that he was unable to understand the rather indelicate part commonly attributed to M. d'Orsan in his relations with a certain wealthy woman, and that whenever he thought of him he was obliged to set that evil reputation on one side as irreconcilable with so many unmistakable proofs of his genuine sincerity and refinement. For a moment Swann felt that his mind was becoming clouded, and he thought of something else so as to recover a little light, until he had the courage to return to those other reflections. But then, after not having been able to suspect any one, he was forced to suspect every one that he knew. After all, M. de Charlus might be most fond of him, might be most good-natured, but he was a neuropath. To-morrow, perhaps, he would burst into tears on hearing that Swann was ill, and to-day, from jealousy, or in anger, or carried away by some sudden idea, he might have wished to do him a deliberate injury. Really, that kind of man was the worst of all. The Prince de Lomme was certainly far less devoted to Swann than was M. de Charlus ; but for that very reason he had not the same susceptibility with regard to him ; and besides, his was a nature which, though no doubt it was cold, was as incapable of a base as of a magnanimous action. Swann regretted that he had formed no attachments in his life except to such people. Then he reflected that what prevents men from doing harm to their neighbors is fellow feeling, that he could not, in the last resort, answer for any but men whose natures were analogous to his own, as was, so far as the heart went, that of M. de Charlus. The mere thought of causing Swann so much distress would have been revolting to him. But with a man who was insensible, of another order of humanity, as was the Prince de Lomme, how was one to foresee the actions to which he might be led by the promptings of a different nature? To have a good heart was everything, and M. de Charlus had one. But M. d'Orson was not lacking in that either, and his relations with Swann, cordial but scarcely intimate, arising from the pleasure which, as they held the same views about everything, they found in talking together, were more quiescent than the enthusiastic affection of M. de Charlus, who was apt to be led into passionate activity, good or evil. If there was any one by whom Swann felt that he had always been understood, and, with delicacy, loved, it was M. d'Orson. Yes, but the life he led, it could hardly be called honorable. Swann regretted that he had never taken any notice of those rumors, that he himself had admitted jestingly that he had never felt so keen a sense of sympathy or of respect as when he was in thoroughly detrimental society. It is not for nothing, he now assured himself, that when people pass judgment upon their neighbor, their finding is based upon his actions. It is those alone that are significant, and not at all what we say or what we think. Charlus and de Lomme may have this or that fault, but they are men of honor. Orson, perhaps, has not the same faults, but he is not a man of honor. He may have acted dishonorably once again. Then he suspected Rémi, who, it was true, could only have inspired the letter, but he now felt himself for a moment to be on the right track. To begin with, Loredan had his own reasons for wishing harm to Odette. And then, how were we not to suppose that our servants, living in a situation inferior to our own, adding to our fortunes and to our frailties imaginary riches and vices, for which they at once envied and despised us, should not find themselves led by fate to act in a manner abhorrent to people of our own class? He also suspected my grandfather. On every occasion when Swann had asked him to do him any service, had he not invariably declined? Besides, with his ideas of middle-class respectability, he might have thought that he was acting for Swann's good. He suspected in turn Bergotte, the painter, the Verdurands, paused for a moment to admire once again the wisdom of people in society who refused to mix in the artistic circles in which such things were possible, were, perhaps, even openly avowed as excellent jokes. But then he recalled the marks of honesty that were to be observed in those Bohemians, and contrasted them with the life of expedients, often bordering on to which the want of money, the craving for luxury, the corrupting influence of their pleasures, often drove members of the aristocracy. In a word, this anonymous letter proved that he himself knew a human being capable of the most infamous conduct, but he could see no reason why that infamy should lurk in the depths, which no strange eye might explore, of the warm heart rather than the cold, the artist's rather than the business man's, the noble's rather than the flunky's. What criterion ought one to adopt in order to judge one's fellows? After all, there was not a single one of the people whom he knew who might not, in certain circumstances, prove capable of a shameful action. Must he then cease to see them all? His mind grew clouded. He passed his hands 2 or 3 times across his brow, wiped his glasses with his handkerchief, and remembering that, after all, men who were as good as himself frequented the society of M. de Charlus, the Prince de Lomme, and the rest, he persuaded himself that this meant, if not that they were incapable of shameful actions, at least that it was a necessity in human life, to which every one must submit, to frequent the society of people who were, perhaps, not incapable of such actions. And he continued to shake hands with all the friends whom he had suspected, with the purely formal reservation that each one of them had, possibly, been seeking to drive him to despair. As for the actual contents of the letter, they did not disturb him, for in not one of the charges which it formulated against Odette could he see the least vestige of fact. Like many other men, Swann had a naturally lazy mind, and was slow in invention. He knew quite well, as a general truth, that human life is full of contrasts, but in the case of any one human being, he imagined all that part of his or her life with which he was not familiar as being identical with the part with which he was. He imagined what was kept secret from him in the light of what was revealed. At such times as he spent with Odette, if their conversation turned upon an indelicate act committed, or an indelicate sentiment expressed by some third person, she would ruthlessly condemn the culprit by virtue of the same moral principles which Swann had always heard expressed by his own parents, and to which he himself had remained loyal. And then she would arrange her flowers, would sip her tea, would show an interest in his work. So Swann extended those habits to fill the rest of her life. He reconstructed those actions when he wished to form a picture of the moments in which he and she were apart. If any one had portrayed her to him as she was, or rather as she had been for so long with himself, but had substituted some other man, he would have been distressed, for such a portrait would have struck him as lifelike. But to suppose that she went to bad houses, that she abandoned herself to orgies with other women, that she led the crapulous existence of the most abject, the most contemptible of mortals, would be an insane wandering of the mind, for the realization of which, thank heaven, the chrysanthemums that he could imagine, the daily cups of tea, the virtuous indignation left neither time nor place. Only, now and again, he gave Odette to understand that people maliciously kept him informed of everything that she did, and making opportune use of some detail, insignificant but true, which he had accidentally learned, as though it were the sole fragment which he would allow, in spite of himself, to pass his lips, out of the numberless other fragments of that complete reconstruction of her daily life which he carried secretly in his mind. He led her to suppose that he was perfectly informed upon matters which in reality he neither knew nor suspected. For if he often adjured Odette never to swerve from or make alteration of the truth, that was only, whether he realized it or no, in order that Odette should tell him everything that she did. No doubt, as he used to assure Odette, he loved sincerity, but only as he might love a pander who could keep him in touch with the daily life of his mistress. Moreover, his love of sincerity, not being disinterested, had not improved his character. The truth which he cherished was that which Odette would tell him, but he himself, in order to extract that truth from her, was not afraid to have recourse to falsehood, that very falsehood which he never ceased to depict to Odette as leading every human creature down to utter degradation. In a word, he lied as much as did Odette, because, while more unhappy than she, he was no less egotistical. And she, when she heard him repeating thus to her the things that she had done, would stare at him with a look of distrust and, at all hazards, of indignation, so as not to appear to be humiliated and to be blushing for her actions. One day, after the longest period of calm through which he had yet been able to exist without being overtaken by an attack of jealousy, he had accepted an invitation to spend the evening at the theatre with the Princesse d'Erlon. Having opened his newspaper to find out what was being played, the sight of the title, "Le Fils de Marbre," by Théodore Barrière, struck him so cruel a blow that he recoiled instinctively from it and turned his head away. Illuminated, as though by a row of footlights, in the new surroundings in which it now appeared, that word "marble," which he had lost the power to distinguish, so often had it passed in print beneath his eyes, had suddenly become visible once again, and had at once brought back to his mind the story which Odette had told him long ago, at the Palace of Industry, with Madame Verdurin, who had said to her, "Take care now. I know how to melt you all right. You're not made of marble." Odette had assured him that it was only a joke, and he had not attached any importance to it at the time. But he had had more confidence in her then than he had now. And the anonymous letter referred explicitly to relations of that sort. Without daring to lift his eyes to the newspaper, he opened it, turned the page so as not to see again the words "Fils de Marbre," and began to read mechanically the news from the provinces. There had been a storm in the Channel, and damage was reported from Dieppe, Cabourg, Bouzeval. Suddenly he recoiled again in horror. End of Part 3, Section 23, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 24, of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 24. The name of Bouzeval had suggested to him that of another place in the same district, Bouzeville, which carried also, bound to it by a hyphen, a second name, to wit, Broughté, which he had often seen on maps, but without ever previously remarking that it was the same name as that borne by his friend, Monsieur de Broughté, whom the anonymous letter accused of having been Odette's lover. After all, when it came to Monsieur de Broughté, there was nothing improbable in the charge; but so far as Madame Verdurin was concerned, it was a sheer impossibility. From the fact that Odette did occasionally tell a lie, it was not fair to conclude that she never by any chance told the truth; and in these bantering conversations with Madame Verdurin, which she herself had repeated to Swann, he could recognize those meaningless and dangerous pleasantries which, in their inexperience of life and ignorance of vice, women often utter, thereby certifying their own innocence; who, as for instance Odette, would be the last people in the world to feel any undue affection for one another. Whereas, on the other hand, the indignation with which she had scattered the suspicions which she had unintentionally brought into being, for a moment, in his mind by her story, fitted in with everything that he knew of the tastes, the temperament of his mistress. But at that moment, by an inspiration of jealousy, analogous to the inspiration which reveals to a poet or a philosopher, who has nothing so far but an odd pair of rhymes or a detached observation, the idea or the natural law which will give power, mastery to his work, Swann recalled for the first time a remark which Odette had made to him at least 2 years before. "Oh, Madame Verdurin, she won't hear of anything just now but me. I'm a love, if you please, and she kisses me, and wants me to go with her everywhere and call her by her Christian name." So far from seeing in these expressions any connection with the absurd insinuations, intended to create an atmosphere of vice, which Odette had since repeated to him, he had welcomed them as a proof of Madame Verdurin's warm-hearted and generous friendship. But now this old memory of her affection for Odette had coalesced suddenly with his more recent memory of her unseemly conversation. He could no longer separate them in his mind, and he saw them blended in reality, the affection imparting a certain seriousness and importance to the pleasantries which in return spoiled the affection of its innocence. He went to see Odette. He sat down, keeping at a distance from her. He did not dare to embrace her, not knowing whether in her, in himself, it would be affection or anger that a kiss would provoke. He sat there silent, watching their love expire. Suddenly he made up his mind. "Odette, my darling," he began, "I know I am being simply odious, but I must ask you a few questions. You remember what I once thought about you and Madame Verdurin? Tell me, was it true? Have you, with her or any one else, ever?" She shook her head, pursing her lips together, a sign which people commonly employ to signify that they are not going, because it would bore them to go, when some one has asked, "Are you coming to watch the procession go by, or will you be at the review?" But this shake of the head, which is thus commonly used to decline participation in an event that has yet to come, imparts for that reason an element of uncertainty to the denial of participation in an event that is past. Furthermore, it suggests reasons of personal convenience rather than any definite repudiation, any moral impossibility. When he saw Odette thus make him a sign that the insinuation was false, he realized that it was quite possibly true. "I have told you I never did. You know quite well," she added, seeming angry and uncomfortable. "Yes, I know all that. But are you quite sure? Don't say to me, 'You know quite well.' Say, 'I have never done anything of that sort with any woman.'" She repeated his words like a lesson learned by rote, and as though she hoped thereby to be rid of him. "I have never done anything of that sort with any woman." "Can you swear it to me? On your Laghetto medal?" Swann knew that Odette would never perjure herself on that. "Oh, you do make me so miserable!" she cried, with a jerk of her body, as though to shake herself free of the constraint of his question. "Have you nearly done? What is the matter with you to day? You seem to have made up your mind that I am to be forced to hate you, to curse you. Look, I was anxious to be friends with you again, for us to have a nice time together, like the old days, and this is all the thanks I get?" However, he would not let her go, but sat there like a surgeon who waits for a spasm to subside that has interrupted his operation, but need not make him abandon it. "You are quite wrong in supposing that I bear you the least ill will in the world, Odette," he began with a persuasive and deceitful gentleness. "I never speak to you except of what I already know, and I always know a great deal more than I say. But you alone can mollify by your confession what makes me hate you so long as it has been reported to me only by other people. My anger with you is never due to your actions. I can and do forgive you everything because I love you, but to your untruthfulness, the ridiculous untruthfulness which makes you persist in denying things which I know to be true. How can you expect that I shall continue to love you when I see you maintain, when I hear you swear to me a thing which I know to be false? Odette, do not prolong this moment which is torturing us both. If you are willing to end it at once, you shall be free of it forever. Tell me, upon your medal, yes or no, whether you have ever done those things." "How on earth can I tell?" She was furious. "Perhaps I have, ever so long ago, when I didn't know what I was doing, perhaps 2 or 3 times." Swann had prepared himself for all possibilities. Reality must, therefore, be something which bears no relation to possibilities, any more than the stab of a knife in one's body bears to the gradual movement of the clouds overhead, since those words 2 or 3 times carved, as it were, a cross upon the living tissues of his heart. A strange thing, indeed, that those words, 2 or 3 times, nothing more than a few words, words uttered in the air, at a distance, could so lacerate a man's heart, as if they had actually pierced it, could sicken a man, like a poison that he had drunk. Instinctively Swann thought of the remark that he had heard at Madame de Saint Ouvert's, "I have never seen anything to beat it since the table turning." The agony that he now suffered in no way resembled what he had supposed. Not only because, in the hours when he most entirely mistrusted her, he had rarely imagined such a culmination of evil, but because, even when he did imagine that offense, it remained vague, uncertain, was not clothed in the particular horror which had escaped with the words perhaps 2 or 3 times, was not armed with that specific cruelty, as different from anything that he had known as a new malady by which one is attacked for the first time. And yet this Odette, from whom all this evil sprang, was no less dear to him, was on the contrary more precious, as if in proportion as his sufferings increased, there increased at the same time the price of the sedative, of the antidote which this woman alone possessed. He wished to pay her more attention, as one attends to a disease which one discovers suddenly to have grown more serious. He wished that the horrible thing which she had told him she had done 2 or 3 times might be prevented from occurring again. To ensure that, he must watch over Odette. People often say that by pointing out to a man the faults of his mistress, you succeed only in strengthening his attachment to her, because he does not believe you. Yet how much more so if he does? But, Swann asked himself, how could he manage to protect her? He might perhaps be able to preserve her from the contamination of any one woman, but there were hundreds of other women, and he realized how insane had been his ambition when he had begun, on the evening when he had failed to find Odette at the Verderons', to desire the possession, as if that were ever possible, of another person. Happily for Swann, beneath the mass of suffering which had invaded his soul like a conquering horde of barbarians, there lay a natural foundation, older, more placid, and silently laborious, like the cells of an injured organ, which at once set to work to repair the damaged tissues, or the muscles of a paralyzed limb, which tend to recover their former movements. These older, these autochthonous indwellers in his soul, absorbed all Swann's strength, for a while, in that obscure task of reparation, which gives one an illusory sense of repose during convalescence or after an operation. This time it was not so much, as it ordinarily was, in Swann's brain that the slackening of tension due to exhaustion took effect; it was rather in his heart. But all the things in life that have once existed tend to recur, and, like a dying animal that is once more stirred by the throes of a convulsion which was, apparently, ended, upon Swann's heart, spared for a moment only, the same agony returned of its own accord to trace the same cross again. He remembered those moonlit evenings, when, leaning back in the victoria that was taking him to the Rue La Pérouse, he would cultivate with voluptuous enjoyment the emotions of a man in love, ignorant of the poisoned fruit that such emotions must inevitably bear. But all those thoughts lasted for no more than a second, the time that it took him to raise his hand to his heart, to draw breath again, and to contrive to smile, so as to dissemble his torment. Already he had begun to put further questions. For his jealousy, which had taken an amount of trouble, such as no enemy would have incurred, to strike him this mortal blow, to make him forcibly acquainted with the most cruel pain that he had ever known, his jealousy was not satisfied that he had yet suffered enough, and sought to expose his bosom to an even deeper wound. Like an evil deity, his jealousy was inspiring Swann, was thrusting him on towards destruction. It was not his fault, but Odette's alone, if at first his punishment was not more severe. "My darling," he began again, "it's all over now. Was it with any one I know?" "No, I swear it wasn't. Besides, I think I exaggerated. I never really went as far as that." He smiled, and resumed with, "Just as you like. It doesn't really matter, but it's unfortunate that you can't give me any name. If I were able to form an idea of the person, that would prevent my ever thinking of her again. I say it for your own sake, because then I shouldn't bother you any more about it. It's so soothing to be able to form a clear picture of things in one's mind. What is really terrible is what one cannot imagine. But you've been so sweet to me. I don't want to tire you. I do thank you with all my heart, for all the good that you have done me. I'm quite finished now. Only one word more. How many times?" "Oh, Charles! Can't you see you're killing me? It's all ever so long ago. I've never given it a thought. Any one would say that you were positively trying to put those ideas into my head again. And then you'd be a lot better off," she concluded, with unconscious stupidity, but with intentional malice. "I only wished to know whether it had been since I knew you. It's only natural. Did it happen here, ever? You can't give me any particular evening, so that I can remind myself what I was doing at the time? You understand, surely, that it's not possible that you don't remember with whom, Odette, my love?" "But I don't know. Really, I don't. I think it was in the Bois, one evening when you came to meet us on the island. You had been dining with the Princesse de Lomes," she added, happy to be able to furnish him with an exact detail which testified to her veracity. "At the next table there was a woman whom I hadn't seen for ever so long. She said to me, 'Come along, round behind the rock, there, and look at the moonlight on the water.' At first I just yawned and said, 'No, I'm too tired, and I'm quite happy where I am, thank you.' She swore there'd never been anything like it in the way of moonlight. 'I've heard that tale before,' I said to her. You see, I knew quite well what she was after." Odette narrated this episode almost as if it were a joke, either because it appeared to her to be quite natural, or because she thought that she was thereby minimizing its importance, or else so as not to appear ashamed. But, catching sight of Swann's face, she changed her tone, and, "You are a fiend!" she flung at him. "You enjoy tormenting me, making me tell you lies, just so that you'll leave me in peace." The second blow struck at Swann was even more excruciating than the first. Never had he supposed it to have been so recent an affair, hidden from his eyes that had been too innocent to discern it, not in a past which he had never known, but in evenings which he so well remembered, which he had lived through with Odette, of which he had supposed himself to have such an intimate, such an exhaustive knowledge, and which now assumed, retrospectively, an aspect of cunning and deceit and cruelty. In the midst of them parted suddenly a gaping chasm, that moment on the island in the Bois de Boulogne. Without being intelligent, Odette had the charm of being natural. She had recounted, she had acted the little scene with so much simplicity that Swann, as he gasped for breath, could vividly see it, Odette yawning, the rock there, she could hear her answer, alas, how light heartedly, "I've heard that tale before." He felt that she would tell him nothing more that evening, that no further revelation was to be expected for the present. He was silent for a time, then said to her, "My poor darling, you must forgive me. I know I am hurting you dreadfully, but it's all over now. I shall never think of it again." But she saw that his eyes remained fixed upon the things that he did not know, and on that past era of their love, monotonous and soothing in his memory because it was vague, and now rent, as with a sword wound, by the news of that minute on the island in the Bois, by moonlight, while he was dining with the Princesse d'Erlon. But he had so far acquired the habit of finding life interesting, of marveling at the strange discoveries that there were to be made in it, that even while he was suffering so acutely that he did not believe it possible to endure such agony for any length of time, he was saying to himself, "Life is indeed astonishing, and holds some fine surprises. It appears that vice is far more common than one has been led to believe. Here is a woman in whom I had absolute confidence, who looks so simple, so honest, who in any case, even allowing that her morals are not strict, seemed quite normal and healthy in her tastes and inclinations. I receive a most improbable accusation. I question her, and the little that she admits reveals far more than I could ever have suspected." But he could not confine himself to these detached observations. He sought to form an exact estimate of the importance of what she had just told him, so as to know whether he might conclude that she had done these things often, and was likely to do them again. He repeated her words to himself, "I knew quite well what she was after," 2 or 3 times. "I've heard that tale before." But they did not reappear in his memory unarmed; each of them held a knife with which it stabbed him afresh. For a long time, like a sick man who cannot restrain himself from attempting every minute to make the movement that he knows will hurt him, he kept on murmuring to himself, "I'm quite happy where I am, thank you. I've heard that tale before." But the pain was so intense that he was obliged to stop. He was amazed to find that actions which he had always hitherto judged so lightly, had dismissed indeed with a laugh, should have become as serious to him as a disease which might easily prove fatal. He knew any number of women whom he could ask to keep an eye on Odette, but how was he to expect them to adjust themselves to his new point of view, and not to remain at that which for so long had been his own, which had always guided him in his voluptuous existence, not to say to him with a smile, "You jealous monster, wanting to rob other people of their pleasure." By what trap door, suddenly lowered, had he, who had never found in the old days, in his love for Odette, any but the most refined of pleasures, been precipitated into this new circle of hell from which he could not see how he was ever to escape? Poor Odette! He wished her no harm. She was but half to blame. Had he not been told that it was her own mother who had sold her, when she was still little more than a child, at Nice, to a wealthy Englishman? But what an agonizing truth was now contained for him in those lines of Alfred de Vigny's Journal of a Poet, which he had previously read without emotion. When one feels oneself smitten by love for a woman, one ought to say to oneself, what are her surroundings? What has been her life? All one's future happiness lies in the answer. Swann was astonished that such simple phrases, spelt over in his mind as, "I've heard that tale before," or "I knew quite well what she was after," could cause him so much pain. But he realized that what he had mistaken for simple phrases were indeed parts of the panoply which held and could inflict on him the anguish that he had felt while Odette was telling her story, for it was the same anguish that he now was feeling afresh. It was no good his knowing now. Indeed, it was no good, as time went on, his having partly forgotten and altogether forgiven the offense. Whenever he repeated her words, his old anguish refashioned him as he had been before Odette began to speak. Ignorant, trustful, his merciless jealousy placed him once again, so that he might be effectively wounded by Odette's admission, in the position of a man who does not yet know the truth. And after several months this old story would still dumfounder him like a sudden revelation. He marveled at the terrible recreative power of his memory. It was only by the weakening of that generative force, whose fecundity diminishes as age creeps over one, that he could hope for a relaxation of his torments. But, as soon as the power that any one of Odette's sentences had to make Swann suffer seemed to be nearly exhausted, lo and behold another, one of those to which he had hitherto paid least attention, almost a new sentence, came to relieve the first, and to strike at him with undiminished force. The memory of the evening on which he had dined with the Princesse de L'Homme was painful to him, but it was no more than the centre, the core of his pain. That radiated vaguely round about it, overflowing into all the preceding and following days. And on whatever point in it he might intend his memory to rest, it was the whole of that season, during which the Verdurins had so often gone to dine upon the island in the Bois, that sprang back to hurt him; so violently that by slow degrees the curiosity which his jealousy was ever exciting in him was neutralized by his fear of the fresh tortures which he would be inflicting upon himself were he to satisfy it. He recognized that all the period of Odette's life which had elapsed before she first met him, a period of which he had never sought to form any picture in his mind, was not the featureless abstraction which he could vaguely see, but had consisted of so many definite, dated years, each crowded with concrete incidents. But were he to learn more of them, he feared lest her past, now colorless, fluid, and supportable, might assume a tangible, an obscene form, with individual and diabolical features. And he continued to refrain from seeking a conception of it, not any longer now from laziness of mind, but from fear of suffering. He hoped that some day he might be able to hear the island in the Bois or the Princesse de L'Homme mentioned without feeling any twinge of that old rending pain. Meanwhile he thought it imprudent to provoke Odette into furnishing him with fresh sentences, with the names of more places and people and of different events, which, when his malady was still scarcely healed, would make it break out again in another form. End of Part 3, Section 24, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 25 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 25. But often enough, the things that he did not know, that he dreaded now to learn, it was Odette herself who, spontaneously and without thought of what she did, revealed them to him. For the gap which her vices made between her actual life and the comparatively innocent life which Swann had believed, and often still believed, his mistress to lead, was far wider than she knew. A vicious person, always affecting the same air of virtue before people whom he is anxious to keep from having any suspicion of his vices, has no register, no gauge at hand from which he may ascertain how far those vices, their continuous growth being imperceptible by himself, have gradually segregated him from the normal ways of life. In the course of their cohabitation, in Odette's mind, with the memory of those of her actions which she concealed from Swann, her innocuous actions, were gradually colored, infected by these, without her being able to detect anything strange in them, without their causing any explosion in the particular region of herself in which she made them live. But when she related them to Swann, he was overwhelmed by the revelation of the duplicity to which they pointed. One day he was trying, without hurting Odette, to discover from her whether she had ever had any dealings with procuresses. He was, as a matter of fact, convinced that she had not. The anonymous letter had put the idea into his mind, but in a purely mechanical way. It had been received there with no credulity, but it had for all that remained there. And Swann, wishing to be rid of the burden, a dead weight, but none the less disturbing, of this suspicion, hoped that Odette would now extirpate it forever. "Oh dear, no! Not that they don't simply persecute me to go to them." Her smile revealed a gratified vanity which she no longer saw that it was impossible should appear legitimate to Swann. "There was one of them waited more than 2 hours for me yesterday. Said she would give me any money I asked. It seems there's an ambassador who said to her, 'I'll kill myself if you don't bring her to me,' meaning me. They told her I'd gone out, but she waited and waited, and in the end I had to go myself and speak to her before she'd go away. I do wish you could have seen the way I tackled her. My maid was in the next room listening, and told me I shouted fit to bring the house down. But when you hear me say that I don't want to, the idea of such a thing, I don't like it at all, I should hope I'm still free to do as I please and when I please and where I please. If I needed the money, I could understand. The porter has orders not to let her in again. He will tell her that I am out of town. Oh, I do wish I could have had you hidden somewhere in the room while I was talking to her. I know you'd have been pleased, my dear. There's some good in your little Odette, you see, after all, though people do say such dreadful things about her." Besides her very admissions, when she made any, of faults which she supposed him to have discovered, rather served Swann as a starting point for fresh doubts than they put an end to the old. For her admissions never exactly coincided with his doubts. In vain might Odette expurgate her confession of all its essential part; there would remain in the accessories something which Swann had never yet imagined, which crushed him anew, and was to enable him to alter the terms of the problem of his jealousy. And these admissions he could never forget. His spirit carried them along, cast them aside, then cradled them again in its bosom, like corpses in a river. And they poisoned it. She spoke to him once of a visit that Forcheville had paid her on the day of the Paris Mercy fête. "What? You knew him as long ago as that? Oh, yes, of course you did," he corrected himself, so as not to show that he had been ignorant of the fact. And suddenly he began to tremble at the thought that on the day of the Paris Mercy fête, when he had received that letter which he had so carefully preserved, she had been having luncheon, perhaps, with Forcheville at the Maison d'Or. She swore that she had not. "Still, the Maison d'Or reminds me of something or other, which I knew at the time wasn't true," he pursued, hoping to frighten her. "Yes, that I hadn't been there at all that evening when I told you I had just come from there, and you had been looking for me at Prévost's," she replied, judging by his manner that he knew, with a firmness that was based not so much upon cynicism as upon timidity, a fear of crossing Swann, which her own self-respect made her anxious to conceal, and a desire to show him that she could be perfectly frank if she chose. And so she struck him with all the sharpness and force of a headsman wielding his axe, and yet could not be charged with cruelty, since she was quite unconscious of hurting him. She even began to laugh, though this may perhaps, it is true, have been chiefly to keep him from thinking that she was ashamed at all or confused. "It's quite true. I hadn't been to the Maison Dorée. I was coming away from Forcheville's. I had really been to Prévost's. That wasn't a story. And he met me there and asked me to come in and look at his prints. But some one else came to see him. I told you that I was coming from the Maison d'Or because I was afraid you might be angry with me. It was rather nice of me, really, don't you see? I admit I did wrong, but at least I'm telling you all about it now, ain't I? What have I to gain by not telling you straight that I lunched with him on the day of the Paris Mercy fête, if it were true? Especially as at that time we didn't know one another quite as well as we do now, did we, dear?" He smiled back at her with the sudden craven weakness of the utterly spiritless creature which these crushing words had made of him. And so, even in the months of which he had never dared to think again, because they had been too happy, in those months when she had loved him, she was already lying to him. Besides that moment, that first evening on which they had done a cattleya, when she had told him that she was coming from the Maison Dorée, how many others must there have been, each of them covering a falsehood of which Swann had had no suspicion. He recalled how she had said to him once, "I need only tell Madame Verdurin that my dress wasn't ready, or that my cab came late. There is always some excuse." From himself, too, probably, many times when she had glibly uttered such words as explain a delay or justify an alteration of the hour fixed for a meeting, those moments must have hidden, without his having the least inkling of it at the time, an engagement that she had with some other man, some man to whom she had said, "I need only tell Swann that my dress wasn't ready, or that my cab came late. There is always some excuse." And beneath all his most pleasant memories, beneath the simplest words that Odette had ever spoken to him in those old days, words which he had believed as though they were the words of a gospel, beneath her daily actions which she had recounted to him, beneath the most ordinary places, her dressmaker's flat, the Avenue du Bois, the Hippodrome, he could feel, dissembled there by virtue of that temporal superfluity which, after the most detailed account of how a day has been spent, always leaves something over that may serve as a hiding place for certain unconfessed actions. He could feel the insinuation of a possible undercurrent of falsehood, which debased for him all that had remained most precious, his happiest evenings, the Rue La Pérouse itself, which Odette must constantly have been leaving at other hours than those of which she told him, extending the power of the dark horror that had gripped him when he had heard her admission with regard to the Maison Dorée, and, like the obscene creatures in the desolation of Nineveh, shattering stone by stone the whole edifice of his past. If now he turned aside whenever his memory repeated the cruel name of the Maison Dorée, it was because that name recalled to him no longer, as such a little time since at Madame de Saint Ouvert's party, the good fortune which he had long had lost, but a misfortune of which he was now first aware. Then it befell the Maison Dorée, as it had befallen the island in the Bois, that gradually its name ceased to trouble him. For what we suppose to be our love, our jealousy, are neither of them single, continuous, and individual passions. They are composed of an infinity of successive loves, of different jealousies, each of which is ephemeral, although by their uninterrupted multitude they give us the impression of continuity, the illusion of unity. The life of Swann's love, the fidelity of his jealousy, were formed out of death, of infidelity, of innumerable desires, innumerable doubts, all of which had Odette for their object. If he had remained for any length of time without seeing her, those that died would not have been replaced by others. But the presence of Odette continued to sow in Swann's heart alternate seeds of love and suspicion. On certain evenings she would suddenly resume towards him a kindness of which she would warn him sternly that he must take immediate advantage, under penalty of not seeing it repeated for years to come. He must instantly accompany her home to do a cattleya, and the desire which she pretended to have for him was so sudden, so inexplicable, so imperious, the kisses which she lavished on him were so demonstrative and so unfamiliar, that this brutal and unnatural fondness made Swann just as unhappy as any lie or unkind action. One evening, when he had thus, in obedience to her command, gone home with her, and while she was interspersing her kisses with passionate words, in strange contrast to her habitual coldness, he thought suddenly that he heard a sound. He rose, searched everywhere, and found nobody, but he had not the courage to return to his place by her side. Whereupon she, in a towering rage, broke a vase, with, "I never can do anything right with you, you impossible person!" And he was left uncertain whether she had not actually had some man concealed in the room, whose jealousy she had wished to wound, or else to inflame his senses. Sometimes he repaired to gay houses, hoping to learn something about Odette, although he dared not mention her name. "I have a little thing here you're sure to like," the manageress would greet him, and he would stay for an hour or so, talking dolefully to some poor girl, who sat there astonished that he went no further. One of them, who was still quite young and attractive, said to him once, "Of course, what I should like would be to find a real friend. Then he might be quite certain I should never go with any other men again." "Indeed, do you think it possible for a woman really to be touched by a man's being in love with her, and never to be unfaithful to him?" asked Swann anxiously. "Why, surely! It all depends on their characters." Swann could not help making the same remarks to these girls as would have delighted the Princesse de l'Homme. To the one who was in search of a friend, he said with a smile, "But how nice of you! You've put on blue eyes to go with your sash. And you too, you've got blue cuffs on. What a charming conversation we are having for a place of this sort. I'm not boring you, am I, or keeping you?" "No, I've nothing to do, thank you. If you bored me, I should say so. But I love hearing you talk." "I am highly flattered. Aren't we behaving prettily?" he asked the manageress, who had just looked in. "Why, yes, that's just what I was saying to myself, how sensibly they're behaving. But that's how it is. People come to my house now just to talk. The prince was telling me only the other day that he's far more comfortable here than with his wife. It seems that nowadays all the society ladies are like that. A perfect scandal, I call it. But I'll leave you in peace now. I know when I'm not wanted," she ended discreetly, and left Swann with the girl who had the blue eyes. But presently he rose and said good bye to her. She had ceased to interest him. She did not know Odette. The painter having been ill, Dr. Cottard recommended a sea voyage. Several of the faithful spoke of accompanying him. The Verdurands could not face the prospect of being left alone in Paris, so first of all hired and finally purchased a yacht. Thus Odette was constantly going on a cruise. Whenever she had been away for any length of time, Swann would feel that he was beginning to detach himself from her. But, as though this moral distance were proportionate to the physical distance between them, whenever he heard that Odette had returned to Paris, he could not rest without seeing her. Once, when they had gone away, as every one thought, for a month only, either they succumbed to a series of temptations, or else M. Verdurin had cunningly arranged everything beforehand to please his wife, and disclosed his plans to the faithful only as time went on. Anyhow, from Algiers they flitted to Tunis, then to Italy, Greece, Constantinople, Asia Minor. They had been absent for nearly a year, and Swann felt perfectly at ease and almost happy. Albeit M. Verdurin had endeavored to persuade the pianist and Dr. Cottard that their respective aunt and patients had no need of them, and that in any event it was most rash to allow Madame Cottard to return to Paris, where, Madame Verdurin assured him, a revolution had just broken out, he was obliged to grant them their liberty at Constantinople. And the painter came home with them. One day, shortly after the return of these four travelers, Swann, seeing an omnibus approach him, labeled Luxembourg, and having some business there, had jumped on to it, and had found himself sitting opposite Madame Cottard, who was paying a round of visits to people whose day it was, in full review order, with a plume in her hat, a silk dress, a muff, an umbrella, which do for a parasol if the rain kept off, a card case, and a pair of white gloves fresh from the cleaners. Wearing these badges of rank, she would, in fine weather, go on foot from one house to another in the same neighborhood; but when she had to proceed to another district, would make use of a transfer ticket on the omnibus. For the first minute or two, until the natural courtesy of the woman broke through the starched surface of the doctor's wife, not being certain either whether she ought to maintain the Verdurins before Swann, she produced quite naturally in her slow and awkward but not unattractive voice, which every now and then was completely drowned by the rattling of the omnibus, topics selected from those which she had picked up and would repeat in each of the score of houses up the stairs of which she clambered in the course of an afternoon. I needn't ask you, Monsieur Swann, whether a man so much in the movement as yourself has been to the Mirlitons, to see the portrait by Machard that the whole of Paris is running after. Well, and what do you think of it? Whose camp are you in, those who bless or those who curse? It's the same in every house in Paris now. No one will speak of anything else but Machard's portrait. You aren't smart, you aren't really cultured, you aren't up to date, unless you give an opinion on Machard's portrait. Swann having replied that he had not seen this portrait, Madame Cottard was afraid that she might have hurt his feelings by obliging him to confess the omission. "Oh, that's quite all right. At least you have the courage to be quite frank about it. You don't consider yourself disgraced because you haven't seen Machard's portrait. I do think that is so nice of you. Well, now, I have seen it. Opinion is divided, you know. There are some people who find it rather labored, like whipped cream, they say. But I think it's just ideal. Of course, she's not a bit like the blue and yellow ladies that our friend Biche paints. That's quite clear. But I must tell you perfectly frankly, you'll think me dreadfully old-fashioned, but I always say just what I think, that I don't understand his work. I can quite see the good points there are in his portrait of my husband. Oh, dear me, yes. And it's certainly less odd than most of what he does. But even then he had to give the poor man a blue mustache. But Machard! Just listen to this now, the husband of my friend, I am on my way to see at this very moment, which has given me the very great pleasure of your company, has promised her that if he is elected to the Academy he is one of the doctor's colleagues he will get Machard to paint her portrait. So she's got something to look forward to. I have another friend who insists that she'd rather have Leloir. I'm only a wretched Philistine, and I've no doubt Leloir has perhaps more knowledge of painting even than Machard. But I do think that the most important thing about a portrait, especially when it's going to cost 10,000 francs, is that it should be like, and a pleasant likeness, if you know what I mean." Having exhausted this topic, to which she had been inspired by the loftiness of her plume, the monogram on her card case, the little number inked inside each of her gloves by the cleaner, and the difficulty of speaking to Swann about the Verderons, Madame Cottard, seeing that they had still a long way to go before they would reach the corner of the Rue Bonaparte, where the conductor was to set her down, listened to the promptings of her heart, which counseled other words than these. "Your ears must have been burning," she ventured, "while we were on the yacht with Madame Verduron. We were talking about you all the time." Swann was genuinely astonished, for he supposed that his name was never uttered in the Verdurons' presence. "You see," Madame Cottard went on, "Madame de Crécy was there. Need I say more? When Odette is anywhere, it's never long before she begins talking about you. And you know quite well it isn't nasty things she says. What? You don't believe me?" she went on, noticing that Swann looked skeptical. And, carried away by the sincerity of her conviction, without putting any evil meaning into the word, which she used purely in the sense in which one employs it to speak of the affection that unites a pair of friends, "why, she adores you! No, indeed, I'm sure it would never do to say anything against you when she was about, one would soon be taught one's place. Whatever we might be doing, if we were looking at a picture, for instance, she would say, 'If only we had him here! He's the man who could tell us whether it's genuine or not. There's no one like him for that.' And all day long she would be saying, 'What can he be doing just now? I do hope he's doing a little work. It's too dreadful that a fellow with such gifts as he has should be so lazy.' Forgive me, won't you? I can see him this very moment. He's thinking of us. He's wondering where we are." Indeed, she used an expression which I thought very pretty at the time. Monsieur Verduron asked her, "How in the world can you see what he's doing when he's 1,000 miles away?" And Odette answered, "Nothing is impossible to the eye of a friend." No, I assure you, I'm not saying it just to flatter you. You have a true friend in her, such as one doesn't often find. I can tell you besides, in case you don't know it, that you're the only one. Madame Verduron told me as much herself on our last day with them. One talks more freely, don't you know, before a parting. I don't say that Odette isn't fond of us, but anything that we may say to her counts for very little beside what Swann might say. Oh, mercy, there's the conductor stopping for me. Here have I been chatting away to you, and would have gone right past the Rue Bonaparte and never noticed. Will you be so very kind as to tell me whether my plume is straight?" And Madame Cottard withdrew from her muff to offer it to Swann, a white gloved hand, from which there floated with a transfer ticket an atmosphere of fashionable life that pervaded the omnibus, blended with a harsher fragrance of newly cleaned kid. And Swann felt himself overflowing with gratitude to her, as well as to Madame Verduron, and almost to Odette, for the feeling that he now entertained for her was no longer tinged with pain, was scarcely even to be described now as love; while from the platform of the omnibus he followed her with loving eyes, as she gallantly threaded her way along the Rue Bonaparte, her plume erect, her skirt held up in one hand, while in the other she clasped her umbrella and her card case, so that its monogram could be seen, her muff dancing in the air before her as she went. End of Part 3, Section 25. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Section 26, of Swann's Way, by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Swann in Love, Section 26. To compete with, and so to stimulate the moribund feelings that Swann had for Odette, Madame Cottard, a wiser physician in this case than ever her husband would have been, had grafted among them others more normal, feelings of gratitude, of friendship, which in Swann's mind were to make Odette seem again more human, more like other women, since other women could inspire the same feelings in him, were to hasten her final transformation back into that Odette, loved with an undisturbed affection, who had taken him home one evening after a revel at the painter's to drink orangeade with Forcheville, that Odette with whom Swann had calculated that he might live in happiness. In former times, having often thought with terror that a day must come when he would cease to be in love with Odette, he had determined to keep a sharp lookout, and as soon as he felt that love was beginning to escape him, to cling tightly to it and to hold back. But now, to the faintness of his love there corresponded a simultaneous faintness in his desire to remain her lover. For a man cannot change, that is to say, become another person, while he continues to obey the dictates of the self which he has ceased to be. Occasionally the name, if it caught his eye in a newspaper, of one of the men whom he supposed to have been Odette's lovers, reawakened his jealousy. But it was very slight, and inasmuch as it proved to him that he had not completely emerged from that period in which he had so keenly suffered, although in it he had also known a way of feeling so intensely happy, and that the accidents of his course might still enable him to catch an occasional glimpse, stealthily and at a distance, of its beauties, this jealousy gave him, if anything, an agreeable thrill as to the sad Parisian when he has left Venice behind him and must return to France. A last mosquito proves that Italy and summer are still not too remote. But, as a rule, with this particular period of his life from which he was emerging, when he made an effort, if not to remain in it, at least to obtain, while still he might, an uninterrupted view of it, he discovered that already it was too late. He would have looked back to distinguish, as it might be a landscape that was about to disappear, that love from which he had departed, but it is so difficult to enter into a state of complete duality, and to present to oneself the lifelike spectacle of a feeling which one has ceased to possess, that very soon, the clouds gathering in his brain, he could see nothing, he would abandon the attempt, would take the glasses from his nose and wipe them. And he told himself that he would do better to rest for a little, that there would be time enough later on, and settled back into his corner with as little curiosity, with as much torpor, as the drowsy traveller who pulls his cap down over his eyes, so as to get some sleep, in the railway carriage that is drawing him. He feels faster and faster out of the country in which he has lived for so long, and which he vowed that he would not allow to slip away from him without looking out to bid it a last farewell. Indeed, like the same traveller, if he does not awake until he has crossed the frontier and is again in France, when Swann happened to alight, close at hand, upon something which proved that Forcheville had been Odette's lover, he discovered that it caused him no pain, that love was now utterly remote, and he regretted that he had had no warning of the moment in which he had emerged from it forever. And just as, before kissing Odette for the first time, he had sought to imprint upon his memory the face that for so long had been familiar, before it was altered by the additional memory of their kiss, so he could have wished, in thought at least, to have been in a position to bid farewell, while she still existed, to that Odette who had inspired love in him and jealousy, to that Odette who had caused him so to suffer, and whom now he would never see again. He was mistaken. He was destined to see her once again a few weeks later. It was while he was asleep, in the twilight of a dream. He was walking with Madame Verdurin, Dr. Cottard, a young man in a fez whom he failed to identify, the painter, Odette, Napoleon III., and my grandfather, along a path which followed the line of the coast and overhung the sea, now at a great height, now by a few feet only, so that they were continually going up and down. Those of the party who had reached the downward slope were no longer visible to those who were still climbing. What little daylight yet remained was failing, and it seemed as though a black night was immediately to fall on them. Now and then the waves dashed against the cliff, and Swann could feel on his cheek a shower of freezing spray. Odette told him to wipe this off, but he could not, and felt confused and helpless in her company, as well as because he was in his nightshirt. He hoped that in the darkness this might pass unnoticed. Madame Verdurin, however, fixed her astonished gaze upon him for an endless moment, in which he saw her face change its shape, her nose grow longer, while beneath it there sprouted a heavy mustache. He turned away to examine Odette. Her cheeks were pale, with little fiery spots, her features drawn and ringed with shadows, but she looked back at him with eyes welling with affection, ready to detach themselves like tears and to fall upon his face. and he felt that he loved her so much that he would have liked to carry her off with him at once. Suddenly Odette turned her wrist, glanced at a tiny watch, and said, "I must go." She took leave of every one, in the same formal manner, without taking Swann aside, without telling him where they were to meet that evening or next day. He dared not ask; he would have liked to follow her; he was obliged, without turning back in her direction, to answer with a smile some question by Madame Verdurin. But his heart was frantically beating. He felt that he now hated Odette. He would gladly have crushed those eyes, which a moment ago he had loved so dearly, have torn the blood into those lifeless cheeks. He continued to climb with Madame Verdurin; that is to say, that each step took him farther from Odette, who was going downhill, and in the other direction. A second passed, and it was many hours since she had left him. The painter remarked to Swann that Napoleon III had eclipsed himself immediately after Odette. They had obviously arranged it between them, he added. They must have agreed to meet at the foot of the cliff, but they wouldn't say good bye together. It might have looked odd. She is his mistress. The strange young man burst into tears. Swann endeavored to console him. "After all, she is quite right," he said to the young man, drying his eyes for him, and taking off the fez to make him feel more at ease. "I've advised her to do that myself a dozen times. Why be so distressed? He was obviously the man to understand her." So Swann reasoned with himself, for the young man whom he had failed at first to identify was himself also. Like certain novelists, he had distributed his own personality between two characters, him who was the first person in the dream, and another whom he saw before him, capped with a fez. As for Napoleon III, it was to Forcheville that some vague association of ideas, then a certain modification of the Baron's usual physiognomy, and lastly the broad ribbon of the Legion of Honor across his breast, had made Swann give that name. But actually, and in everything that the person who appeared in his dream represented and recalled to him, if it was indeed Forcheville. For, from an incomplete and changing set of images, Swann in his sleep drew false deductions, enjoying at the same time such creative power that he was able to reproduce himself by a simple act of division, like certain lower organisms. With the warmth that he felt in his own palm, he modeled the hollow of a strange hand, which he thought that he was clasping; and out of feelings and impressions of which he was not yet conscious, he brought about sudden vicissitudes, which, by a chain of logical sequences, would produce at definite points in his dream the person required to receive his love or to startle him awake. In an instant night grew black about him; an alarum rang; the inhabitants ran past him, escaping from their blazing houses; he could hear the thunder of the surging waves, and also of his own heart, which with equal violence was anxiously beating in his breast. Suddenly the speed of these palpitations redoubled; he felt a pain, a nausea that was inexplicable. A peasant, dreadfully burned, flung at him as he passed, "Come and ask Charlus where Odette spent the night with her friend. He used to go about with her, and she tells him everything. It was they that started the fire." It was his valet, come to awaken him, and saying, "Sir, it is 8 o'clock, and the barber is here. I have told him to call again in an hour." But these words, as they dived down through the waves of sleep in which Swann was submerged, did not reach his consciousness without undergoing that refraction which turns a ray of light at the bottom of a bowl of water into another sun; just as, a moment earlier, the sound of the door bell swelling in the depths of his abyss of sleep into the clangor of an alarum had engendered the episode of the fire. Meanwhile, the scenery of his dream stage scattered in dust, he opened his eyes, heard for the last time the boom of a wave in the sea, grown very distant. He touched his cheek. It was dry, and yet he could feel the sting of the cold spray and the taste of salt on his lips. He rose and dressed himself. He had made the barber come early because he had written the day before to my grandfather to say that he was going that afternoon to Cambrai, having learned that Madame de Combremere, Mademoiselle Legrandin that had been, was spending a few days there. The association in his memory of her young and charming face with a place in the country which he had not visited for so long, offered him a combined attraction which had made him decide at last to leave Paris for a while. As the different changes and chances that bring us into the company of certain other people in this life do not coincide with the periods in which we are in love with those people, but, overlapping them, may occur before love has begun, and may be repeated after love is ended. The earliest appearances in our life of a creature who is destined to afford us pleasure later on, assume retrospectively in our eyes a certain value as an indication, a warning, a presage. It was in this fashion that Swann had often carried back his mind to the image of Odette, encountered in the theatre, on that first evening when he had no thought of ever seeing her again, and that he now recalled the party at Madame de Saint Ouvert's, at which he had introduced General de Froberville to Madame de Combremere. So manifold are our interests in life that it is not uncommon that, on a single occasion, the foundations of a happiness which does not yet exist are laid down simultaneously with aggravations of a grief from which we are still suffering. And, no doubt, that might have occurred to Swann elsewhere than at Madame de Saint Euverte's. Who indeed can say whether in the event of his having gone that evening somewhere else, other happinesses, other griefs would not have come to him, which later would have appeared to have been inevitable. But what did seem to him to have been inevitable was what had indeed taken place, and he was not far short of seeing something providential in the fact that he had at last decided to go to Madame de Saint Euverte's that evening, because his mind, anxious to admire the richness of invention that life shows, and incapable of facing a difficult problem for any length of time, such as to discover what actually had been most to be wished for, came to the conclusion that the sufferings through which he had passed that evening, and the pleasures, at that time unsuspected, which were already being brought to birth, the exact balance between which was too difficult to establish, were linked by a sort of concatenation of necessity. But while, an hour after his awakening, he was giving instructions to the barber, so that his stiffly brushed hair should not become disarranged on the journey, he thought once again of his dream. He saw once again, as he had felt them close beside him, Odette's pallid complexion, her too thin cheeks, her drawn features, her tired eyes, all the things which, in the course of those successive bursts of affection which had made of his enduring love for Odette a long oblivion of the first impression that he had formed of her, he had ceased to observe after the first few days of their intimacy, days to which, doubtless, while he slept, his memory had returned to seek the exact sensation of those things. And with that old intermittent fatuity, which reappeared in him now that he was no longer unhappy, and lowered at the same time the average level of his morality, he cried out in his heart, "To think that I have wasted years of my life, that I have longed for death, that the greatest love that I have ever known has been for a woman who did not please me, who was not in my style." End of Part 3. Swann in Love. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 1 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Place Names, The Name. Section 1. Among the rooms which used most commonly to take shape in my mind during my long nights of sleeplessness, there was none that differed more utterly from the rooms at Combray, thickly powdered with the motes of an atmosphere granular, pollenous, edible, and instinct with piety, than my room in the Grand Hotel de la Plage at Baalbec, the walls of which, washed with ripplin, contain, like the polished sides of a basin in which the water glows with a blue, lurking fire, a finer air, pure, azure tinted, saline. The Bavarian upholsterer who had been entrusted with the furnishing of this hotel had varied his scheme of decoration in different rooms, and in that which I found myself occupying had set against the walls, on three sides of it, a series of low bookcases with glass fronts, in which, according to where they stood, by a law of nature which he had perhaps forgotten to take into account, was reflected this or that section of the ever changing view of the sea. so that the walls were lined with a frieze of seascapes, interrupted only by the polished mahogany of the actual shelves. And so effective was this, that the whole room had the appearance of one of those model bedrooms which you see nowadays in housing exhibitions, decorated with works of art which are calculated by their designer to refresh the eyes of whoever may ultimately have to sleep in the rooms, the subjects being kept in some degree of harmony with the locality and surroundings of the houses for which the rooms are planned. And yet nothing could have differed more utterly, either, from the real Baalbec than that other Baalbec of which I had often dreamed, on stormy days, when the wind was so strong that Françoise, as she took me to the Champs Elysées, would warn me not to walk too near the side of the street, or I might have my head knocked off by a falling slate, and would recount to me, with many lamentations, the terrible disasters and shipwrecks that were reported in the newspaper. I longed for nothing more than to behold a storm at sea, less as a mighty spectacle than as a momentary revelation of the true life of nature; or rather there were for me no mighty spectacles save those which I knew to be not artificially composed for my entertainment, but necessary and unalterable, the beauty of landscapes or of great works of art. I was not curious. I did not thirst to know anything save what I believed to be more genuine than myself, what had for me the supreme merit of showing me a fragment of the mind of a great genius, or of the force or the grace of nature as she appeared when left entirely to herself, without human interference; just as the lovely sound of her voice, reproduced all by itself upon the phonograph, could never console a man for the loss of his mother, so a mechanical imitation of a storm would have left me as cold as did the illuminated fountains at the Exhibition. I required also, if the storm was to be absolutely genuine, that the shore from which I watched it should be a natural shore, not an embankment recently constructed by a municipality. Besides, nature, by all the feelings that she aroused in me, seemed to me the most opposite thing in the world to the mechanical inventions of mankind. The less she bore their imprint, the more room she offered for the expansion of my heart. And, as it happened, I had preserved the name of Baalbec, which Le Grandin had cited to us, as that of a seaside place in the very midst of that funereal coast, famed for the number of its wrecks, swathed for 6 months in the year in a shroud of fog and flying foam from the waves. You feel there, below your feet still, he had told me, far more even than at Finisterre, and even though hotels are now being superimposed upon it, without power, however, to modify that oldest bone in the earth's skeleton. You feel there that you are actually at the Land's End of France, of Europe, of the Old World. And it is the ultimate encampment of the fishermen, precisely like the fishermen who have lived since the world's beginning, facing the everlasting kingdom of the sea fogs and shadows of the night. One day when at Cambrai I had spoken of this coast, this Baalbec, before Monsieur Swann, hoping to learn from him whether it was the best point to select for seeing the most violent storms, he had replied, "I should think I did know Baalbec. The church at Baalbec, built in the 12th and 13th century, and still half Romanesque, is perhaps the most curious example to be found of our Norman Gothic, and so exceptional that one is tempted to describe it as Persian in its inspiration." And that region, which until then had seemed to me to be nothing else than a part of immemorial nature, that had remained contemporaneous with the great phenomena of geology, and as remote from human history as the ocean itself or the Great Bear, with its wild race of fishermen, for whom, no more than for their whales, had there been any Middle Ages, it had been a great joy to me to see it suddenly take its place in the order of the centuries, with a stored consciousness of the Romanesque epoch, and to know that the Gothic trefoil had come to diversify those wild rocks also, at the appointed hour, like those frail but hardy plants which in the polar regions, when the spring returns, scatter their stars about the eternal snows. And if Gothic art brought to those places and people a classification which otherwise they lacked, they too conferred one upon it in return. I tried to form a picture in my mind of how those fishermen had lived, the timid and unsuspected essay towards social intercourse which they had attempted there, clustered upon a promontory of the shores of hell, at the foot of the cliffs of death. And Gothic art seemed to me a more living thing now that, detaching it from the towns in which until then I had always imagined it, I could see how, in a particular instance, upon a reef of savage rocks, it had taken root and grown until it flowered in a tapering spire. I was taken to see reproductions of the most famous of the statues at Baalbek, shaggy, blunt-faced apostles, the Virgin from the porch, and I could scarcely breathe for joy at the thought that I might myself, one day, see them take a solid form against their eternal background of salt fog. Thereafter, on dear tempestuous February nights, the wind, breathing into my heart, which it shook no less violently than the chimney of my bedroom, the project of a visit to Baalbek, blended in me the desire for Gothic architecture with that for a storm upon the sea. I should have liked to take, the very next day, the good, the generous train at 1:22, of which never without a palpitating heart could I read, in the railway company's bills, or in advertisements of circular tours, the hour of departure. It seemed to me to cut, at a precise point in every afternoon, a most fascinating groove, a mysterious mark, from which the diverted hours still led one on, of course, towards evening, towards to-morrow morning, but to an evening and morning which one would behold, not in Paris, but in one of those towns through which the train passed, and among which it allowed one to choose. For it stopped at Bayeux, at Coutances, at Vitre, at Questembert, at Pontorson, at Baalbek, at Lannion, at Lamballe, at Benaudet, at Pont-Aven, at Quimper, and progressed magnificently surcharged with names which it offered me, so that among them all I did not know which to choose, so impossible was it to sacrifice any. But even without waiting for the train next day, I could, by rising and dressing myself with all speed, leave Paris that very evening, should my parents permit, and arrive at Baalbek as dawn spread westward over the raging sea, from whose driven foam I would seek shelter in that church in the Persian manner. But at the approach of the Easter holidays, when my parents had promised to let me spend them for once in the north of Italy, lo, in place of those dreams of tempests, by which I had been entirely possessed, not wishing to see anything but waves dashing in from all sides, mounting always higher, upon the wildest of coasts, beside churches as rugged and precipitous as cliffs, in whose towers the sea-birds would be wailing, suddenly, effacing them, taking away all their charm, excluding them because they were its opposite and could only have weakened its effect, was substituted in me the converse dream of the most variegated of springs. Not the spring of Combray, still pricking with all the needle points of the winter's frost, but that which already covered with lilies and anemones the meadows of Fiesole, and gave Florence a dazzling golden background, like those in Fra Angelico's pictures. From that moment only sunlight, perfumes, colors, seemed to me to have any value, for this alternation of images had effected a change of front in my desire, and, as abrupt as those that occur sometimes in music, a complete change of tone in my sensibility. Thus it came about that a mere atmospheric variation would be sufficient to provoke in me that modulation, without there being any need for me to await the return of a season. For often we find a day in one that has strayed from another season, and makes us live in that other, summons at once into our presence and makes us long for its peculiar pleasures, and interrupts the dreams that we were in process of weaving, by inserting out of its turn, too early or too late, this leaf, torn from another chapter, in the interpolated calendar of happiness. But soon it happened that, like those natural phenomena from which our comfort or our health can derive but an accidental and all too modest benefit, until the day when science takes control of them, and, producing them at will, places in our hands the power to order their appearance, withdrawn from the tutelage and independent of the consent of chance. Similarly, the production of these dreams of the Atlantic and of Italy ceased to depend entirely upon the changes of the seasons and of the weather. I need only to make them reappear pronounce the names, Baalbek, Venice, Florence, within whose syllables had gradually accumulated all the longing inspired in me by the places for which they stood. Even in spring, to come in a book upon the name of Baalbek sufficed to awaken in me the desire for storms at sea and for the Norman Gothic. Even on a stormy day, the name of Florence or of Venice would awaken the desire for sunshine, for lilies, for the Palace of the Doges, and for Santa Maria del Fiore. But if their names thus permanently absorbed the image that I had formed of these towns, it was only by transforming that image, by subordinating its reappearance in me to their own special laws, and in consequence of this they made it more beautiful, but at the same time more different from anything that the towns of Normandy or Tuscany could in reality be, and, by increasing the arbitrary delights of my imagination, aggravated the disenchantment that was in store for me when I set out upon my travels. They magnified the idea that I formed of certain points on the earth's surface, making them more special, and in consequence more real. I did not then represent to myself towns, landscapes, historic buildings, as pictures more or less attractive, cut out here and there of a substance that was common to them all, but looked on each of them as on an unknown thing, different from all the rest, a thing for which my soul was athirst, by the knowledge of which it would benefit. How much more individual still was the character that they assumed from being designated by names, names that were only for themselves, proper names such as people have. Words present to us little pictures of things, lucid and normal, like the pictures that are hung on the walls of schoolrooms to give children an illustration of what is meant by a carpenter's bench, a bird, an ant hill, things chosen as typical of everything else of the same sort. But names present to us, of persons and of towns which they accustom us to regard as individual, as unique, like persons, a confused picture, which draws from the names, from the brightness or darkness of their sound, the color in which it is uniformly painted, like one of those posters, entirely blue or entirely red, in which, on account of the limitations imposed by the process used in their reproduction, or by a whim on the designer's part, are blue or red not only the sky and the sea, but the ships and the church and the people in the streets. The name of Parma, one of the towns that I most longed to visit after reading the Chartreuse, seeming to me compact and glossy, violet tinted, soft, if any one were to speak of such or such a house in Parma in which I should be lodged, he would give me the pleasure of thinking that I was to inhabit a dwelling that was compact and glossy, violet tinted, soft, and that bore no relation to the houses in any other town in Italy, since I could imagine it only by the aid of that heavy syllable of the name of Parma, in which no breath of air stirred, and of all that I had made it assume of Stendhalian sweetness and the reflected hue of violets. And when I thought of Florence, it was of a town miraculously embalmed and flower-like, since it was called the City of the Lilies, and its cathedral, Our Lady of the Flower. As for Baalbec, it was one of those names in which, as on any old piece of Norman pottery that still keeps the color of the earth from which it was fashioned, one sees depicted still the representation of some long abolished custom, of some feudal rite, of the former condition of some place, of an obsolete way of pronouncing the language which had shaped and wedded its incongruous syllables, and which I never doubted that I should find spoken there at once, even by the innkeeper who would pour me out coffee and milk on my arrival, taking me down to watch the turbulent sea, unchained, before the church, to whom I lent the aspect, disputatious, solemn, and medieval, of some character in one of the old romances. Had my health definitely improved, had my parents allowed me, if not actually to go down to stay at Baalbec, at least to take, just once, so as to become acquainted with the architecture and landscapes of Normandy or of Brittany, that 1:22 train into which I had so often clamored in imagination, I should have preferred to stop, and to alight from it at the most beautiful of its towns. But in vain might I compare and contrast them. How was one to choose, any more than between individual people who are not interchangeable, between Bayeux, so lofty in its noble coronet of rusty lace, whose highest point caught the light of the old gold of its second syllable; Vitre, whose acute accent barred in ancient glass with wooden lozenges; gentle Lamballe, whose whiteness ranged from egg-shell yellow to a pearly gray; Coutances, a Norman cathedral, which its final consonants, rich and yellowing, crowned with a tower of butter; Lannion, with the rumble and buzz, in the silence of its village street, of the fly on the wheel of the coach; Questembert, Pontorson, ridiculously silly and simple, white feathers and yellow beaks strewn along the road to those well-watered and poetic spots. Benaudet, a name scarcely moored that seemed to be striving to draw the river down into the tangle of its seaweed. Pont Aven, the snowy, rosy flight of the wing of a lightly poised coif, tremulously reflected in the greenish waters of a canal. Quimperle, more firmly attached this, and since the Middle Ages among the rivulets with which it babbled, threading their pearls upon a gray background, like the pattern made, through the cobwebs upon a window, by rays of sunlight changed into blunt points of tarnished silver? End of Part 4, Section 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 2 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4. Place Names, the Name. Section 2. These images were false for another reason also, namely that they were necessarily much simplified. Doubtless the object to which my imagination aspired, which my senses took in but incompletely and without any immediate pleasure, I had committed to the safe custody of names. Doubtless because I had accumulated there a store of dreams, those names now magnetized my desires. But names themselves are not very comprehensive. The most that I could do was to include in each of them two or three of the principal curiosities of the town, which would lie there side by side, without interval or partition, in the name of Baalbec, as in the magnifying glasses set in those pen holders which one buys at seaside places, I could distinguish waves surging round a church built in the Persian manner. Perhaps, indeed, the enforced simplicity of these images was one of the reasons for the hold that they had over me. When my father had decided one year that we should go for the Easter holidays to Florence and Venice, not finding room to introduce into the name of Florence the elements that ordinarily constitute a town, I was obliged to let a supernatural city emerge from the impregnation by certain vernal scenes of what I supposed to be in its essentials the genius of Giotto. All the more, and because one cannot make a name extend much further in time than in space, like some of Giotto's paintings themselves, which show us at two separate moments the same person engaged in different actions, here lying on his bed, there just about to mount his horse. The name of Florence was divided into two compartments. In one, beneath an architectural dais, I gazed upon a fresco over which was partly drawn a curtain of morning sunlight, dusty, aslant, and gradually spreading. In the other, for since I thought of names not as an inaccessible ideal, but as a real and enveloping substance into which I was about to plunge, the life not yet lived, the life intact and pure, which I enclosed in them, gave to the most material pleasures, to the simplest scenes, the same attraction that they have in the works of the primitives. I moved swiftly, so as to arrive, as soon as might be, at the table that was spread for me with fruit and a flask of Chianti, across a Ponte Vecchio heaped with jonquils, narcissi, and anemones. That, for all that I was still in Paris, was what I saw, and not what was actually round about me. Even from the simplest, the most realistic point of view, the countries for which we long occupy, at any given moment, a far larger place in our true life than the country in which we may happen to be. Doubtless, if at that time I had paid more attention to what was in my mind when I pronounced the words "going to Florence, to Parma, to Pisa, to Venice," I should have realized that what I saw was in no sense a town, but something as different from anything that I knew, something as delicious as might be for a human race whose whole existence had passed in a series of late winter afternoons, that inconceivable marvel, a morning in spring. These images, unreal, fixed, always alike, filling all my nights and days, differentiated this period in my life from those which had gone before it, and might easily have been confused with it by an observer who saw things only from without. that is to say, who saw nothing. As in an opera, a fresh melody introduces a novel atmosphere which one could never have suspected if one had done no more than read the libretto, still less if one had remained outside the theatre, counting only the minutes as they passed. And besides, even from the point of view of mere quantity, in our life the days are not all equal. To reach the end of a day, natures that are slightly nervous, as mine was, make use, like motor cars, of different speeds. There are mountainous, uncomfortable days, up which one takes an infinite time to pass, and days downward sloping, through which one can go at full tilt, singing as one goes. During this month, in which I went laboriously over, as over a tune, though never to my satisfaction, these visions of Florence, Venice, Pisa, from which the desire that they excited in me drew and kept something as profoundly personal as if it had been love, love for another person, I never ceased to believe that they corresponded to a reality independent of myself, and they made me conscious of as glorious a hope as could have been cherished by a Christian in the primitive age of faith, on the eve of his entry into paradise. Moreover, without my paying any heed to the contradiction that there was in my wishing to look at and to touch with my organs of sense what had been elaborated by the spell of my dreams and not perceived by my senses at all, though all the more tempting to them in consequence, more different from anything that they knew, it was that which recalled to me the reality of these visions, which inflamed my desire all the more by seeming to hint a promise that my desire should be satisfied. And for all that the motive force of my exaltation was a longing for aesthetic enjoyments, the guide books ministered even more to it than books on aesthetics, and, more again than the guide books, the railway time-tables. What moved me was the thought that this Florence which I could see, so near and yet inaccessible, in my imagination, if the tract which separated it from me, in myself, was not one that I might cross, could yet be reached by a circuit, by a digression, were I to take the plain terrestrial path. When I repeated to myself, giving thus a special value to what I was going to see, that Venice was the school of Giorgione, the home of Titian, the most complete museum of the domestic architecture of the Middle Ages, I felt happy indeed. As I was even more when on one of my walks, as I stepped out briskly on account of the weather, which after several days of a precocious spring had relapsed into winter, like the weather that we had invariably found awaiting us at Combray in Holy Week, seeing upon the boulevards that the chestnut trees, though plunged in a glacial atmosphere that soaked through them like a stream of water, were none the less beginning, punctual guests, arrayed already for the party, and admitting no discouragement, to shape and chisel and curve in its frozen lumps the irrepressible verdure whose steady growth the abortive power of the cold might hinder but could not succeed in restraining. I reflected that already the Ponte Vecchio was heaped high with an abundance of hyacinths and anemones, and that the spring sunshine was already tinging the waves of the Grand Canal with so dusky an azure, with emeralds so splendid that when they washed and were broken against the foot of one of Titian's paintings, they could vie with it in the richness of their coloring. I could no longer contain my joy when my father, in the intervals of tapping the barometer and complaining of the cold, began to look out which were the best trains, and when I understood that by making one's way, after luncheon, into the coal-grimed laboratory, the wizard cell that undertook to contrive a complete transmutation of its surroundings, one could awaken next morning in the city of marble and gold, in which the building of the wall was of jasper and the foundation of the wall an emerald. So that it and the city of the lilies was not just artificial scenes which I could set up at my pleasure in front of my imagination, but did actually exist at a certain distance from Paris, which must inevitably be traversed if I wished to see them, at their appointed place, on the earth's surface, and at no other. In a word, they were entirely real. They became even more real to me when my father, by saying, "Well, you can stay in Venice from the 20th to the 29th, and reach Florence on Easter morning," made them both emerge no longer only from the abstraction of space, but from that imaginary time in which we place not one merely, but several of our travels at once, which do not greatly tax us, since they are but possibilities, that time which reconstructs itself so effectively that one can spend it again in one town after one has already spent it in another, and consecrated to them some of those actual calendar days which are certificates of the genuineness of what one does on them, for those unique days are consumed by being used, they do not return, one cannot live them again here when one has lived them elsewhere. I felt that it was towards the week that would begin with the Monday on which the laundress was to bring back the white waistcoat that I had stained with ink, that they were hastening to busy themselves with the duty of emerging from that ideal time in which they did not as yet exist, those two queen cities of which I was soon to be able, by the most absorbing kind of geometry, to inscribe the domes and towers on a page of my own life. But I was still on the way only to the supreme pinnacle of happiness. I reached it finally, for not until then did the revelation burst upon me that on the clattering streets, reddened by the light reflected from Giorgione's frescoes, it was not as I had, despite so many promptings, continued to imagine, the men majestic and terrible as the sea, bearing armor that gleamed with bronze beneath the folds of their blood-red cloaks, who would be walking in Venice next week on the Easter Vigil, but that I myself might be the minute personage whom, in an enlarged photograph of St. Mark's that had been lent to me, the operator had portrayed in a bowler hat in front of the portico, when I heard my father say, "It must be pretty cold still on the Grand Canal. Whatever you do, don't forget to pack your winter greatcoat and your thick suit." At these words I was raised to a sort of ecstasy, a thing that I had until then deemed impossible. I felt myself to be penetrating indeed between those rocks of amethyst, like a reef in the Indian Ocean, by a supreme muscular effort, a long way in excess of my real strength, stripping myself, as of a shell that served no purpose, of the air, in my own room which surrounded me. I replaced it by an equal quantity of Venetian air, that marine atmosphere, indescribable and peculiar as the atmosphere of the dreams which my imagination had secreted in the name of Venice. I could feel at work within me a miraculous disincarnation. It was at once accompanied by that vague desire to vomit which one feels when one has a very sore throat. And they had to put me to bed with a fever so persistent that the doctor not only assured my parents that a visit that spring to Florence and Venice was absolutely out of the question, but warned them that even when I should have completely recovered, I must for at least a year give up all idea of traveling and be kept from anything that was liable to excite me. And alas, he forbade also most categorically my being allowed to go to the theatre to hear Berma. The sublime artist whose genius Bergotte had proclaimed might, by introducing me to something else that was perhaps as important and as beautiful, have consoled me for not having been to Florence and Venice, for not going to Baalbek. My parents had to be content with sending me, every day, to the Champs Elysees, in the custody of a person who would see that I did not tire myself. This person was none other than Françoise, who had entered our service after the death of my Aunt Léonie. Going to the Champs Elysees I found unendurable. If only Bergotte had described the place in one of his books, I should no doubt have longed to see and to know it, like so many things else of which a simulacrum had first found its way into my imagination. That kept things warm, made them live, gave them personality, and I sought then to find their counterpart in reality. But in this public garden there was nothing that attached itself to my dreams. One day, as I was weary of our usual place beside the wooden horses, Françoise had taken me for an excursion across the frontier guarded at regular intervals by the little bastions of the barley sugar women, into those neighboring but foreign regions, where the faces of the passers-by were strange, where the goat carriage went past. Then she had gone away to lay down her things on a chair that stood with its back to a shrubbery of laurels. While I waited for her, I was pacing the broad lawn, of meager, close-cropped grass, already faded by the sun, dominated at its far end by a statue rising from a fountain, in front of which a little girl with reddish hair was playing with a shuttlecock. when, from the path, another little girl, who was putting on her cloak and covering up her battledore, called out sharply, "Good bye, Gilberte. I'm going home now. Don't forget, we're coming to you this evening after dinner." The name Gilberte passed close by me, evoking all the more forcibly her whom it labelled, in that it did not merely refer to her, as one speaks of a man in his absence, but was directly addressed to her. It passed thus close by me, in action, so to speak, with a force that increased with the curve of its trajectory, and as it drew near to its target, carrying in its wake, I could feel, the knowledge, the impression of her, to whom it was addressed, that belonged not to me, but to the friend who called to her, everything that while she uttered the words she more or less vividly reviewed, possessed in her memory, of their daily intimacy, of the visits that they paid to each other, of that unknown existence which was all the more inaccessible, all the more painful to me from being, conversely, so familiar, so tractable to this happy girl, who let her message brush past me without my being able to penetrate its surface, who flung it on the air with a light-hearted cry, letting float in the atmosphere the delicious attar which that message had distilled, by touching them with precision from certain invisible points in Mademoiselle Swann's life, from the evening to come, as it would be, after dinner at her home, forming, on its celestial passage through the midst of the children and their nursemaids, a little cloud, exquisitely colored, like the cloud that, curling over one of Poussin's gardens, reflects minutely, like a cloud in the opera, teeming with chariots and horses, some apparition of the life of the gods, casting finally on that ragged grass, at the spot on which she stood, at once a scrap of withered lawn and a moment in the afternoon of the fair player, who continued to beat up and catch her shuttlecock, until a governess with a blue feather in her hat had called her away. A marvelous little band of light, of the color of heliotrope, spread over the lawn like a carpet on which I could not tire of treading to and fro with lingering feet, nostalgic and profane, while Françoise shouted, "Come on, button up your coat, look, and let's get away." And I remarked for the first time how common her speech was, and that she had, alas, no blue feather in her hat. Only, would she come again to the Champs Elysees? Next day she was not there, but I saw her on the following days. I spent all my time revolving round the spot where she was at play with her friends, to such effect that once, when they found they were not enough to make up a prisoner's base, she sent one of them to ask me if I cared to complete their side, and from that day I played with her whenever she came. But this did not happen every day. There were days when she had been prevented from coming by her lessons, by her catechism, by a luncheon party, by the whole of that life, separated from my own, which twice only, condensed into the name of Gilberte, I had felt pass so painfully close to me, in the hawthorn lane near Combray, and on the grass of the Champs Elysees. On such days she would have told us beforehand that we should not see her. If it were because of her lesson, she would say, "It is too tiresome. I shan't be able to come to-morrow. You will all be enjoying yourselves here without me," with an air of regret which to some extent consoled me. If, on the other hand, she had been invited to a party, and I, not knowing this, asked her whether she was coming to play with us, she would reply, "Indeed, I hope not. Indeed, I hope Mamma will let me go to my friends." But on these days I did at least know that I should not see her, whereas on others, without any warning, her mother would take her for a drive, or some such thing, and next day she would say, "Oh, yes, I went out with Mamma," as though it had been the most natural thing in the world, and not the greatest possible misfortune for some one else. There were also the days of bad weather on which her governess, afraid on her own account of the rain, would not bring Gilberte to the Champs Elysees. And so, if the heavens were doubtful, from early morning I would not cease to interrogate them, observing all the omens. If I saw the lady opposite just inside her window putting on her hat, I would say to myself, "That lady is going out. It must therefore be weather in which one can go out. Why should not Gilberte do the same as that lady?" But the day grew dark. My mother said that it might clear again, that one burst of sunshine would be enough, but that more probably it would rain. And if it rained, of what use would it be to go to the Champs Elysees? And so from breakfast time my anxious eyes never left the uncertain, clouded sky. It remained dark. Outside the window the balcony was gray. Suddenly, on its sullen stone, I did not indeed see a less negative color, but I felt as it were an effort towards a less negative color, the pulsation of a hesitating ray that struggled to discharge its light. A moment later the balcony was as pale and luminous as a standing water at dawn, and 1,000 shadows from the ironwork of its balustrade had come to rest on it. A breath of wind dispersed them. The stone grew dark again, but like tamed creatures they returned, they began imperceptibly to grow lighter, and by one of those continuous crescendos, such as in music at the end of an overture, carry a single note to the extreme fortissimo, making it pass rapidly through all the intermediate stages, I saw it attain to that fixed, unalterable gold of fine days, on which the sharply cut shadows of the wrought iron of the balustrade were outlined in black like a capricious vegetation, with a fineness in the delineation of their smallest details which seemed to indicate a deliberate application, an artist's satisfaction, and with so much relief, so velvety a bloom in the restfulness of their sombre and happy mass, that in truth those large and leafy shadows which lay reflected on that lake of sunshine seemed aware that they were pledges of happiness and peace of mind. Brief, fading ivy, climbing, fugitive flora, the most colorless, the most depressing to many minds, of all that creep on walls or decorate windows. To me the dearest of them all, from the day when it appeared upon our balcony, like the very shadow of the presence of Gilberte, who was perhaps already in the Champs Elysees, and as soon as I arrived there would greet me with, "Let's begin at once, you are on my side." Frail, swept away by a breath, but at the same time in harmony, not with the season, with the hour, a promise of that immediate pleasure which the day will deny or fulfill, and thereby of the one paramount immediate pleasure, the pleasure of loving and of being loved, more soft, more warm upon the stone than even moss is, alive, a ray of sunshine sufficing for its birth, and for the birth of joy even in the heart of winter. And on those days when all other vegetation had disappeared, when the fine jerkins of green leather which covered the trunks of the old trees were hidden beneath the snow, after the snow had ceased to fall, but when the sky was still too much overcast for me to hope that Gilberte would venture out, then suddenly, inspiring my mother to say, "Look, it's quite fine now. I think you might perhaps try going to the Champs Elysees after all." On the mantle of snow that swathed the balcony, the sun had appeared and was stitching seams of gold, with embroidered patches of dark shadow. That day we found no one there, or else a solitary girl on the point of departure, who assured me that Gilberte was not coming. The chairs, deserted by the imposing but uninspiring company of governesses, stood empty. Only near the grass was sitting a lady of uncertain age who came in all weathers, dressed always in an identical style, splendid and sombre, to make whose acquaintance I would have at that period sacrificed, had it lain in my power, all the greatest opportunities in my life to come. For Gilberte went up every day to speak to her. She used to ask Gilberte for news of her dearest mother, and it struck me that if I had known her, I should have been for Gilberte some one wholly different, some one who knew people in her parents' world. While her grandchildren played together at a little distance, she would sit and read the debates, which she called "my old debates," as with an aristocratic familiarity she would say, speaking of the police sergeant or the woman who let the chairs, "My old friend the police sergeant," or "the chair-keeper and I, who are old friends." End of Part 4, Section 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 3 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Place Names, the Name. Section 3. Françoise found it too cold to stand about, so we walked to the Pont de la Concorde to see the Seine frozen over, onto which every one, even children, walked fearlessly, as though upon an enormous whale, stranded, defenseless, and about to be cut up. We returned to the Champs Elysees. I was growing sick with misery between the motionless wooden horses and the white lawn, caught in a net of black paths from which the snow had been cleared, while the statue that surmounted it held in its hand a long pendant icicle which seemed to explain its gesture. The old lady herself, having folded up her debates, asked a passing nursemaid the time, thanking her with "How very good of you," then begged the road sweeper to tell her grandchildren to come, as she felt cold, adding, "A thousand thanks. I am sorry to give you so much trouble." Suddenly the sky was rent in two. Between the Punch and Judy and the horses, against the opening horizon, I had just seen, like a miraculous sign, Mademoiselle's blue feather. And now Gilberte was running at full speed towards me, sparkling and rosy beneath a cap trimmed with fur, enlivened by the cold, by being late, by her anxiety for a game. Shortly before she reached me, she slipped on a piece of ice, and, either to regain her balance, or because it appeared to her graceful, or else pretending that she was on skates, it was with outstretched arms that she smilingly advanced as though to embrace me. "Bravo! Bravo! That's splendid! Topping, I should say. Like you. Sporting, I suppose I ought to say, only I'm 101, a woman of the old school," exclaimed the lady, uttering, on behalf of the voiceless Champs Elysees, their thanks to Gilberte for having come, without letting herself be frightened away by the weather. "You are like me, faithful at all costs to our old Champs Elysees. We are two brave souls. You wouldn't believe me, I dare say, if I told you that I love them, even like this. This snow, I know you'll laugh at me, it makes me think of Ermine," and the old lady began to laugh at herself. The first of these days, to which the snow, a symbol of the powers that were able to deprive me of the sight of Gilberte, imparted the sadness of a day of separation, almost the aspect of a day of departure, because it changed the outward form and almost forbade the use of the customary scene of our only encounters, now altered, covered, as it were, in dust sheets. That day, none the less, marked a stage in the progress of my love, for it was, in a sense, the first sorrow that she was to share with me. There were only our two selves of our little company, and to be thus alone with her was not merely like a beginning of intimacy, but also, on her part, as though she had come there solely to please me, and in such weather, it seemed to me as touching as if on one of those days on which she had been invited to a party, she had given it up in order to come to me in the Champs Elysees. I acquired more confidence in the vitality, in the future of a friendship which could remain so much alive amid the torpor, the solitude, the decay of our surroundings, and while she dropped pellets of snow down my neck, I smiled lovingly at what seemed to me at once a predilection that she showed for me in this tolerating me as her traveling companion in this new, this wintry land, and a sort of loyalty to me which she preserved through evil times. Presently, one after another, like shyly hopping sparrows, her friends arrived, black against the snow. We got ready to play, and, since this day which had begun so sadly was destined to end in joy, as I went up before the game started to the friend with the sharp voice whom I had heard that first day calling Gilberte by name, she said to me, "No, no, I'm sure you'd much rather be in Gilberte's camp. Besides, look, she's signaling to you." She was, in fact, summoning me to cross the snowy lawn to her camp, to take the field, which the sun, by casting over it a rosy gleam, the metallic lustre of old and worn brocades, had turned into a field of the cloth of gold. This day, which I had begun with so many misgivings, was, as it happened, one of the few on which I was not unduly wretched. For although I no longer thought now of anything save not to let a single day pass without seeing Gilberte, so much so that once, when my grandmother had not come home by dinner time, I could not resist the instinctive reflection that if she had been run over in the street and killed, I should not for some time be allowed to play in the Champs Elysees. When one is in love, one has no love left for any one. Yet those moments which I spent in her company, for which I had waited with so much impatience all night and morning, for which I had quivered with excitement, to which I would have sacrificed everything else in the world, were by no means happy moments. Well did I know it. for they were the only moments in my life on which I concentrated a scrupulous, undistracted attention, and yet I could not discover in them one atom of pleasure. All the time that I was away from Gilberte, I wanted to see her, because, having incessantly sought to form a mental picture of her, I was unable in the end to do so, and did not know exactly to what my love corresponded. Besides, she had never yet told me that she loved me. Far from it, she had often boasted that she knew other little boys whom she preferred to myself; that I was a good companion, with whom she was always willing to play, although I was too absent-minded, not attentive enough to the game. Moreover, she had often shown signs of apparent coldness towards me, which might have shaken my faith that I was for her a creature different from the rest, had that faith been founded upon a love that Gilberte had felt for me, and not, as was the case, upon the love that I felt for her, which strengthened its resistance to the assaults of doubt by making it depend entirely upon the manner in which I was obliged by an internal compulsion to think of Gilberte. But my feelings with regard to her I had never yet ventured to express to her in words. Of course, on every page of my exercise books I wrote out in endless repetition her name and address, but at the sight of those vague lines which I might trace without her having to think on that account of me, I felt discouraged, because they spoke to me not of Gilberte, who would never so much as see them, but of my own desire, which they seemed to show me in its true colors, as something purely personal, unreal, tedious, and ineffective. The most important thing was that we should see each other, Gilberte and I, and should have an opportunity of making a mutual confession of our love, which until then would not officially, so to speak, have begun. Doubtless the various reasons which made me so impatient to see her would have appeared less urgent to a grown man. As life goes on, we acquire such adroitness in the culture of our pleasures that we content ourselves with that which we derive from thinking of a woman, as I was thinking of Gilberte, without troubling ourselves to ascertain whether the image corresponds to the reality, and with the pleasure of loving her, without needing to be sure also that she loves us. Or again, that we renounce the pleasure of confessing our passion for her, so as to preserve and enhance the passion that she has for us, like those Japanese gardeners who, to obtain one perfect blossom, will sacrifice the rest. But at the period when I was in love with Gilberte, I still believed that love did really exist, apart from ourselves, that allowing us, at the most, to surmount the obstacles in our way, it offered us its blessings in an order in which we were not free to make the least alteration. It seemed to me that if I had on my own initiative substituted for the sweetness of a confession a pretense of indifference, I should not only have been depriving myself of one of the joys of which I had most often dreamed, I should have been fabricating of my own free will a love that was artificial and without value, that bore no relation to the truth, whose mysterious and foreordained ways I should thus have been declining to follow. But when I arrived at the Champs Elysees, and as at first sight it appeared was in a position to confront my love, so as to make it undergo the necessary modifications with its living and independent cause, as soon as I was in the presence of that Gilberte Swann on the sight of whom I had counted to revive the images that my tired memory had lost and could not find again, of that Gilberte Swann with whom I had been playing the day before, and whom I had just been prompted to greet and then to recognize by a blind instinct, like that which when we are walking sets one foot before the other without giving us time to think what we are doing. Then at once it became as though she and the little girl who had inspired my dreams had been two different people. If, for instance, I had retained in my memory overnight two fiery eyes above plump and rosy cheeks, Gilberte's face would now offer me, and with emphasis, something that I distinctly had not remembered, a certain sharpening and prolongation of the nose, which, instantaneously associating itself with certain others of her features, assumed the importance of those characteristics which in natural history are used to define a species, and transformed her into a little girl of the kind that have sharpened profiles. While I was making myself ready to take advantage of this long expected moment, and to surrender myself to the impression of Gilberte which I had prepared beforehand, but could no longer find in my head to an extent which would enable me, during the long hours which I must spend alone, to be certain that it was indeed herself whom I had in mind, that it was indeed my love for her that I was gradually making grow, as a book grows when one is writing it. She threw me a ball. And like the idealist philosopher, whose body takes account of the external world in the reality of which his intellect declines to believe, the same self which had made me salute her before I had identified her now urged me to catch the ball that she tossed to me, as though she had been a companion with whom I had come to play, and not a sister soul with whom my soul had come to be united, made me, out of politeness, until the time came when she had to go, address 1,000 polite and trivial remarks to her, and so prevented me both from keeping a silence in which I might at last have laid my hand upon the indispensable, escaped idea, and from uttering the words which might have made that definite progress in the course of our love on which I was always obliged to count only for the following afternoon. There was, however, an occasional development. One day we had gone with Gilberte to the stall of our own special vendor, who was always particularly nice to us, since it was to her that Monsieur Swann used to send for his gingerbread, of which, for reasons of health, he suffered from a racial eczema, and from the constipation of the profits. He consumed a great quantity. Gilberte pointed out to me with a laugh two little boys who were like the little artist and the little naturalist in the children's story books, for one of them would not have a red stick of rock because he preferred the purple, while the other, with tears in his eyes, refused a plum which his nurse was buying for him, because, as he finally explained in passionate tones, "I want the other plum, it's got a worm in it." I purchased two halfpenny marbles. With admiring eyes I saw, luminous and imprisoned in a bowl by themselves, the agate marbles which seemed precious to me because they were as fair and smiling as little girls, and because they cost 5 pence each. Gilberte, who was given a great deal more pocket money than I ever had, asked me which I thought the prettiest. They were as transparent, as liquid seeming as life itself. I would not have had her sacrifice a single one of them. I should have liked her to be able to buy them, to liberate them all. Still, I pointed out one that had the same color as her eyes. Gilberte took it, turned it about until it shone with a ray of gold, fondled it, paid its ransom, but at once handed me her captive, saying, "Take it. It is for you. I give it to you. Keep it to remind yourself of me." Another time, being still obsessed by the desire to hear Berma and the classic drama, I had asked her whether she had not a copy of a pamphlet in which Bergotte spoke of Racine, and which was now out of print. She had told me to let her know the exact title of it, and that evening I had sent her a little telegram, writing on its envelope the name, Gilberte Swann, which I had so often traced in my exercise books. Next day she brought me in a parcel tied with pink bows and sealed with white wax the pamphlet, a copy of which she had managed to find. "You see, it is what you asked me for," she said, taking from her muff the telegram that I had sent her. But in the address on the pneumatic message, which, only yesterday, was nothing, was merely a little blue that I had written; and after a messenger had delivered it to Gilberte's porter, and a servant had taken it to her in her room, had become a thing without value or distinction, one of the little blues that she had received in the course of the day. I had difficulty in recognizing the futile, straggling lines of my own handwriting beneath the circles stamped on it at the post office, the inscriptions added in pencil by a postman, signs of effectual realization, seals of the external world, violet bands symbolical of life itself, which for the first time came to espouse, to maintain, to raise, to rejoice my dream. And there was another day on which she said to me, "You know, you may call me Gilberte. In any case, I'm going to call you by your first name. It's too silly not to." Yet she continued for a while to address me by the more formal vous, and when I drew her attention to this, smiled, and composing, constructing a phrase like those that are put into the grammar books of foreign languages, with no other object than to teach us to make use of a new word, ended it with my Christian name. And when I recalled later what I had felt at the time, I could distinguish the impression of having been held for a moment in her mouth, myself, naked, without any longer any of the social qualifications which belonged equally to her other companions, and, when she used my surname, to my parents, accessories of which her lips, by the effort that she made a little after her father's manner, to articulate the words to which she wished to give a special value, had the air of stripping, of divesting me, as one peels the skin from a fruit of which one is going to put only the pulp into one's mouth; while her glance, adapting itself to the same new degree of intimacy as her speech, fell on me also more directly, not without testifying to the consciousness, the pleasure, even the gratitude that it felt, accompanying itself with a smile. But at that actual moment I was not able to appreciate the worth of these new pleasures. They were given, not by the little girl whom I loved, to me who loved her, but by the other, her with whom I used to play, to my other self, who possessed neither the memory of the true Gilberte, nor the fixed heart which alone could have known the value of a happiness for which it alone had longed. Even after I had returned home I did not taste them, since every day the necessity which made me hope that on the morrow I should arrive at the clear, calm, happy contemplation of Gilberte, that she would at last confess her love for me, explaining to me the reasons by which she had been obliged hitherto to conceal it, that same necessity forced me to regard the past as of no account, to look ahead of me only, to consider the little advantages that she had given me, not in themselves, and as if they were self-sufficient, but like fresh rungs of the ladder on which I might set my feet, which were going to allow me to advance a step further, and finally to attain the happiness which I had not yet encountered. If at times she showed me these marks of her affection, she troubled me also by seeming not to be pleased to see me, and this happened often on the very days on which I had most counted for the realization of my hopes. I was sure that Gilberte was coming to the Champs Elysees, and I felt an elation which seemed merely the anticipation of a great happiness, when going into the drawing room in the morning to kiss Mamma, who was already dressed to go out, the coils of her black hair elaborately built up, and her beautiful hands, plump and white, fragrant still with soap, I had been apprised by seeing a column of dust standing by itself in the air above the piano, and by hearing a barrel organ playing beneath the window, En revenant de la revue, that the winter had received until nightfall an unexpected, radiant visit from a day of spring. While we sat at luncheon by opening her window, the lady opposite had sent packing, in the twinkling of an eye, from beside my chair, to sweep in a single stride over the whole width of our dining room, a sunbeam which had lain down there for its midday rest, and returned to continue it there a moment later. At school, during the 1 o'clock lesson, the sun made me sick with impatience and boredom as it let fall a golden stream that crept to the edge of my desk, like an invitation to the feast at which I could not myself arrive before 3 o'clock, until the moment when Françoise came to fetch me at the school gate, and we made our way toward the Champs Elysees, through streets decorated with sunlight, dense with people, over which the balconies, detached by the sun and made vaporous, seemed to float in front of the houses like clouds of gold. Alas, in the Champs Elysees I found no Gilberte. She had not yet arrived. Motionless, on the lawn nurtured by the invisible sun, which here and there kindled to a flame the point of a blade of grass, while the pigeons that had alighted upon it had the appearance of ancient sculptures which the gardener's pick had heaved to the surface of a hallowed soil, I stood with my eyes fixed on the horizon, expecting at every moment to see appear the form of Gilberte, following that of her governess, behind the statue that seemed to be holding out the child which it had in its arms, and which glistened in the stream of light, to receive benediction from the sun. The old lady who read the debates was sitting on her chair, in her invariable place, and had just accosted a park keeper, with a friendly wave of her hands towards him, as she exclaimed, "What a lovely day!" And when the chairwoman came up to collect her penny, with an infinity of smirks and affectations, she folded the ticket away inside her glove, as though it had been a posy of flowers, for which she had sought in gratitude to the donor the most becoming place upon her person. When she had found it, she performed a circular movement with her neck, straightened her boa, and fastened upon the collector, as she showed her the end of yellow paper that stuck out over her bare wrist, the bewitching smile with which a woman says to a young man, pointing to her bosom, "You see, I'm wearing your roses." I dragged Françoise on the way towards Gilberte as far as the Arc de Triomphe. We did not meet her, and I was returning towards the lawn convinced now that she was not coming, when in front of the wooden horses the little girl with the sharp voice flung herself upon me. "Quick, quick! Gilberte's been here a quarter of an hour. She's just going. We've been waiting for you to make up a prisoner's base." End of Part 4, Section 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 4 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Place Names, The Name. Section 4. While I had been going up the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, Gilberte had arrived by the Rue Boissy d'Anglais, Mademoiselle having taken advantage of the fine weather to go on some errand of her own, and Monsieur Swann was coming to fetch his daughter. And so it was my fault. I ought not to have strayed from the lawn, for one never knew for certain from what direction Gilberte would appear, whether she would be early or late, and this perpetual tension succeeded in making more impressive not only the Champs-Élysées in their entirety and the whole span of the afternoon, like a vast expanse of space and time, on every point and at every moment of which it was possible that the form of Gilberte might appear, but also that form itself, since behind its appearance I felt that there lay concealed the reason for which it had shot its arrow into my heart at 4 o'clock instead of at 2:30, crowned with a smart hat for paying calls instead of the plain cap for games, in front of the ambassadeurs and not between the two puppet shows, I divined one of those occupations in which I might not follow Gilberte, occupations that forced her to go out or to stay at home. I was in contact with the mystery of her unknown life. It was this mystery, too, which troubled me when, running at the sharp-voiced girl's bidding, so as to begin our game without more delay, I saw Gilberte, so quick and informal with us, make a ceremonious bow to the old lady with the debates, who acknowledged it with, "What a lovely sun! You'd think there was a fire burning," speaking to her with a shy smile, with an air of constraint, which called to my mind the other little girl that Gilberte must be when at home with her parents, or with friends of her parents, paying visits, in all the rest that escaped me of her existence. But of that existence no one gave me so strong an impression as did Monsieur Swann, who came a little later to fetch his daughter. That was because he and Madame Swann, inasmuch as their daughter lived with them, as her lessons, her games, her friendships depended upon them, contained for me, like Gilberte, perhaps even more than Gilberte, as befitted subjects that had an all-powerful control over her, in whom it must have had its source, an undefined and inaccessible quality of melancholy charm. Everything that concerned them was on my part the object of so constant a preoccupation that the days on which, as on this day, Monsieur Swann, whom I had seen so often long ago, without his having aroused my curiosity, when he was still on good terms with my parents, came for Gilberte to the Champs Elysees, once the pulsations to which my heart had been excited by the appearance of his gray hat and hooded cape had subsided, the sight of him still impressed me as might that of an historic personage, upon whom one had just been studying a series of books, and the smallest details of whose life one learned with enthusiasm. His relations with the Comte de Paris, which, when I heard them discussed at Combray, seemed to me unimportant, became now in my eyes something marvelous, as if no one else had ever known the House of Orleans. They set him in vivid detachment against the vulgar background of pedestrians of different classes, who encumbered that particular path in the Champs Elysees, in the midst of whom I admired his condescending to figure without claiming any special deference, which, as it happened, none of them dreamed of paying him, so profound was the incognito in which he was wrapped. He responded politely to the salutations of Gilberte's companions, even to mine, for all that he was no longer on good terms with my family, but without appearing to know who I was. This reminded me that he had constantly seen me in the country, a memory which I had retained but kept out of sight, because, since I had seen Gilberte again, Swann had become to me preeminently her father, and no longer the Combray Swann. As the ideas which nowadays I made his name connote were different from the ideas in the system of which it was formerly comprised, which I utilized not at all now when I had occasion to think of him, he had become a new, another person. Still I attached him by an artificial thread, secondary and transversal to our former guest, and as nothing had any longer any value for me, save in the extent to which my love might profit by it, it was with a spasm of shame and of regret at not being able to erase them from my memory, that I recaptured the years in which, in the eyes of this same Swann, who was at that moment before me in the Champs Elysees, and to whom fortunately Gilberte had perhaps not mentioned my name, I had so often in the evenings made myself ridiculous by sending to ask Mamma to come upstairs to my room to say good night to me, while she was drinking coffee with him and my father and my grandparents at the table in the garden. He told Gilberte that she might play one game; he could wait for a quarter of an hour; and sitting down, just like any one else, on an iron chair, paid for his ticket with that hand which Philippe VII had so often held in his own, while we began our game upon the lawn, scattering the pigeons, whose beautiful iridescent bodies, shaped like hearts and surely the lilacs of the feathered kingdom, took refuge, as in so many sanctuaries, one on the great basin of stone, on which its beak, as it disappeared below the rim, conferred the part, assigned the purpose of offering to the bird in abundance the fruit or grain at which it appeared to be pecking; another on the head of the statue, which it seemed to crown with one of those enameled objects whose polychrome varies in certain classical works the monotony of the stone, and with an attribute which, when the goddess bears it, entitles her to a particular epithet, and makes of her, as a different Christian name makes of a mortal, a fresh divinity. On one of these sunny days which had not realized my hopes, I had not the courage to conceal my disappointment from Gilberte. "I had ever so many things to ask you," I said to her. "I thought that to day was going to mean so much in our friendship, and no sooner have you come than you go away. Try to come early to morrow, so that I can talk to you." Her face lighted up, and she jumped for joy as she answered, "To morrow you may make up your mind, my dear friend, I shan't come. First of all, I've a big luncheon party, then in the afternoon I am going to a friend's house to see King Theodosius arrive from her windows. Won't that be splendid? And then next day I'm going to Michel Strogoff, and after that it will soon be Christmas, and the New Year holidays. Perhaps they'll take me south to the Riviera. Won't that be nice? Though I should miss the Christmas tree here. Anyhow, if I do stay in Paris, I shan't be coming here, because I shall be out paying calls with Mamma. Good bye. There's Papa calling me." I returned home with Françoise through streets that were still gay with sunshine, as on the evening of a holiday when the merriment is over. I could scarcely drag my legs along. "I'm not surprised," said Françoise. "It's not the right weather for the time of year. It's much too warm. Oh dear, oh dear! To think of all the poor sick people there must be everywhere. You would think that up there, too, everything's got out of order." I repeated to myself, stifling my sobs, the words in which Gilberte had given utterance to her joy at the prospect of not coming back, for a long time, to the Champs Elysees; but already the charm with which, by the mere act of thinking, my mind was filled as soon as it thought of her, the privileged position, unique, even if it were painful, in which I was inevitably placed in relation to Gilberte by the contraction of a scar in my mind, had begun to add to that very mark of her indifference something romantic, and in the midst of my tears my lips would shape themselves in a smile which was indeed the timid outline of a kiss. And when the time came for the postman, I said to myself, that evening as on every other, "I am going to have a letter from Gilberte. She is going to tell me at last that she has never ceased to love me, and to explain to me the mysterious reason by which she has been forced to conceal her love from me until now, to put on the appearance of being able to be happy without seeing me, the reason for which she has assumed the form of the other Gilberte, who is simply a companion." Every evening I would beguile myself into imagining this letter, believing that I was actually reading it, reciting each of its sentences in turn. Suddenly I would stop in alarm. I had realized that, if I was to receive a letter from Gilberte, it could not in any case be this letter, since it was I myself who had just composed it. And from that moment I would strive to keep my thoughts clear of the words which I should have liked her to write to me, from fear lest, by first selecting them myself, I should be excluding just those identical words, the dearest, the most desired, from the field of possible events. Even if, by an almost impossible coincidence, it had been precisely the letter of my invention that Gilberte had addressed to me of her own accord, recognizing my own work in it, I should not have had the impression that I was receiving something that had not originated in myself, something real, something new, a happiness external to my mind, independent of my will, a gift indeed from love. While I waited, I read over again a page which, although it had not been written to me by Gilberte, came to me none the less from her. That page by Bergotte upon the beauty of the old myths from which Racine drew his inspiration, which, with the agate marble, I always kept within reach. I was touched by my friend's kindness in having procured the book for me, and as every one is obliged to find some reason for his passion, so much so that he is glad to find in the creature whom he loves qualities which, he has learned by reading or in conversation, are worthy to excite a man's love, that he assimilates them by imitation and makes out of them fresh reasons for his love, even although these qualities be diametrically opposed to those for which his love would have sought so long as it was spontaneous, as Swann, before my day, had sought to establish the aesthetic basis of Odette's beauty. I, who had at first loved Gilberte in Combray days, on account of all the unknown element in her life into which I would fain have plunged headlong, have undergone reincarnation, discarding my own separate existence as a thing that no longer mattered, I thought now, as of an inestimable advantage, that of this, my own, my too familiar, my contemptible existence, Gilberte might one day become the humble servant, the kindly, the comforting collaborator, who in the evenings, helping me in my work, would collate for me the texts of rare pamphlets. As for Bergotte, that infinitely wise, almost divine old man, because of whom I had first, before I had ever seen her, loved Gilberte, now it was for Gilberte's sake, chiefly, that I loved him. With as much pleasure as the pages that he had written about Racine, I studied the wrapper, folded under great seals of white wax, and tied with billows of pink ribbon, in which she had brought those pages to me. I kissed the agate marble, which was the better part of my love's heart, the part that was not frivolous but faithful, and, for all that it was adorned with the mysterious charm of Gilberte's life, dwelt close beside me, inhabited my chamber, shared my bed. But the beauty of that stone, and the beauty also of those pages of Bergotte, which I was glad to associate with the idea of my love for Gilberte, as if, in the moments when my love seemed no longer to have any existence, they gave it a kind of consistency, were, I perceived, anterior to that love, which they in no way resembled, their elements had been determined by the writer's talent or by geological laws, before ever Gilberte had known me. Nothing in book or stone would have been different if Gilberte had not loved me, and there was nothing, consequently, that authorized me to read in them a message of happiness. And while my love, incessantly waiting for the morrow to bring a confession of Gilberte's love for me, destroyed, unraveled every evening the ill-done work of the day, in some shadowed part of my being was an unknown weaver who would not leave where they lay the severed threads, but collected and rearranged them, without any thought of pleasing me, or of toiling for my advantage, in the different order which she gave to all her handiwork. Without any special interest in my love, not beginning by deciding that I was loved, she placed, side by side, those of Gilberte's actions that had seemed to me inexplicable and her faults which I had excused. Then, one with another, they took on a meaning. It seemed to tell me, this new arrangement, that when I saw Gilberte, instead of coming to me in the Champs Elysees, going to a party, or on errands with her governess, when I saw her prepared for an absence that would extend over the New Year holidays, I was wrong in thinking, in saying, it is because she is frivolous, or easily led. for she would have ceased to be either if she had loved me, and if she had been forced to obey, it would have been with the same despair in her heart that I felt on the days when I did not see her. It showed me further, this new arrangement, that I ought, after all, to know what it was to love, since I loved Gilberte. It drew my attention to the constant anxiety that I had to show off before her, by reason of which I tried to persuade my mother to get for Françoise a waterproof coat and a hat with a blue feather, or, better still, to stop sending with me to the Champs Elysees an attendant with whom I blushed to be seen, to all of which my mother replied that I was not fair to Françoise, that she was an excellent woman and devoted to us all; and also that sole, exclusive need to see Gilberte, the result of which was, that months in advance I could think of nothing but how to find out at what date she would be leaving Paris, and where she was going, feeling that the most attractive country in the world would be but a place of exile if she were not to be there, and asking only to be allowed to stay forever in Paris, so long as I might see her in the Champs Elysees. And it had little difficulty in making me see that neither my anxiety nor my need could be justified by anything in Gilberte's conduct. She, on the contrary, was genuinely fond of her governess, without troubling herself over what I might choose to think about it. It seemed quite natural to her not to come to the Champs Elysees if she had to go shopping with Mademoiselle; delightful if she had to go out somewhere with her mother. And even supposing that she would ever have allowed me to spend my holidays in the same place as herself, when it came to choosing that place she considered her parents' wishes, 1,000 different amusements of which she had been told, and not at all that it should be the place to which my family were proposing to send me. When she assured me, as sometimes happened, that she liked me less than some other of her friends, less than she had liked me the day before, because by my clumsiness I had made her side lose a game, I would beg her pardon. I would beg her to tell me what I must do in order that she should begin again to like me as much as, or more than, the rest. I hoped to hear her say that that was already my position. I besought her, as though she had been able to modify her affection for me as she or I chose, to give me pleasure, merely by the words that she would utter, as my good or bad conduct should deserve. Was I then not yet aware that what I felt, myself, for her, depended neither upon her actions nor upon my desires? It showed me finally the new arrangement planned by my unseen weaver, that if we find ourselves hoping that the actions of a person who has hitherto caused us anxiety may prove not to have been sincere, they shed in their wake a light which our hopes are powerless to extinguish, a light to which, rather than to our hopes, we must put the question, what will be that person's actions on the morrow? These new counsels, my love listened and heard them. They persuaded it that the morrow would not be different from all the days that had gone before; that Gilberte's feeling for me, too long established now to be capable of alteration, was indifference; that in my friendship with Gilberte it was I alone who loved. "That is true," my love responded. "There is nothing more to be made of that friendship. It will not alter now." And so the very next day, unless I were to wait for a public holiday, if there was one approaching, some anniversary, the New Year, perhaps, one of those days which are not like other days, on which time starts afresh, casting aside the heritage of the past, declining its legacy of sorrows, I would appeal to Gilberte to terminate our old and to join me in laying the foundations of a new friendship. End of Part 4, Section 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 5 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Place Names, The Name. Section 5. I had always within reach a plan of Paris, which, because I could see drawn on it the street in which Monsieur and Madame Swann lived, seemed to me to contain a secret treasure. And to please myself, as well as by a sort of chivalrous loyalty, in any connection or with no relevance at all, I would repeat the name of that street until my father, not being, like my mother and grandmother, in the secret of my love, would ask, "But why are you always talking about that street? There's nothing wonderful about it. It is an admirable street to live in because it's only a few minutes' walk from the Bois, but there are a dozen other streets just the same." I made every effort to introduce the name of Swann into my conversation with my parents. In my own mind, of course, I never ceased to murmur it, but I needed also to hear its exquisite sound, and to make myself play that chord, the voiceless rendering of which did not suffice me. Moreover, that name of Swann, with which I had for so long been familiar, was to me now, as happens at times to people suffering from aphasia in the case of the most ordinary words, the name of something new. It was forever present in my mind, which could not, however, grow accustomed to it. I analyzed it, I spelt it, its orthography came to me as a surprise, and with its familiarity it had simultaneously lost its innocence. The pleasure that I derived from the sound of it I felt to be so guilty that it seemed to me as though the others must read my thoughts, and would change the conversation if I endeavored to guide it in that direction. I fell back upon subjects which still brought me into touch with Gilberte. I eternally repeated the same words, and it was no use my knowing that they were but words, words uttered in her absence, which she could not hear, words without virtue in themselves, repeating what were indeed facts, but powerless to modify them, for still it seemed to me that by dint of handling, of stirring in this way everything that had reference to Gilberte, I might perhaps make emerge from it something that would bring me happiness. I told my parents again that Gilberte was very fond of her governess, as if the statement, when repeated for the 100th time, would at last have the effect of making Gilberte suddenly burst into the room, come to live with us forever. I had already sung the praises of the old lady who read the debates. I had hinted to my parents that she must at least be an ambassador's widow, if not actually a highness, and I continued to descant on her beauty, her splendor, her nobility, until the day on which I mentioned that by what I had heard Gilberte call her, she appeared to be a Madame Blatin. "Oh, now I know whom you mean!" cried my mother, while I felt myself grow red all over with shame. On guard, as your grandfather says. And so it's she that you think so wonderful? Why, she's perfectly horrible, and always has been. She's the widow of a bailiff. You can't remember when you were little all the trouble I used to have to avoid her at your gymnastic lessons, where she was always trying to get hold of me. I didn't know the woman, of course, to tell me that you were much too nice looking for a boy. She has always had an insane desire to get to know people, and she must be quite insane, as I have always thought, if she really does know Madame Swann. For even if she does come of very common people, I have never heard anything said against her character, but she must always be forcing herself upon strangers. She is really a horrible woman, frightfully vulgar, and besides she is always creating awkward situations. As for Swann, in my attempts to resemble him, I spent the whole time, when I was at table, in drawing my finger along my nose and in rubbing my eyes. My father would exclaim, "The child's a perfect idiot. He's becoming quite impossible." More than all else I should have liked to be as bold as Swann. He appeared to me to be a creature so extraordinary that I found it impossible to believe that people whom I knew, and often saw, knew him also, and that in the course of the day any one might run against him. And once my mother, while she was telling us, as she did every evening at dinner, where she had been and what she had done that afternoon, merely by the words, "By the way, guess whom I saw at the three quarters, at the umbrella counter, Swann," caused to burst open in the midst of her narrative, an arid desert to me, a mystic blossom. What a melancholy satisfaction to learn that, that very afternoon, threading through the crowd his supernatural form, Swann had gone to buy an umbrella. Among the events of the day, great and small, but all equally unimportant, that one alone aroused in me those peculiar vibrations by which my love for Gilberte was invariably stirred. My father complained that I took no interest in anything, because I did not listen while he was speaking of the political developments that might follow the visit of King Theodosius, at that moment in France as the nation's guest, and, it was hinted, ally. And yet how intensely interested I was to know whether Swann had been wearing his hooded cape. "Did you speak to him?" I asked. "Why, of course I did," answered my mother, who always seemed afraid lest, were she to admit that we were not on the warmest of terms with Swann, people would seek to reconcile us more than she cared for, in view of the existence of Madame Swann, whom she did not wish to know. "It was he who came up and spoke to me. I hadn't seen him." "Then you haven't quarrelled?" "Quarrelled? What on earth made you think that we had quarrelled?" she briskly parried, as though I had cast doubt on the fiction of her friendly relations with Swann, and was planning an attempt to bring them together. "He might be cross with you for never asking him here." "One isn't obliged to ask every one to one's house, you know. Has he ever asked me to his? I don't know his wife." "But he used often to come at Combray." "I should think he did. He used to come at Combray, and now in Paris he has something better to do, and so have I. But I can promise you, we didn't look in the least like people who had quarrelled. We were kept waiting there for some time while they brought him his parcel. He asked after you. He told me you had been playing with his daughter." My mother went on, amazing me with a portentous revelation of my own existence in Swann's mind. Far more than that, of my existence in so complete, so material a form, that when I stood before him trembling with love in the Champs Elysees, he had known my name, and who my mother was, and had been able to blend with my quality as his daughter's playmate certain facts with regard to my grandparents and their connections, the place in which we lived, certain details of our past life, all of which I myself perhaps did not know. But my mother did not seem to have noticed anything particularly attractive in that counter at the Three Quarters, where she had represented to Swann, at the moment in which he caught sight of her, a definite person with whom he had sufficient memories in common to impel him to come up to her and to speak. Nor did either she or my father seem to find any occasion now to mention Swann's family, the grandparents of Gilberte, nor to use the title of stockbroker, topics than which nothing else gave me so keen a pleasure. My imagination had isolated and consecrated in the social Paris a certain family, just as it had set apart in the structural Paris a certain house, on whose porch it had fashioned sculptures and made its windows precious. But these ornaments I alone had eyes to see. Just as my father and mother looked upon the house in which Swann lived as one that closely resembled the other houses built at the same period in the neighborhood of the Bois, so Swann's family seemed to them to be in the same category as many other families of stockbrokers. Their judgment was more or less favorable, according to the extent to which the family in question shared in merits that were common to the rest of the universe, and there was about it nothing that they could call unique. What, on the other hand, they did appreciate in the Swanns they found in equal, if not in greater measure elsewhere. And so, after admitting that the house was in a good position, they would go on to speak of some other house that was in a better, but had nothing to do with Gilberte or of financiers on a larger scale than her grandfather had been. And if they had appeared for a moment to be of my opinion, that was a mistake which was very soon corrected, for in order to distinguish in all Gilberte's surroundings an indefinable quality, analogous, in the scale of emotions, to what in the scale of colors is called infra-red, a supplementary sense of perception was required, with which love, for the time being, had endowed me, and this my parents lacked. On the days when Gilberte had warned me that she would not be coming to the Champs Elysees, I would try to arrange my walks so that I should be brought into some kind of contact with her. Sometimes I would lead Françoise on a pilgrimage to the house in which the Swanns lived, making her repeat to me unendingly all that she had learned from the governess with regard to Madame Swann. It seems she puts great faith in medals. She would never think of starting on a journey if she had heard an owl hoot, or the death watch in the wall, or if she had seen a cat at midnight, or if the furniture had creaked. Oh, yes, she's a most religious lady, she is. I was so madly in love with Gilberte that if, on our way, I caught sight of their old butler taking the dog out, my emotion would bring me to a standstill. I would fasten on his white whiskers eyes that melted with passion, and Françoise would rouse me with, "What's wrong with you now, child?" And we would continue on our way until we reached their gate, where a porter, different from every other porter in the world, and saturated, even to the braid on his livery, with the same melancholy charm that I had felt to be latent in the name of Gilberte, looked at me as though he knew that I was one of those whose natural unworthiness would forever prevent them from penetrating into the mysteries of the life inside, which it was his duty to guard, and over which the ground floor windows appeared conscious of being protectingly closed, with far less resemblance between the nobly sweeping arches of their muslin curtains to any other windows in the world than to Gilberte's glancing eyes. On other days we would go along the boulevards, and I would post myself at the corner of the Rue du Faux. I had heard that Swann was often to be seen passing there on his way to the dentist's, and my imagination so far differentiated Gilberte's father from the rest of humanity, his presence in the midst of a crowd of real people introduced among them so miraculous an element, that even before we reached the Madeleine I would be trembling with emotion at the thought that I was approaching a street from which that supernatural apparition might at any moment burst upon me unawares. But most often of all, on days when I was not to see Gilberte, as I had heard that Madame Swann walked almost every day along the Allée des Acacias, round the big lake, and in the Allée de la Reine Marguerite, I would guide Françoise in the direction of Bois de Boulogne. It was to me like one of those zoological gardens in which one sees assembled together a variety of flora, and contrasted effects in landscape, where from a hill one passes to a grotto, a meadow, rocks, a stream, a trench, another hill, a marsh, but knows that they are there only to enable the hippopotamus, zebra, crocodile, rabbit, bear, and heron to disport themselves in a natural or a picturesque setting. This, the Bois, equally complex, uniting a multitude of little worlds, distinct and separate, placing a stage set with red trees, American oaks, like an experimental forest in Virginia, next to a fir wood by the edge of the lake, or to a forest grove from which would suddenly emerge in her lissom covering of firs, with the large appealing eyes of a dumb animal, a hastening walker, was the garden of woman, and like the myrtle alley in the Aeneid, planted for their delight with trees of one kind only, the Allée des Acacias was thronged by the famous beauties of the day. As from a long way off the sight of the jutting crag, from which it dives into the pool, thrills with joy the children who know that they are going to behold the seal, long before I reach the acacia alley, their fragrance, scattered abroad, would make me feel that I was approaching the incomparable presence of a vegetable personality, strong and tender. Then, as I drew near, the sight of their topmost branches, their lightly tossing foliage, and its easy grace, its coquettish outline, its delicate fabric, over which hundreds of flowers were laid, like winged and throbbing colonies of precious insects, and finally their name itself, feminine, indolent, and seductive, made my heart beat, but with a social longing, like those waltzes which remind us only of the names of the fair dancers, called aloud as they entered the ballroom. I had been told that I should see in the alley certain women of fashion, who, in spite of their not all having husbands, were constantly mentioned in conjunction with Madame Swann, but most often by their professional names, their new names, when they had any, being but a sort of incognito, a veil which those who would speak of them were careful to draw aside, so as to make themselves understood, thinking that beauty, in the order of feminine elegance, was governed by occult laws into the knowledge of which they had been initiated, and that they had the power to realize it, I accepted before seeing them, like the truth of a coming revelation, the appearance of their clothes, of their carriages and horses, of 1,000 details among which I placed my faith, as in an inner soul which gave the cohesion of a work of art to that ephemeral and changing pageant. But it was Madame Swann whom I wished to see, and I waited for her to go past, as deeply moved as though she were Gilberte, whose parents, saturated, like everything in her environment, with her own special charm, excited in me as keen a passion as she did herself, indeed a still more painful disturbance, since their point of contact with her was that intimate, that internal part of her life which was hidden from me. And furthermore, for I very soon learned, as we shall see in due course, that they did not like my playing with her, that feeling of veneration which we always have for those who hold, and exercise without restraint, the power to do us an injury. I assigned the first place, in the order of aesthetic merit and of social grandeur, to simplicity, when I saw Madame Swann on foot, in a polonaise of plain cloth, a little toque on her head, trimmed with a pheasant's wing, a bunch of violets in her bosom, hastening along the Allée des Acacias as if it had been merely the shortest way back to her own house, and acknowledging with a rapid glance the courtesy of the gentlemen in carriages, who, recognizing her figure at a distance, were raising their hats to her and saying to one another that there was never any one so well turned out as she. But instead of simplicity, it was to ostentation that I must assign the first place, if, after I had compelled Françoise, who could hold out no longer, and complained that her legs were giving beneath her, to stroll up and down with me for another hour, I saw at length, emerging from the Porte Dauphine, figuring for me a royal dignity, the passage of a sovereign, and impressions such as no real queen has ever since been able to give me, because my notion of their power has been less vague and more founded upon experience, borne along by the flight of a pair of fiery horses, slender and shapely as one sees them in the drawings of Constantin Guise, carrying on its box an enormous coachman, furred like a Cossack, and by his side a diminutive groom, like Toby, the late Beaudenord's tiger. I saw, or rather I felt its outlines engraved upon my heart by a clean and killing stab, a matchless Victoria, built rather high, and hinting, through the extreme modernity of its appointments, at the forms of an earlier day, deep down in which lay negligently backed Madame Swann, her hair, now quite pale with one gray lock, girt with a narrow band of flowers, usually violets, from which floated down long veils, a lilac parasol in her hand, on her lips an ambiguous smile, in which I read only the benign condescension of majesty, though it was preeminently the enticing smile of the courtesan, which she graciously bestowed upon the men who bowed to her. That smile was in reality saying to me, "Oh, yes, I do remember, quite well, it was wonderful," to another, "How I should have loved to, we were unfortunate," to a third, "Yes, if you like, I must just keep in the line for a minute, then as soon as I can I will break away." When strangers passed, she still allowed to linger about her lips a lazy smile, as though she expected or remembered some friend, which made them say, "What a lovely woman!" And for certain men only she had a sour, strained, shy, cold smile, which meant, "Yes, you old goat, I know that you've got a tongue like a viper, that you can't keep quiet for a moment, but do you suppose that I care what you say?" Coquelin passed, talking in a group of listening friends, and with a sweeping wave of his hand bade a theatrical good day to the people in the carriages. But I thought only of Madame Swann, and pretended to have not yet seen her, for I knew that when she reached the pigeon shooting ground, she would tell her coachman to break away and to stop the carriage, so that she might come back on foot. And on days when I felt that I had the courage to pass close by her, I would drag Françoise off in that direction, until the moment came when I saw Madame Swann letting trail behind her the long train of her lilac skirt, dressed, as the populace imagined queens to be dressed, in rich attire such as no other woman might wear, lowering her eyes now and then to study the handle of her parasol, paying scant attention to the passers-by, as though the important thing for her, her one object in being there, was to take exercise without thinking that she was seen, and that every head was turned towards her. Sometimes, however, when she had looked back to call her dog to her, she would cast, almost imperceptibly, a sweeping glance round about. End of Part 4, Section 5, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Section 6 of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief, 1889 to 1930. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 4, Place Names, the Name. Section 6. Those even who did not know her were warned by something exceptional, something beyond the normal in her, or perhaps by a telepathic suggestion, such as would move an ignorant audience to a frenzy of applause when Berma was sublime, that she must be some one well known. They would ask one another, "Who is she?" or sometimes would interrogate a passing stranger, or would make a mental note of how she was dressed so as to fix her identity later in the mind of a friend better informed than themselves, who would at once enlighten them. Another pair, half stopping in their walk, would exchange, "You know who that is? Madame Swann. That conveys nothing to you? Odette de Crécy, then?" Odette de Crécy! Why, I thought as much! Those great sad eyes! But I say, you know, she can't be as young as she was once, eh? I remember I had her on the day that McMahon went." "I shouldn't remind her of it if I were you. She is now Madame Swann, the wife of a gentleman in the Jockey Club, a friend of the Prince of Wales. Apart from that, though, she is wonderful still." "Oh, but you ought to have known her then. Gad, she was lovely. She lived in a very odd little house with a lot of Chinese stuff. I remember we were bothered all the time by the newsboys shouting outside. In the end she made me get up and go." Without listening to these memories, I could feel all about her the indistinct murmur of fame. My heart leaped with impatience when I thought that a few seconds must still elapse before all these people, among whom I was dismayed not to find a certain mulatto banker, who, or so I felt, had a contempt for me, were to see the unknown youth, to whom they had not so far been paying the slightest attention, salute, without knowing her, it was true, but I thought that I had sufficient authority, since my parents knew her husband and I was her daughter's playmate, this woman whose reputation for beauty, for misconduct, and for elegance was universal. But I was now close to Madame Swann. I pulled off my hat with so lavish, so prolonged a gesture, that she could not repress a smile. People laughed. As for her, she had never seen me with Gilberte, she did not know my name, but I was for her, like one of the keepers in the Bois, like the boatmen, or the ducks on the lake, to which she threw scraps of bread, one of the minor personages, familiar, nameless, as devoid of individual character as a stage hand in a theatre of her daily walks abroad. On certain days, when I had missed her in the Allée des Acacias, I would be so fortunate as to meet her in the Allée de la Reine Marguerite, where women went who wished to be alone, or to appear to be wishing to be alone. She would not be alone for long, being soon overtaken by some man or other, often in a gray tile hat, whom I did not know, and who would talk to her for some time while their two carriages crawled behind. That sense of the complexity of the Bois de Boulogne, which made it an artificial place, and, in the zoological or mythological sense of the word, a garden, I captured again this year as I crossed it on my way to Trianon, on one of those mornings, early in November, when in Paris, if we stay indoors, being so near, and yet prevented from witnessing the transformation scene of autumn, which is drawing so rapidly to a close without our assistance, we feel a regret for the fallen leaves that becomes a fever, and may even keep us awake at night. Into my closed room they had been drifting already for a month, summoned there by my desire to see them, slipping between my thoughts and the object, whatever it might be, upon which I was trying to concentrate them, whirling in front of me like those brown spots that sometimes, whatever we may be looking at, will seem to be dancing or swimming before our eyes. And on that morning, not hearing the splash of the rain as on the previous days, seeing the smile of fine weather at the corners of my drawn curtains, as from the corners of closed lips may escape the secret of their happiness, I had felt that I could actually see those yellow leaves, with the light shining through them in their supreme beauty. And being no more able to restrain myself from going to look at the trees than in my childhood's days, when the wind howled in the chimney, I had been able to resist the longing to visit the sea. I had risen and left the house to go to Trianon, passing through the Bois de Boulogne. It was the hour and the season in which the Bois seems, perhaps, most multiform, not only because it is then most divided, but because it is divided in a different way. Even in the unwooded parts, where the horizon is large, here and there against the background of a dark and distant mass of trees, now leafless or still keeping their summer foliage unchanged, a double row of orange-red chestnuts seemed, as in a picture just begun, to be the only thing painted, so far, by an artist who had not laid any color on the rest, and to be offering their cloister in full daylight for the casual exercise of the human figures that would be added to the picture later on. Farther off, at a place where the trees were still all green, one alone, small, stunted, lopped, but stubborn in its resistance, was tossing in the breeze an ugly mane of red. Elsewhere, again, might be seen the first awakening of this Maytime of the leaves, and those of an ampelopsis, a smiling miracle, like a red hawthorn flowering in winter, had that very morning all come out, so to speak, in blossom. And the Bois had the temporary, unfinished, artificial look of a nursery garden, or a park in which, either for some botanic purpose or in preparation for a festival, there have been embedded among the trees of commoner growth, which have not yet been uprooted and transplanted elsewhere, a few rare specimens with fantastic foliage, which seem to be clearing all round them an empty space, making room, giving air, diffusing light. Thus it was the time of year at which the Bois de Boulogne displays more separate characteristics, assembles more distinct elements in a composite whole than at any other. It was also the time of day. In places where the trees still kept their leaves, they seemed to have undergone an alteration of their substance from the point at which they were touched by the sun's light, still, at this hour in the morning, almost horizontal, as it would be again a few hours later, at the moment when, just as dusk began, it would flame up like a lamp, project afar over the leaves a warm and artificial glow, and set ablaze the few topmost boughs of a tree that would itself remain unchanged, a somber, incombustible candelabrum beneath its flaming crest. At one spot the light grew solid as a brick wall, and like a piece of yellow Persian masonry, patterned in blue, daubed coarsely upon the sky the leaves of the chestnuts. At another it cut them off from the sky, towards which they stretched out their curling golden fingers. Half way up the trunk of a tree draped with wild vine, the light had grafted and brought to blossom, too dazzling to be clearly distinguished, an enormous posy, of red flowers apparently, perhaps of a new variety of carnation. The different parts of the Bois, so easily confounded in summer in the density and monotony of their universal green, were now clearly divided. A patch of brightness indicated the approach to almost every one of them, or else a splendid mass of foliage stood out before it like an oriflamme. I could make out, as on a colored map, Armenonville, the Pré Catalan, Madrid, the race course, and the shore of the lake. Here and there would appear some meaningless erection, a sham grotto, a mill, for which the trees made room by drawing away from it, or which was born upon the soft green platform of a grassy lawn. I could feel that the Bois was not really a wood, that it existed for a purpose alien to the life of its trees. My sense of exaltation was due not only to admiration of the autumn tints, but to a bodily desire. Ample source of a joy which the heart feels at first without being conscious of its cause, without understanding that it results from no external impulse. Thus I gazed at the trees with an unsatisfied longing which went beyond them, and, without my knowledge, directed itself towards that masterpiece of beautiful strolling women which the trees enframed for a few hours every day. I walked towards the Allée des Acacias. I passed through forest groves in which the morning light, breaking them into new sections, lopped and trimmed the trees, united different trunks in marriage, made nosegays of their branches. It would skilfully draw towards it a pair of trees, making deft use of the sharp chisel of light and shade, it would cut away from each of them half of its trunk and branches, and, weaving together the two halves that remained, would make of them either a single pillar of shade, defined by the surrounding light, or a single luminous phantom whose artificial, quivering contour was encompassed in a network of inky shadows. When a ray of sunshine gilded the highest branches, they seemed, soaked and still dripping with a sparkling moisture, to have emerged alone from the liquid emerald green atmosphere in which the whole grove was plunged, as though beneath the sea. For the trees continued to live by their own vitality, and when they had no longer any leaves, that vitality gleamed more brightly still from the nap of green velvet that carpeted their trunks, or in the white enamel of the globes of mistletoe that were scattered all the way up to the topmost branches of the poplars, rounded as are the sun and moon in Michelangelo's creation. But, forced for so many years now, by a sort of grafting process, to share the life of feminine humanity, they called to my mind the figure of the dryad, the fair worldling, swiftly walking, brightly colored, whom they sheltered with their branches as she passed beneath them, and obliged to acknowledge, as they themselves acknowledged, the power of the season. They recalled to me the happy days when I was young and had faith, when I would hasten eagerly to the spots where masterpieces of female elegance would be incarnate for a few moments beneath the unconscious, accommodating boughs. But the beauty for which the firs and acacias of the Bois de Boulogne made me long, more disquieting in that respect than the chestnuts and lilacs of Trianon, which I was going to see, was not fixed somewhere outside myself in the relics of an historical period, in works of art, in a little temple of love at whose door was piled an oblation of autumn leaves ribbed with gold. I reached the shore of the lake. I walked on as far as the pigeon shooting ground. The idea of perfection which I had within me I had bestowed in that other time upon the height of a Victoria, upon the raking thinness of those horses, frenzied and light as wasps upon the wing, with bloodshot eyes like the cruel steeds of Diomed, which now, smitten by a desire to see again what I had once loved, as ardent as the desire that had driven me, many years before, along the same paths, I wished to see renewed before my eyes at the moment when Madame Swann's enormous coachman, supervised by a groom no bigger than his fist, and as infantile as St. George in the picture, endeavored to curb the ardor of the flying, steel-tipped pinions with which they thundered along the ground. Alas, there was nothing now but motor cars, driven each by a mustached mechanic, with a tall footman towering by his side. I wished to hold before my bodily eyes, that I might know whether they were indeed as charming as they appeared to the eyes of memory, little hats, so low crowned as to seem no more than garlands about the brows of women. All the hats now were immense, covered with fruits and flowers and all manner of birds. In place of the lovely gowns in which Madame Swann walked like a queen, appeared Greco-Saxon tunics, with tanagra folds, or sometimes, in the Directoire style, Liberty chiffons, sprinkled with flowers like sheets of wall-paper. On the heads of the gentlemen who might have been eligible to stroll with Madame Swann in the Allée de la Reine Marguerite, I found not the gray tile hats of old, nor any other kind. They walked the Bois bareheaded. And seeing all these new elements of the spectacle, I had no longer the faith which applied to them would have given them consistency, unity, life. They passed in a scattered sequence before me at random, without reality, containing in themselves no beauty that my eyes might have endeavored as in the old days to extract from them and to compose in a picture. They were just women, in whose elegance I had no belief, and whose clothes seemed to me unimportant. But when a belief vanishes, there survives it, more and more ardently, so as to cloak the absence of the power, now lost to us, of imparting reality to new phenomena, an idolatrous attachment to the old things which our belief in them did once animate, as if it was in that belief and not in ourselves that the divine spark resided, and as if our present incredulity had a contingent cause, the death of the gods. "Oh, horrible!" I exclaimed to myself. "Does any one really imagine that these motor cars are as smart as the old carriage and pair? I dare say. I am too old now, but I was not intended for a world in which women shackle themselves in garments that are not even made of cloth. To what purpose shall I walk among these trees if there is nothing left now of the assembly that used to meet beneath the delicate tracery of reddening leaves? If vulgarity and fatuity have supplanted the exquisite thing that once their branches framed. Oh, horrible! My consolation is to think of the women whom I have known in the past, now that there is no standard left of elegance. But how can the people who watch these dreadful creatures hobble by, beneath hats on which have been heaped the spoils of aviary or garden bed, how can they imagine the charm that there was in the sight of Madame Swann, crowned with a close-fitting lilac bonnet, or with a tiny hat from which rose stiffly above her head a single iris? Could I ever have made them understand the emotion that I used to feel on winter mornings when I met Madame Swann on foot, in an otter skin coat, with a woolen cap from which stuck out two blade-like partridge feathers, but enveloped also in the deliberate artificial warmth of her own house, which was suggested by nothing more than the bunch of violets crushed into her bosom, whose flowering vivid and blue against the gray sky, the freezing air, the naked boughs, had the same charming effect of using the season and the weather merely as a setting, and of living actually in a human atmosphere, in the atmosphere of this woman, as had in the vases and beaupots of her drawing room, beside the blazing fire, in front of the silk-covered sofa, the flowers that looked out through closed windows at the falling snow. But it would not have sufficed me that the costumes alone should still have been the same as in those distant years. Because of the solidarity that binds together the different parts of a general impression, parts that our memory keeps in a balanced whole, of which we are not permitted to subtract or to decline any fraction, I should have liked to be able to pass the rest of the day with one of those women, over a cup of tea, in a little house with dark painted walls, as Madame Swann's were still, in the year after that, in which the first part of this story ends, against which would glow the orange flame, the red combustion, the pink and white flickering of her chrysanthemums in the twilight of a November evening, in moments similar to those in which, as we shall see, I had not managed to discover the pleasures for which I longed. But now, albeit they had led to nothing, those moments struck me as having been charming enough in themselves. I sought to find them again as I remembered them. Alas! there was nothing now but flats decorated in the Louis XVI style, all white paint, with hortensias and blue enamel. Moreover, people did not return to Paris now until much later. Madame Swann would have written to me from a country house that she would not be in town before February, had I asked her to reconstruct for me the elements of that memory which I felt to belong to a distant era, to a date in time towards which it was forbidden me to ascend again the fatal slope, the elements of that longing which had become itself as inaccessible as the pleasure that it had once vainly pursued. And I should have required also that they be the same women, those whose costume interested me, because at a time when I still had faith, my imagination had individualized them and had provided each of them with a legend. Alas! In the Acacia Avenue, the Myrtle Alley, I did see some of them again, grown old, no more now than grim specters of what once they had been, wandering to and fro in desperate search of heaven knew what, through the Virgilian groves. They had long fled, and still I stood vainly questioning the deserted paths. The sun's face was hidden. Nature began again to reign over the Bois, from which had vanished all trace of the idea that it was the Elysian garden of woman. Above the gimcrack windmill the real sky was gray. The wind wrinkled the surface of the Grand Loch in little wavelets, like a real lake. Large birds passed swiftly over the Bois as over a real wood, and with shrill cries perched, one after another, on the great oaks, which, beneath their druidical crown, and with Dodonaic majesty, seemed to proclaim the unpeopled vacancy of this estranged forest, and helped me to understand how paradoxical it is to seek in reality for the pictures that are stored in one's memory, which must inevitably lose the charm that comes to them from memory itself, and from their not being apprehended by the senses. The reality that I had known no longer existed. It sufficed that Madame Swann did not appear in the same attire and at the same moment for the whole avenue to be altered. The places that we have known belong now only to the little world of space on which we map them for our own convenience. None of them was ever more than a thin slice, held between the contiguous impressions that composed our life at that time. Remembrance of a particular form is but regret for a particular moment, and houses, roads, avenues are as fugitive, alas, as the years. End of Part 4, Section 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of Swann's Way by Marcel Proust. Translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief.